the way his coaching career is going, the Ukraine might be the only chance he's got to coach at some point over in the European Football League.
Yeah.
He can go consult with Gary Kubiak, a bunch of former Texans. Where's Dom Capers' job when he needs it?
Dom
David
Capers.
Culley,
They could just have a whole coaching staff, former Texans coaching staff.
Wade Phillips, Romeo Crennel.
Maybe they'll actually win something together.
Lovie
then.
Smith. Yeah, maybe they could. So we'll see if Bill takes it. Hey, it's mock draft season, and somebody at our very station dropped his first one today. Let's go ahead and tear that bad boy apart when we come back to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
The Veritex Community Bank Studios is currently under Connor and Beard occupation. Not sure that's a good thing, but here they are.
30 minutes to go on Connor and Beard, just under 30 minutes. We thank you for joining us today. If you'd like to involve yourself in the show, 713-780-3776, the phone number to do that. Guys, we've talked a lot about football, of course, because it's football on a Super Monday on the show.
I like it when you yell it like that, but I can't do it.
My voice is back. I'm not, dealing with anything going on, so
It's good.
I feel
The
good.
Super's working really good for you.
Super Monday.
How do you do that without not sounding like an idiot?
I think I sound like an idiot.
No, I don't think you do. When I do it, it's like, super. I can't do it. It's awful. You see how I don't know why my voice does this little crack. Super. I can't do it. But you could just keep a constant tone, and mine's like it's like my voice.
Do it again.
Super. It's like my voice is trying to be Jerry Seinfeld.
Super Monday.
Yeah, I don't get it. Super. That's closer.
You just got to get a little deep, and You got to go deep and quick. It's quick. It's
Yeah.
soup.
See, I'm usually good at deep and quick, but for some reason, I'm just like barely hitting it.
Yeah, you can't get deep.
I'll
and
figure
quick.
it out.
You have a
I'll figure it out. I'll work on it this afternoon.
Yeah, go home.
Maybe I'll get my wife to help me
I'll
out.
say get some practice with your wife.
Yeah.
See what she says. See, like, honey, we got to go super deep.
We got to go deep and quick, and I'm just going too fast.
Yeah. It'll be good. Hey, you're gonna have a good afternoon. I guarantee you that. Let's talk. Let's talk.
We're children. I
know. Let's talk about mock drafts, guys. My favorite thing, your favorite thing. Mock draft season is officially upon us.
I actually, I had to calm Andrew down earlier today because
he was
trying to scrap
18s.
everything on the show.
He wanted to do not 4.
He wanted to do 3 hours of mock draft.
He wanted to do 4 hours. He wanted to kick the bees off for an hour.
And he wanted to do
4 hours of mock draft talk.
He wanted to do one mock draft for the first hour, Lance's mock draft for the second hour. He wanted to do our own mock draft for the third hour, and then compare all 3 mock drafts in the fourth hour. It was crazy.
Look, this is slander, all right? I only wanted 2 hours of mock draft discussion. I want that to be on the record and to be known. ESPN dropped a 2-round mock today, and I thought, what makes more sense than doing round 1 in hour 1 and round 2 in hour 2? And then we do our own, potentially, depending how the discussion is going. We do round 3 on our own in the third hour.
Now, who's doing
I wouldn't be opposed to that, honestly.
Is it Matt Miller doing the ESPN 2-round mock draft?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't like him.
Oh, I like him a lot. He's a really nice dude.
He's a nice dude. I just don't like him.
I think his analysis is usually pretty good. I don't know how connected he is as some of the other guys are, but all these mock drafts are a crapshoot, man. That's really all they are. I like.
Well, you want the number one crapshoot?
Yeah.
Our very own Lance Zierlein, NFL.com mock draft 1.0 is up today, baby. Now I'm mad because in my head I was like, oh, we'll go in there and we'll get Lance. What my idea is for the show is. The NFL usually tweets these things out, and I need to see if they've tweeted it out yet, actually. They usually tweet out the mock drafts, as they come out, and his mentions just get obliterated. I want to bring Lance in during the show and read him the tweets that he gets to his face. Does he? See what he says.
Does he get really bad, like that
bad
bad?
Oh, God, yeah, it's the NFL. It's NFL.com.
Really?
The NFL Twitter account tweets it out. Hell yes, it gets bad. But I don't see that they've tweeted any of them out today. So at some point it'll come out. Like they will tweet it out with the NFL account, and it'll just get absolutely destroyed.
Well, so I told you this last time. I told you that there was a website. It's Fantasy Pros that does it. I knew I had found it somewhere. That does a mock draft accuracy rankings.
Okay.
It does a mock draft rankings, and so you get like the points possible. You get player ranks. You get points for position. You get points for the team. So if you call the where they get drafted, the position that gets drafted, the team that gets drafted, for a total of 320 points possible in the draft. In 2023, actually, let me do the Control F to find him because I can't just in the top 50. I didn't see him. So if I look for Lance Zierlein, Lance was ranked 119th.
Of how many?
Out of 119th out of 172 mock drafters.
It's not good.
It's not great.
You made it out before the show like he was better.
It's not great.
I will give Lance a lot of credit. Like, here we go. For everybody that wants to – we're not doing a show war. I genuinely love Lance Zierlein. He's done more for me than I think I've ever told anybody on the radio. Like, legit. He actually goes and talks to people in the league. And that's why I appreciate his mock draft. Like, he puts players in places where he knows that teams like them.
Well, now,
a lot of the mock drafts. Now, he does use his evaluation as well. Like, we know at number 2 – he has Jaden Daniels and not Drake May. And if you've listened to him at all, he's constantly telling he doesn't like Drake May. He doesn't think Drake May is that good.
I feel like Jaden Daniels has a really, really strong chance of going
Cliff
number 2.
Kingsbury there now too. Yeah, I feel like it's a great possibility.
So to put Lance's 119 rank in perspective, Matt Miller last year was ranked 144th for NFL or for ESPN.
Lance greater than the ESPN guy.
Yeah, and then Bucky Brooks for NFL.com. He does a lot of mock drafts there. Was ranked 143rd. So
Lance greater than Bucky, his coworker.
Garrett Podol and John Daigle are towards the top. Garrett Podol does CBS Sports, and then John Daigle does NBC Sports. Number 1 was Sean Green in the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Are you surprised at all that a gambling guy had the highest ranked mock draft in the NFL last year?
You said it's all guess overall.
That's all they do.
Where did Mel Kiper come in?
Bottom? Where's the absolute bottom? I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna scroll to the very bottom of the list. Mel Kiper was 55th.
Wow. I just love that we do now this is content world. You got to do 50 of them.
Yeah.
Like this is Lance's mock draft 1.0.
I think they only count your final mock draft.
See, if I was one of these people doing one for a real publication, I would be the ironic. I'd do the Michael Connors mock draft 0.1, Michael Connors mock draft 0.2, Michael Connors mock draft 0.65.
Lance got 41st. His mock draft got 41st in 2022.
Well, look at that.
So he just had an off year. Maybe that's all it was for Lance.
Look, it happens.
Hopefully 2024 is more of like a 2022 type season. He was ranked 21st in 2021. So 2023, off year for Lance Zierlein. I think he could bring it back up, get back into the top 50.
Well, Lance,
in 2024.
Let me just tell you where he has all the quarterbacks going real quick. He's got Caleb Williams going first to the Bears. He's got Jaden Daniels going second to the Commanders. At number 5, he's projecting a trade, Chargers and Falcons.
I love that.
Falcons trade up and take Drake May there at 5, which I think is probably a better spot than landing at number 2. Number 12 to the Denver Broncos, he has J.J. McCarthy.
There's got to be smoke there. He has to have
here's
heard
what
something
he says. NFL evaluators have described McCarthy's processing as elite in my conversations with them. Drew Brees was a great processor, but he didn't have the same athletic ability that McCarthy offers. This just feels like a Sean Payton pick.
My only question to that is, where was all of his processing?
Maybe Jim Harbaugh wasn't completely high when he was talking about him going in the first round.
Maybe not.
But he said he was going to be the first quarterback. That's not happening.
I struggle to see. I like J.J. McCarthy. I think he is very athletic, but I'm not seeing from what I've seen from him, I'm not seeing those processing skills. Because at some point, don't you think some of that processing would have just translated a little bit more on the field in college, or is it just because of the talent that he had around him? He wasn't bad, but he wasn't
they just
great.
Were so insistent on running the football.
That's true. That's very true,
Being
too.
physical and all that. Like, I don't know. I'm just not impressed. Maybe that's my non-trained eye, not knowing.
That's very true. But
Thanks.
Even,
made me feel good about
No,
myself.
I'm saying about both of us. I think that's very true, where we're just not seeing stuff because we just don't know what to look for.
The last quarterback he had in the first round was number 30. A projected trade again. The Patriots trading back up into the first round with the Ravens and taking Bo Nix 30th overall.
That feels like a new Patriots.
Like a Patriots move if Belichick was still there.
Yeah.
I don't like a Patriots move now. We don't know.
You know what? Does that feel like a Patriots move if Bill Belichick's still there?
To an extent, yeah.
I feel like a Bill Belichick move would be moving down from their original first spot and then taking Bo Nix.
Okay. The Texans' 23rd pick, he has them taking Penn State edge rusher Chop Robinson.
I haven't watched this guy, but I've heard really good things about him.
Yeah, so I think this was the guy Lance was gushing about on the air. And again, if Lance was here instead of being over in Louisiana right now at the DraftKings Sportsbook, which he's probably not even in the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, he's probably in his room sleeping.
Or he's watching film. He's watching Chop Robinson film right now.
Or he's drinking bars or he's drinking having drinks at the bar while Granado plays golf today.
That's probably pretty true.
Dale's probably there with him too. Well, Dale doesn't drink, I don't think. So who knows what Dale's doing.
He might just
he's
be
looking
there
for
hanging
kills.
out.
He's there hanging out with the old ladies at the slot machines. But I think this is the guy who's gushing about that he met at the Senior Bowl, I believe, Chop Robinson, about just how good of a pass rusher he is. So, like, if that was the result for the Texans, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I would rather them sign Jonathan Grenard and draft another position there. Unless you know for a fact that this edge rusher is going to be a solid bookend with Will Anderson. You feel that great, but like I don't always love seeing edge rushers get drafted late in the first.
Yeah. I mean, I just doesn't fear me as much. If
I'd rather corner or interior D line.
That's fine.
But you know what? The interior defensive line spot is really, really deep in this draft.
Give Nick Caserio his due. If he's going to take Chop Robinson 23rd, he's going to turn into an All-Pro. Josh.
This is the problem with doing this with Lance's
Also,
mock.
what a great name, Chop.
How do I
trash ass mock from Lance?
How do I, being me, say, Lance, your picks are stupid? I can't do that because he knows more than me when it comes to this.
Oh no,
stuff.
I've been telling him that for years. And honestly, when they're good, I take credit. I used to take credit for it and say it on the air all the time.
I think
he's not doing it. I'm his ghostwriter.
I think that's what we should do. Yeah, you are. This is technically your mock that's trash.
Yeah,
it's not trash. I just don't like. I don't know enough about Chop Robinson to say one way or another, and I feel like there are a couple other positions I'd rather see them go to. Like I'd rather them either
the Chop hater.
I'd rather them go linebacker than at edge rusher right here. I'm not a chop hater. Why am I a chop
You're
hater?
a chop hater.
I'm not a chop
Josh
hater.
hates the chop.
That is a great name. If anything, I would like to draft him specifically because that's actually my
Can
full
you
evaluation
imagine
process.
Mark Vandermeer already? Rock and roll. He chops him down again.
I would hate that
Talking
so
about,
much.
You love it. Embrace it.
No.
Embrace the chop. Mark, if you're out there, you're welcome for the
Could
free
we
call
do
that I
it?
just
Would we
gave
be
you.
able to do a chop motion if he gets a sack at
I'm
Texans
not trying
games?
to be like the Braves.
I'm trying to figure out how we could. I'm figuring out how we could do that without being racist.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
I don't want to do that.
You
What
do
if we
like
do
a
two
samurai
hands?
Chop. You can do the old.
Well,
the
I
old,
don't. I don't think
Antonio-
that's much
the
better.
old Antonio Smith.
What if we do like a butcher chop, like this motion, like where like it's a butcher's cleaver?
Chop that beef.
Chop, chop. Yeah, I like this. I like the path.
chop,
Okay, you know
chop,
what?
chop,
I'm
chop.
on board the Chop Robinson pick now.
Yep, let's go. Chop Robinson, the Texan. It's going to happen according to Lance Zerline in mock draft 1.0. You can hear him and John tomorrow morning from DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Psh, he only did one round though.
Yeah, he doesn't
Come
do
on,
it. I think he has to.
Lance.
Well, when the draft gets here after each round, he has to do another. He has to do a mock for the next round.
Hey, by the way, Lance, did you know there's other rounds? One round. Get out of here.
We do 7-round mocks on this show.
Yeah, we do. I'll do a 7-round mock right now. I do 7-round mocks in my free time on the PFF mock draft simulator. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, because you're doing a lot of work there.
Yeah.
Click. Well,
I do trades like, trade partner. Oh, I'm trading with the with the Las Vegas Raiders. There we go.
Josh is going to put together our official show 7-round mock.
Yeah, I'll do that.
We'll make it available to you somewhere at some point. Let's take our final time out. Final segment of the show up next. We'll get you, well, you never know where it's going to go. Find out when we return.
Beard is teaching Connor how to use all of the technical advances in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, like how to close the door and stuff. It's Connor and Beard.
Hey, we had some suggestions, Josh. Let me know how you feel about this.
We had some suggestions on the text line?
Yeah, for the Texans, if they did with the Lance Zierlein mock draft, which when you get a mock draft, you always go to Lance, number one. For Chop Robinson, his pick from 513 says they can pass out chopsticks to the first 10,000 people coming to the stadium.
I don't think that's okay.
Do you think that's insensitive?
I think that's borderline, man. That's
Is that more
that's more than
insensitive
borderline.
than Mattress Mac dressing up as a gangster and talking to you in gangsta talk and drinking fake lean?
They're both not good, but I feel like the chopsticks would be a little bit more acceptable.
Somebody also wants you to do the DX chop.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah, that's what we could do. We could do just the chop in general, or we could do the DX chop too.
Yeah. Did I do it
That's
right?
exactly
I did it right, didn't I?
Yeah, you did it right.
Okay. That was that Triple H and
yeah, that was from Degeneration X during the Attitude Era, of back whenever I was a young buck still watching wrestling.
Yeah. So there's a couple of them.
But then the NWO, WCW in the early 2000s, they also did the chop, and so Hulk Hogan, whenever he was like in the white, the black and white, would just do the regular chop without the X. Just like he did that. I went to WCW Monday Night Nitro one time whenever I was in middle school, and I think it was Jean-Claude Van Damme, Chuck Norris, and somebody else got in the ring with those guys, and whenever they scared him off, Jean-Claude Van Damme and Chuck Norris started doing the chop back at him.
Yeah, I stopped watching wrestling. I watched wrestling for probably about a year and a half of my life.
Yeah.
And then I found out it was fake, and I was done.
Yeah, I found out it was fake, and I still like the storylines, and I just couldn't get into it.
There's a lot of radio hosts in this city, grown men that are like way into it, and I think it's weird.
I don't think it's weird.
I think it's weird.
It's the same thing as watching like any TV show. They watch it for the storylines and the characters.
I watched Trash Ass Southern Charm with my wife.
Yeah, there's some really entertaining stuff. I just can't get into it. Once I got into high school and started watching sports and like got interested in like girls and other stuff, it was just the one. I either had to give up video games or wrestling. I wasn't going to be able to keep both of them, right? I can't. There's no way I was going to go on a date being like, yeah, I love video games, Star Wars, and wrestling. Please date me. I had to give up one of those things.
There's plenty of women out there that go for those guys.
Not back in 2000. They didn't admit it in 2004.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
You don't know
Actually,
that.
it was more like
you didn't
2001.
Try. You could have tried, Josh.
No, I did try many times, and
you could have tried.
Now it's so cool to be a geek.
Quitter ass, Josh. Cadge, whatever.
Cadge. I like Quadge better.
Quadge.
It's so acceptable to be a geek now. It's all these girls are like, I love Star Wars. I love Star Trek. I love Dungeons and Dragons and Doctor Who. I love playing video games. Look at me, I'm quirky. I do all these things. And now it's cool to be that. And when I was growing up, it wasn't cool to be that. I got beat up a lot because of all the things that I enjoyed. And now it's like, oh, now I'm just quirky and fun. It's the most annoying revelation in the entire universe to me.
You should have just embraced who you were, Josh.
I did.
Way to be fake.
I did embrace who I was.
No, you didn't.
I did, absolutely. I 100% did, and I got beat up a lot.
You're just out
and
there
then I
selling.
got bigger than everybody else, and they just made fun of me verbally instead of physically.
Andrew, you know who screams big wrestling guy? Andrew Carlson. Big wrestling guy.
I love eating boogers, man.
What? Oh, why are you calling them booger eaters?
Yes, that's
why.
That's a colloquial term for the wrestling fans. No.
Why? Who? Where is that a colloquial term from?
From everyone who makes fun of wrestling watchers.
I've never called them that.
You know what I would like one dream now is to have Stone Cold Steve Austin in here and you say that just to see what he'd do.
He can barely walk
through
now.
that glass window in about 2 seconds.
By God, that's Stone Cold's music.
Oh my God, he killed Andy. He stunnered Andrew Carlson right there in the control room.
You know what we need is we just need to tell Booker T. We need to text Booker T and tell Booker T, hey, Andrew said this. If we could get Andrew to go,
I doubt he's ever heard of us.
I used to produce for him, so he's at least heard of me. What's it? He has the not reality. Is it Reality of Wrestling? Row Wrestling, which is the wrestling that he has. If we could get Andrew into like a test match. Do you think we could get Andrew into a test match there?
I mean, we've seen him in you'd have to dress up as Ken.
Yeah,
you'd have
to do your Ken cosplay.
You'd have to be Ken, is what you'd be.
What would
You'd
be
the Barbie doll of wrestling.
You'd definitely be you'd be a lightweight. What is it? A featherweight flyer, like one of the
He'd
a
be
Rey
a flyer
Mysterio
for
type.
sure.
Yeah,
yeah. You'd be flying off of a
oh my
ladder
God.
or whatever.
You know what? He kind of looks a little bit like Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy is like a new wrestler from the AEW. Google that guy. Andrew kind of looks like he could play like the Orange Cassidy type role for sure.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Just Google Orange Cassidy. It's the one. So Brian McDonald.
He looks like you could probably be what was the one blonde guy back in the day in the 90s?
They were all blonde and on steroids.
No, the blonde long hair guy.
They're all blonde with long hair and on steroids.
It was in the Rock that Rock era,
What?
the Rock and Stone Cold and all those guys.
I don't know. That's
would fly.
Triple H.
He wore his tights like super low. Like it was really uncomfortable.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
I know. I can't remember.
We need
his
wrestling
name.
people.
That'd be
Brian
Andrew.
McDonald's a big wrestling fan, so he's trying
I'm
to
not
keep me abreast.
We're not gonna start doing wrestling. I can tell you this. This show
Joe's
will
a big
never
wrestling fan.
Is he really?
Yeah, Joe took me and my son to what's the one where they have all the Royal Rumble a couple of years ago or a few years ago.
Yeah. How'd
Yeah,
that go
it was
for you?
fun. It was a good time.
How long does that last? How long is it? I don't even know.
It was like 3 hours.
Oh,
but I was also
Jesus.
kind of sad because it was the day that Kobe died, so it was kind of like a real whirlwind of a day.
Were you really that sad?
I was.
What did he do to affect your life?
Oh, he's a good basketball player.
No
I enjoyed
disrespect to him.
I enjoyed
but, like,
watching him.
Did it really have you down?
A little bit. I liked
Okay.
Kobe. I like Kobe as a player.
Yeah.
I'm
he was
frustrated, but I liked him as a player.
Good. Yeah, he was
It
good.
wasn't like my grandpa died or anything like
There's
that.
a lot of
but
people that took that like way too seriously.
Yes,
That was
absolutely.
That's my only thing. Like you didn't know that man. That man didn't know you. I mean, he's just a guy.
I'm still a little sad, but then I watched Royal Rumble and I was okay.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Congratulations to you.
But it was fun. I mean, I'm not into wrestling anymore, but I'm not going to begrudge anybody for the things that they enjoy. I enjoy some weird stuff.
It does blow my mind. Like there's quite a few in this radio world that are like way.
It is crazy how
You know why? It's because those are the ones that didn't play any sports. Am
I'm
I
not-
wrong?
I'm
Am
not
I
going-
wrong?
you're-
Am I wrong?
you're probably well. Yeah, I know a couple that are into it that did play sports, but by and large, I think that you're probably pretty spot on.
Yeah.
like you're probably pretty
Look,
close.
I can. Here's the Andrew got profiled this weekend by the Indian restaurant.
Your profile?
I can profile radio host to a T. You put one of them in front of me, I can tell you exactly how they came up, what they did, what they didn't do.
Okay,
I'll
profile
get
me
it every time. Josh, I already know you.
You don't know all of me.
You played sports.
Profile. Okay, yeah.
I can talk to
More.
you.
Oh,
understand
your
you played
profile
sports.
is you played sports. Oh, nice profiling, dude. Quantico's on the phone.
But
They
I know
want to hire
I can't
you.
do that. I can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
No, I can't.
Profile. What do you think? Okay, I've told you about me kind of as an adult in high school stuff. Josh, age 10 to 16. What do you think I was?
You were rowdy a little bit.
Okay.
You probably got in like mischievous trouble. You fought with your brother quite a bit.
Okay.
You did okay in school.
Joke's on you. I was terrible in
Oh,
school.
okay. Well-
No, I was actually good in school. Well, my ADHD was undiagnosed and
There
untreated,
you
so
go.
I
That's
had
what
issues
You were
with
an
that, yeah.
ADHD kid.
I was actually really quiet in school.
Okay.
I was too afraid of people
Well,
in
that's good.
general, yeah, which is strange because I'm not afraid to talk to people now. But when I was growing up, I was afraid to talk to people and like interact and
I was
everything.
actually kind of similar.
I was full on like geeky, nerdy. People would come to the only time people would talk to me is when they wanted to know how to beat a certain thing in a video game.
I'm not going to sit here and read what King of All Twitches just said on
Oh.
the Twitch, but there is some accuracy to it.
That's not wrong.
It's not wrong. That's
It's not
another
wrong.
edition of Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't you go anywhere, though. 3 hours of fun, excitement, and who knows what else is coming to you next with the Killer Bees right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank on Branham. It's Joe George behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Everybody have a good weekend? Good
Not
weekend,
bad,
everybody?
not bad.
Everybody good?
You?
Good. It
Up and
was
down?
a good weekend. Good weekend. Good
Okay.
weekend. A little tired, but it's all right. Feeling good on a Monday. Not a great Sunday for the Houston Rockets. Rockets lose big to Minnesota. It was a game for a little bit. I mean, it was a game for a while. It was a 4-point halftime deficit. Rockets did well to get back into the game. And then in the third quarter, Minnesota showed the Rockets what it's like to be a real NBA contender. And the Rockets just quite aren't ready to be an NBA contender.
Yeah, no, not at all. I think that there's so many things to unpack here. Like, why are they so good at home and they can't play on the road? Why did they play decent defense in the first half? They didn't play decent defense or any defense at all in the second half. You look at Jalen Green and the heater that he's been on, and then Jalen Green goes back to being Jalen Green, and the body language isn't there on the missed shots, and when he doesn't get a call, and you know he's struggling from the field, so it's a different kind of Jalen Green than we saw for 5 games. And overall, it just gave me the feeling after that game that, hey, I know that Udoka's the loudest voice in the room these days over at the Toyota Center, but at some point, somebody's got to be able to step in and mediate and say, okay, I know you want to get to phase 2, but this year isn't the year to do it, and right now isn't the time because you are so far away from the top 6 to 8 in the West, no matter what. But overall, you got your backup bag for next year already. Yeah, you could do some things, but at this point, just shed veterans, try to add assets, but don't try to put the cart in front of the horse because this team ain't ready yet, and it showed it in a multitude of ways last night.
They haven't won back-to-back games since early January. So it's like, one, you're not going on the road and winning games. Like, it's tough to win at Minnesota. It's tough to win at the better teams in the league. But the Rockets have showed you in 2 different ways how they're not ready. And look, maybe they still can make the play-in game. Maybe they can still make a run in the play-in game. Now, them getting into the playoffs, and now you're probably playing in Minnesota and Oklahoma City. You're not ready for that. Now, valuable experience, but you're not making a deep run in the postseason. So it does bring into the conversation because happy trade deadline week. It is trade deadline week in the NBA, Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock Eastern. The Rockets are 5-17 in away games. So they're showing you on that front that they're not ready to be a contender in the Western Conference. And then secondly, they haven't won back-to-back games since early January, showing you they're not ready to be a contender yet on that front. But that's okay. Like, no one expected the Houston Rockets to be a contender this year. We know that it's a build. You talk about the phases, and Tillman first talked about those phases. It's year 1 of Ime Udoka. You look at the young nucleus and still very, very young. Jalen Green, I don't think it's fair to say that Jalen Green turned into Jalen Green. Like, what does that mean? Because he stunk? That's the Jalen Green that we're going to identify Jalen Green about? But still, Jalen Green, 3rd year in the NBA. Jabari Smith, 2nd year in the NBA. Alpi Şengün, 3rd year in the NBA. Amin Thompson, who I think is getting better and better and better. I really like the development I'm seeing in Amin Thompson. He's starting to look like a real NBA basketball player. Cam Whitmore, a rookie. Like, the nucleus of this team is still super young. You're not supposed to be a contender in 2023, 2024 NBA season. And that's okay. No one's expecting you to be, but that's why everybody tells you, that's why we tell you, don't try to make this move to jump into phase 2. The Rockets are themselves telling you they're not ready for that. 5-17 in away games. Not playing well on the road, especially against contenders. Not winning back-to-back games since early January. Everything tells you that they're not ready for that.
Well, and the other thing you look at, Jeremy, is when people are like clamoring for make a big deal. And a lot of people still last week, even with what Jalen was doing, was saying throw him in a package to get Bridges from the Nets. Like, what does Bridges do for you that makes you that much? I mean, he's a good player, right? But at the same time, if you're going to make a move to trade the former number 2 or 3 overall pick in the draft and other resources, then you need a superstar. You need to revert back to when the Rockets made the Harden deal, thinking that Harden was ready to take off. I don't put Bridges in that same category, and I would not pull the plug on the young nucleus that you have right now. You and I have talked about they can go 6-7 deep with young players. That is the nucleus of this team for the foreseeable future, and I wouldn't do anything right now to blow that up. I would actually do more, as we've talked about, in trying to get them more minutes And so you can get more evaluation and more time to teach them while they continue to grow, because they didn't have any of that for the time that Silas was coaching.
No, they didn't. That's why. And if you read like some of the reports that have come out after those rumors with Bridges, it's that the Rockets had they had conversations of, is he available? They didn't really give a package, and that Jalen Green didn't come up in those conversations. So I think a lot of people took that and ran with it and made some truths that weren't really true out of that whole rumor. And then you had a story today from Yahoo. I can't remember who wrote it. But he was talking about how the only way the Rockets would even entertain trading Jalen Green would be for a superstar caliber player, an all-star caliber player. And there's not any of those guys available on the market. So unless some team makes those guys available or a guy available on that market, I don't think it's something that's feasible for the Rockets to do. Now, if that were to happen, and it's probably more off-season talk than trade deadline talk, okay, it's a different conversation if it's for a star than if it's for a Mikal Bridges type. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to your point. So that's something that I would entertain more. If it's for a star, insert the star's name, like this article mentioned Donovan Mitchell, like that could be a conversation. Zion Williamson, that could be a conversation. I've been pro Zion Williamson as recently as the offseason. People think I'm nuts there because he's always hurt and overweight, stuff like that. But that dude's a game changer when he's available. Now he's not always available, and I've always wanted to get him on a bargain. So I don't think that the Rockets are doing that. Everything we hear are rumors and these innuendos. But whenever you look at the actual action that the Rockets have taken, well, they traded for a backup center who's hurt. So that doesn't show you that they're in win-now mode. Now, could it change between now and Thursday? Yeah, it could, depending on their actions and what they do. I just don't see it happening, and I think they are realistic with where they are as a roster, which is young.
You've also heard that Udoka was trying to get, was interested in getting his old players back, Robert Williams and Brogdon and guys like that. Look, I think that if you're a team that's ready to make a push and needs to take it kind of a step further with quality players in your rotation, you consider those moves. You got your backup center, as you mentioned, for next year already in Steven Adams by making the deal you made with OKC. And aside from Oladipo and some twos, which rarely turn out for you these days, that was the move you needed to make, and now you're done with the big man talk. Robert Williams is a guy I thought would have been the perfect fit until you got Adams. Now you don't need Robert Williams anymore. And Brogdon, to me, would be a guy that basically takes away minutes from the young players and is similar to Dylan Brooks in a lot of ways because he's a defender and he's a veteran that is going to, try. He can make some shots. But to me, he's not a guy that's a big game changer. And for this team, I don't need to see a game changer this season. And the big thing to me, as we've always talked about, is middle of the road is mediocrity. And mediocrity ain't going to get you anywhere if you're teetering on getting in, getting out. You either got to be really bad or really good. And in the meantime, you stockpiled all this youth and talent. You have the ability to get another young player or two this offseason, and you're in a really good position for the future. Don't mortgage that right now, especially when who you're trying to get in return doesn't seem like anybody that's going to make you substantially better than you already are right now.
Yeah, that guy's not available on the market. And there's other thoughts that the Rockets still might try to better themselves this year with a couple of moves. I would imagine that those moves would be minor, whether it's like an actual backup center that's maybe on an expiring deal, which was supposed to be Jock Landale, but Jock Landale has been unplayable. I thought it was funny seeing all the reports prior to the game yesterday that he's questionable with a wrist injury. He never plays anyways. No. What do you mean? He's might be questionable for a wrist injury, but he's doubtful for a coach's decision because Ime Udoka doesn't want to play Jock Landale because he's a bum. He's a bum. I had high expectations for him as a backup big at minimum, and he's been a bum for the Houston Rockets. Now, credit to Rafael Stone for structuring that contract to where you can get out of it after a year. I thought that was pretty wise. Give yourself some insurance there.
He could give you athletic big minutes.
Should have
at a certain point. Yeah, and
I
don't know
Phoenix.
If he and Stone, he and Udoka, Stone and Udoka weren't on the same page, or there was lost in translation when Udoka was coming in. But to me, you could have used that money elsewhere if that's the kind of minutes he's not going to get, because of the fact that we see when Alpi gets in foul trouble or when they want to sit Alpi down, they are extremely small and they don't have anybody that can really kind of get that low post defense and get some rebounds when you need them.
Honestly, though, I'm happy they ended up with Jock Landale and not the Lopez brother, because the Lopez brother has not been very good. That would have been a bad move. Extremely high contract.
Right.
That's the price of doing business in free agency. It's kind of why I like the Steven Adams trade. Go back and look at this offseason and look at all the post players and what they signed for. How many of them are worth the contract?
Plus, what did Landale's making, 8?
I think it's 8 or 9.
But if Adams next year's on the books for 12.5, and he's a veteran, and he's tough as hell.
Yeah.
And he's going to give you some minutes that where he's a really good low post defender. He's going to give you some hard fouls. He's going to clean the glass. That's exactly what you need behind Alpine.
Good pick guy too. Don't
big
undersell
time.
that. Those coaches love those guys who can set some screens, which I mean is rightfully so. That's very important for an offense, and he is a mountain of a man.
Nobody's fighting Big Steve either.
No,
he's an
he's a tough
enforcer.
guy.
Yeah.
He's like he's gonna be like basically all the good things of Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
Without all the bad things of Dylan Brooks. Yeah, I'd rather pay a backup center $12 million that's going to play 15 to 20 minutes a game and do the things that you said versus pay $8-9 million to a guy who's never going to play. Might be questionable with a wrist injury, but he is probable to not play, or doubtful. He's doubtful not to play because of what Ime Udoka doesn't want to do with him. The Celtics fan saying, as a Celtics fan, send me a package for Jaylen Brown. What does that package look like there, man? 3376.
Jaylen Brown's making $60 million a year.
Is it that high?
Yeah, he just
That's
got his
insane.
extension.
They're making $60 million these days?
Yeah.
I should have been a basketball
That's
player.
ridiculous.
I should have been a basketball player, not a radio host. Those
Should have
guys are
been a
making
baller.
those guys are making $60 million a year, and I'm making $6,000 a year doing this.
Yeah, you just
I should have been a
decided-
basketball
Yeah,
player.
you just decided to be a radio host.
Yeah, I chose this over a career in the NBA.
It's true.
I did. The Rockets want to be like the Texans, says 3376. Major movement on the first year. The Texans didn't go out and make splashes, though. Like, the Texans didn't go out and make splashes in free agency. They signed, like, a shrewd pickup here and there, but they didn't go out and make a splash in free agency. Their splash of the offseason were their rookies. And the Rockets have rookies, and the Rockets' rookies are doing all right with Cam Whitmore, with Amin Thompson, and then all the young players as well.
So Jaylen Brown's is on the books this year for just a skosh under $25 million, and then it balloons to $304 million supermax extension over 5 years.
That's up to 60?
Yeah.
That's so stupid. Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. He's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. He's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Busy, fun show planned for you. Mailbag Monday. We do that each and every Monday. Car wreck of the day, as usual. Lance Zierlein had his first ever mock draft. How are we ridiculing Lance Zierlein's first ever mock draft? We got a giveaway later in the show, too, so make sure that you're here with us throughout. I did a case study on the Houston Texans pending free agents. I wanted to see who the pending free agents are for the Texans that the fans want back at a fair contract that was projected by, Spotrac or whatever. But then I want to use that and then figure out how much real cap space the Houston Texans have. Because all these fans, they want everybody, right? They want to re-sign their own. They want to re-sign Mike Evans. They want to sign the best corner. They want to sign the best defensive tackle. How are you going to do all that? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A company, though, that's really good at saving you some money, HR&P. HR&P saves thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands for their clients each and every year. If you're thinking about making the switch, you're looking for a way to save some money for your business, HR&P is the way. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. Used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect you and your business. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. And they'll clean up all that other stuff, too. HR&P will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P will create a plan for what you and your business needs, and oftentimes saving you thousands of dollars in the process as well. Also, their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll always be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Always a quick response, very easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you and save you some money. 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
All teams covered. No stalking points necessary. You're back with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Blank, I'm Brandon. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Giveaway a little bit later. Also, this Sunday, the big game. Can't say the other thing to describe the big game on Sunday, or we get sued, and I just told you I make $6,000 a year. This Sunday's the big game, and you're invited to watch it at Warehouse Live Midtown. Doors open at 2 p.m. with live music starting at 3. Free admission. All you have to do is go to warehouselivemidtown.com, warehouselivemidtown.com. Click on tickets, and then look for the big game party. Yes, the big game party to get your free tickets. Come enjoy the game with us and, of course, celebrate. It's Granado's birthday. It's not the big game. It's the big birthday. And then there's just like this other game that's going on in the background. But warehouselivemidtown.com. Watch the big game with us. You guys going? You guys going to celebrate Granado's birthday and then watch whatever measly little football games going on in the background?
TBD right
Peripheral? TBD?
Yeah.
No.
TB no
Yeah,
for you?
yeah,
I'll be
TB no.
traveling that day.
I'm still
Returning back from
babysitter
Cincinnati.
searching. So
Are you off? How much are you offer? If it's more than $6,000, I might be interested.
I don't know if you want
I
that.
might be interested if it's more than $6,000.
Joe, you dropping $6,000 on a babysitter, you're making better money than most.
Yeah, I don't have $6,000 for a babysitter. The
I don't
first
know,
time I
though.
wrote,
Like, what's the going rate for babysitters these days?
it depends on how well
Is it
you
more
know
than 20 an hour?
I have no idea. We have, thank goodness, we have my parents and we
built-ins.
have my wife's parents. Yeah,
we
have
don't.
Yeah.
That sucks.
We just take them out to dinner every now and then.
Fantastic.
Same deal.
That's a fantastic. You guys both don't know how lucky you are.
Yeah, see, my parents never had to pay a lot because my dad was a high school teacher, so he would just I was just around as a kid, and then high school girls would just be like, hey, if you ever need a babysitter, they would volunteer. And you don't have to pay high school kids as much.
This makes me a little uncomfortable here.
Why?
What?
Like, how much? So you
The high school girl
'Cause
party.
a
So
high school
your
girl would babysit
father,
me?
who was a high school teacher,
Yeah.
was having high school girls coming to his place to watch his kid.
Well, they weren't there. Well, my parents weren't there.
Were they trying to get better grades?
Still his
or
house.
So?
Was there a little side dealing going on?
No,
Watch
side dealing.
Did the administrators know about this?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes, because it was common practice at our high school.
Okay, between your father doing this and your mother doing that other thing.
Yeah. Don't do that one
I'm
again.
surprised you turned out all right. All right, so I did an exercise, 713-780-3776. I did an exercise a little bit earlier on the Twitter, the twitter.com. It will never be X to me. But I see all these fans bring back John Gernard. What's wrong?
Oh no, I was thinking of a story on babysitting before you got to that.
You don't want to talk about that, do you?
I as a child, I made a babysitter leave
Really?
and never come back.
What'd you do?
So the house next to us, right next door to us, the garage butted up to the fence on the side of our house. And I didn't like her because she basically was trying to be really strict. So I said, I'm running away. And she basically scoffed at it and said, yeah, right. And I went up on the fence, up on the garage, and sat up there and watched her freak out for over an hour that I literally ran away. And when my parents came home, she was going to be in trouble.
Oh, sheesh.
And she called the cops.
Whoa. How old were you?
I think 8.
She called the cops.
Yeah, because she freaked out because she was trying to call my parents and she called the cops. And then I just kind of casually came down before the cops got there and was like, what's all the fuss?
You were trouble as a kid.
Yeah, a little
huh?
bit.
Yeah, some
Could
things
be.
just don't change.
Yeah,
huh?
you know.
Anyways, did the exercise because these fans want to sign everybody for the Texans. You know, they want to bring back Gernard, they want to bring back Schultz, they want to bring back Steven Ellis. I've seen some people have anybody who even thinks about the idea of not paying John Gernard $20 million is scoffed at. Well, how are you getting that replacement back? Well, $20 million is a lot of money, my guy. But I went off Spotrac projections, which a lot of these the John Gernard projection's stupid. I'm just going to flat out say it is stupid. But I wanted to be consistent with where I was getting these numbers, so I just went with it. So there's the 5 pending free agents that I would call the big 5. You still have Perryman, you still have Cashman, you still have Kaimi Fairbairn, Cam Johnson, all that stuff. But I went with the big 5. Sheldon Rankins, Devin Singletary, Steven Nelson, Dalton Schultz, John Gernard. And I just wanted to ask, the people that saw this poll on the Twitter, would you re-sign him at this figure, yes or no? John Gernard's Spotrac projection is silly. 4 years, 53.8. It's an average annual salary of $13.5 million. That's not realistic. But because in the interest of accuracy here, or not accuracy, the interest of being consistent, I went with it, whatever. 79% said yes. I was surprised to see 21% said no.
Yeah, if you get him at that rate, it's basically a no-brainer.
And I'm probably more on the side of don't bring Gernard back on what I expect the salary to be. But if you're getting him at $13.5 million a year, you're right. It's a no-brainer. But the fans said yes on John Gernard, so there's $13.5 million. The closest vote was Dalton Schultz, 3-year, $34 million. It works out to an average annual of $11.3 million. You bringing him back on that deal? 3 years, 34?
I think he was underwhelming for what I was expecting. He had dropped some passes that I thought were pretty important throughout the year. Yeah, I know that he was a big brother for CJ. Yeah, I know that he still made some good catches. But overall, as we've discussed, I think that the market's going to be pretty friendly, both draft class-wise, but also free agency-wise. You can replace the Dalton Schultz and not have to spend over $10 million a year.
I think he's solid, but I would hesitate to go over $10 million with him. Joe, you like Schultz at 11.3?
No shot.
So we're all no on that. But, again, this is a fan exercise. The fan said yes. 51% to 49%. Like I said, it was very, very close. So they're bringing Schultz back. Steven Nelson, 3 years, 30.7, 10.2 annual salary. Yes or no?
Seems a bit high for me. I still believe that you can get someone probably younger and about the same talent level or better. I think below 10 or around there. I would say no on Stevie Nelson because he's getting a little older, and the fact that there was the dust up that he had last year until he got his deal reworked.
That's a long no there.
No.
Joe?
No.
We do radio. I'm not supposed to give you one-word answers.
We do radio, but we got 5 of these. We got 4 minutes left of the segment. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing because we go long all the time. I'm at no, too. I think the place that you replace Steven Nelson, I'm starting to lean that it's the draft.
Maybe.
I think it's the draft where you replace Steven Nelson.
And the draft is pretty deep in corners.
I don't hate the 10.2. I don't like the 3-year. I don't like the 3-year. But 72% said no, 28% said yes. So out on Steven Nelson. Singletary, 3 years, $16 million, 5.3. So he gets extension. He gets 3 more years than the original deal you gave him, and he also gets a bump of nearly $2 million.
I don't mind the salary on the AAV. I hate the fact that it's 3 years as well. That one to me, I think at that point, I don't believe that he's going to be nearly as valuable as he is coming off this season. I would love to get him at 2 and 8.
Yeah.
But if I have to go 3 and 16, I think that it's as we've talked about with running backs, you can replace a guy like that.
A lot of these are probably structured in the sense of that final year is probably very,
Voidable.
very much non-guaranteed. So I don't mind this for Singletary. This is also where you're not pricing yourself out of maybe a starting running back figure, which I'm starting to like Joe's idea of Derrick Henry. Joe, where are you at with Singletary? 5.3 AAV.
It's too much. He's
too
not that
much. Oh, okay. The fans disagree. They go yes. They're with Blankers and I. 56%, 44%. And the final one, Sheldon Rankins, 3 year, 29.9, basically 10 mil average per year.
I wanted him back. I want him back. The D'Amico comments at the end of the year worry me that he doesn't want him back. But I thought from where they were to where they got to with the defensive front, I thought he was very much worth it.
It's so weird to me how they said they don't want they want improvement there.
The upgrade.
Because I thought the defensive line was maybe the strongest unit on this team outside of quarterback.
I think at getting to the quarterback, yes. At run defense, no.
I mean, they're pretty good at
At
run
times,
defense, except for like 3 games.
I would say it felt like consistently they weren't good enough. I mean, I'm a yes on this deal for Rankins.
They were really good
Besides
against the
Baltimore,
run,
who
except
gashed them?
Indy twice.
Indy gashed them. The first time they shut down Derrick Henry and all of Tennessee's running game that we were supposed to.
Outside of those 3 games, they were pretty dang good against the run.
Yeah.
I do feel like Atlanta, like the numbers weren't big. I feel like Algier had his way with you a little bit in that game, and that's part of the reason why you lost. Like they weren't giving up like gashing numbers.
Yeah.
I'm not too surprised to hear D'Amico say he wants to improve, but I don't know if Rankins is the.
Where do you improve it?
I mean,
who's the odd man out? Because if you're going your bookends or Anderson and Grenard, and in the middle you got Rankins and Collins, where are you getting better?
I wonder could it be Grenard?
Could be.
Like, do they feel like Grenard's not good in the run game?
I
don't
disagree.
think D'Amico would say that with him in mind.
I don't either. And I think Grenard was good against the run game, and he was obviously good at getting to the quarterback.
Yeah, and like that's where like I don't really get D'Amico's comments either because I don't think it was like this elite run defense, but it's hard to say like you want to let 2 of your 4 defensive linemen walk and you're somehow improving your defensive line.
And you know what? I think the only knock you could say was that Rankins and Collins were dinged up throughout the year. But other than that, I just think that they were such a huge improvement. I wouldn't be crapping on either guy or their interior line.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. So where were you? You were yes on 10.
Yeah,
I'm
a yes.
I'm an out on that actually. I think the $10 million's a little high. I think the $10 million is too
draft
high
one?
for Rankins. It depends on what the market is. It depends on what's in the free
that
agency.
Fringy, low first, high second. There's some guys.
And it also depends who's the Ravens. I'm blanking on the name. The dude who just the guy from Texas, Odabuke, something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
who's a free?
Yeah. Like if he enters the market, like it's Matabuke. If he enters the market, you get him for like I don't know what he's gonna go for, probably close to $20 million, which is kind of high, especially after this practice. That's a huge upgrade. That's a huge upgrade because that's a guy that can stuff the run. That's a guy that can deliver some interior pressure, which is tough to do for a defensive tackle. Anyways, the fans voted no on this. 56% said no. 44% said Sheldon Rankins. So they said yes to Grenard at 13.5, which is way too low.
Yeah.
We've established that. They've said, but we'll work with that number just to kind of get perspective on this. They said yes to Dalton Schultz at 11.3, and they said yes to Singletary at 5.3. What else you have to account for, because there's other stuff you have to account for, and then what does that mean as the Texans enter free agency? 713-780-3776. Also, what do you think about some of those numbers? You in, you out? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back, Houston. It's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank on Branham, 713-780-ESPN. So the fans want Grenard at 13.5, which is way too low. Understand that, but going with Spotrack's projections here in the sake of consistency. Dalton Schultz, 11.3, Singletary, 5.3. You have to add in the rookie class projection, which I asked Texans Cap on the Twitter today, $3.3 million. So just shave that off right off the top as well. The Texans currently do not have a kicker. They currently do not have a punter. The median average annual for a kicker in the NFL this year was 3. The median average annual for a punter this year was 2. The Texans overspent. I don't want to call it an overspend. They spent higher on their specialist than the league median because Ka'imi Fairbairn was like top 7-ish and Cameron Johnson was like in the top 10. So they went over the average in the NFL for a kicker and a punter. Let's just assume the average here, $3 million for a kicker, $2 million for a punter, which I think it's likely they could bring back Ka'imi. I think it's likely they could bring back Cam Johnson as well, so they might even go over. So we're being super conservative with the Grenard contract, We're being conservative with their kicker spending, and we're being conservative with their punter spending. So right now they have $57.4 to spend. The shave off the rookie class, shave off the kicker, shave off the punter, shave off the 3 guys, Grenard at a very low projection, and that brings the cap space down to $19 million. So this whole idea, $72 million, the Texans are going to be making splash after splash, star on offense, star on defense, here we go, yay. And again, remember, this is an extremely affordable John Grenard contract we're giving you. Affordable kicker, affordable punter, and maybe there's some savings, like we shaved off $5 million off Robert Woods. We shaved off $4 million on Jimmy Ward. Maybe you can shave off 2 or 3 other million for some of the fringe players as well. So that gives you up to 12. Let's throw that in there. That gets you to $36 million. So like this whole idea that you're going to be able to spend all this money on the top of the free agent class at every single position is a myth. It's a myth.
It is, and you read all these different articles now. The Texans need to go big game hunting. They need to go get those big fish out in free agency, and it's just not realistic. And when you and I did the exercise about some of the fringe guys that you can get out from underneath, I think we were at 8 and 9 between the two of us. We would get rid of at least minimum both of us would get rid of is 8 guys. But even with that, what was the savings? Like an extra 10 mil?
It was around 10. It was around 10, depending on who you got rid of, because we disagreed on a few. I think you were a little bit more aggressive. Actually, you weren't.
You wanted to keep Case.
There was one player different. I think we had one player different.
I think it was Case.
I think it was Davis.
Oh, was it?
I think you kept Case.
At a lower rate.
Well, no, it was pretty affordable. It was like 2.5.
Okay.
Like it wasn't a whole lot of cap savings.
But yeah, we had one that we differed on.
I think I was at 11 and you were like at 13.5.
Yeah, and even still, when you think about that, it's not enough to give you a Mike Evans or some of these big fish that you want them to go chase.
And if you do, you're done.
Yeah, you're done, and there's still plenty of holes to fill, and you can't just use the draft for both sides of the ball. And if Cashman walks, you're going to need someone there, whether you draft them or not. You're going to be looking at someone on the defensive side. We already know D'Amico said he wants to upgrade the defensive line and he wants to upgrade the running game. In order to do both, you're going to need some cash. So the big fish is not going to be something that you're going to land. And if it's a running back in free agency, it better be closer to 11 or 12. And even still, it's going to be challenging.
So, like, let's just go with the contracts we have, not the cap savings. You have $19 million. You still probably want a running back, even though you brought back Singletary. You still want a wide receiver 3. Now, some of these maybe you're getting in the draft, and we accounted for that. You're still looking for a tight end. You might be looking for an interior offensive lineman, although I think if you're looking for an interior offensive line upgrade, you're probably doing that in the draft. You brought back Grenard, so you're good at defensive end, but you need a defensive tackle because we didn't bring back Sheldon Rankins in this. You still need a second linebacker. We like Christian Harris. He's fine. You might need 2 linebackers if you want to play a 4-3, which the Texans didn't do a whole lot of in the second half of the year because their other 2 linebackers weren't very good. But you get rid of Perryman, you get rid of Cashman here. Maybe you bring back Cashman, but you're still now you're taking even more money away from that cap savings that you have. We didn't bring back Nelson, so you have to find a corner. The Texans currently don't have a nickel back on this football team, and if we're assuming we're not making any salary cuts, then we still have Jimmy Ward as our starting free safety. So we're at $19 million, and we still have some super important needs. Now, again, maybe you get this in the draft. You have, let's just call it 5 to 6 needs. Maybe in the first 2 rounds you can take away from those needs, and now you're looking at 4. You have 19, 20 million on 4 pretty important needs on this team. You're not big game hunting, man. You're just not going to. Even if, like I just mentioned, Matabuke or whatever his name is in Baltimore. Say it with conviction. That's out of your price range.
Yep.
That's out of your price range. Mike Evans, out of your price range. T. Higgins, out of your price range. Maybe you can find an affordable running back. Maybe Derrick Henry. Maybe that's why Derrick Henry's more in play at 4 or 5 million as opposed to Saquon Barkley 10, 11, 12 million.
Yeah, and, I saw an interview with Saquon this morning where he said, his intention is to spend his whole career with the Giants, and he'd love to spend his whole career with the Giants. Well, good luck to you, and the fact that if that combination, whether you want to stay there or not, I don't know that many of the teams are going to be flirting with the 12 or 13 range. But if they are, the Texans are probably that's too much. It's priced the Texans out because of the fact that they showed you a year ago with a second-year running back and with Singletary and a couple of just kind of free agents that were out there that you made it work and you weren't putrid and you were actually pretty decent with Singletary. That you have to kind of set your expectations at a certain level and realize that they don't have all the cash in the world that they can just throw around. And they've got a lot of challenges because of the fact that people love to say, hey, throw this money here and throw this money there. And they're forgetting the fact that they have to make decisions on their own. And you can only draft so many players that can help you when you're trying to fortify some of the holes that you highlighted.
Well, and with the draft being after, it's like and you're picking so late. It's not like last year. Like you knew going into the draft, you're taking a quarterback. And in free agency, you could kind of pick and choose what you wanted to do and be fine. But now with the NFL, it's just they're in a tough spot with how they're going to figure out these contracts and what they add. The biggest thing they need though, because we've seen teams like the Saints, historically be $30-40 million over the cap, but then they find a way. Nick Caserio, he better have a good relationship with Tunsil, Shaq Mason, and Titus Howard's agents. And they need to do some major restructuring of those contracts and turn those salaries into signing bonuses. They can give themselves some more money.
How much does that give you though? Like one salary restructure. What does that look like? Is it? We're not talking $7 million. We're talking 1.5.
I mean,
that's not that significant.
I mean, the Browns did it with Myles Garrett and Deshaun Watson last year. They had both those guys. Their salary was $1 million. Because they restructured so much of it.
I thought Deshaun's was more of when they gave him the extension when he got traded for, though.
With contracts that big, I was thinking,
Yeah.
am I unrealistic in thinking that was about 3 or 4 per guy that you could possibly shave?
Yeah,
I'm curious. Yeah, I don't know.
I
don't know.
I think there's running back is the hardest position because there's these big names, but there are guys that are available that you can bring in and you can have success with. Like why not take a flyer on Antonio Gibson? He's not going to cost much. We saw what Zach Moss did against the Texans.
That's why.
You think Antonio Gibson just sucks?
Yeah, the Myles Garrett restructure saved him $13 million.
Exactly.
Ooh, that's insane.
So you can restructure some of these deals and get some more cap space, and you can find guys in the running back market. I think that you can bring in 2 of them and find one that works really well.
I think you're looking at value free agents here. I think you're looking at now. I don't like Antonio Gibson per se, but I like where your mind's at.
Zach Moss.
I like Zach Moss a lot.
Zach Moss, I think, would be a pretty good fit here, too.
That's why I don't hate the idea of Derrick Henry, because I think you're getting, he is definitely a player that is on the back 9 of his career, but I still think he has juice left, and I think you can get the juice he has left on a less than average rookie, a running back, not rookie, less than average running back contract for what his worth. I think his ROI for the contract he'll sign is very, very good. Some name that I saw, I think it's Cody Johnson, Football Lone Star Texas, whatever, a name that I like before he even posted about it, and then when he posted about it, went through the scheme fit and stuff like that. I was like, okay, I like it even more. Curtis Samuel, I think you named the wrong commie, because I think Curtis Samuel's a really good fit here as a third receiver next to Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Somebody who can play slot, because look, we all thought that Tank was going to be a slot guy. He really wasn't. He played outside way more than he played inside.
And an upgrade from Noah Brown.
A huge upgrade.
Yeah.
I don't want to say huge, but he is an upgrade. I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I also
I
think
there's
he's a
something
more
there with him
affordable
still.
deal. What's that?
I think there's still something there with Curtis Samuel.
I do too.
He's been in a bad spot,
What's
but
the
he
best
has
quarterback
flashes.
he's played with?
Sam
True.
Howell,
There you go.
Jacoby Brissett.
There you go. Give
I-
him, let him play with C.J. Stroud and see what he looks like.
Yeah, to me, I think there's one. You're gonna get one big lottery ticket. I think it's how the Texans offseason is gonna go.
I don't think so.
I think it's too
don't think
big.
it's gonna be one lotto
I don't
ticket.
think they can do that.
You don't think but I mean including Grenard and those guys.
No.
I think there's one ticket.
I think
guy.
they're going to spread it around, and I think it's the right thing to do.
I think so,
because
too,
I
but-
believe in football that you need I believe that you have to have really good depth. I think that you have to have a really good 2 deep. Look how many guys get hurt and then your season's tanked.
Right.
So I think you have to have a really good 2 deep. I think your stars need to be the players that you home grow, and you're doing that with Stroud. You're doing that with Anderson. You're doing that with Stingley. You're doing that with Tank. You're doing that with Nico. You're doing it with Harris. So I'm a fan of that. And then you use free agency to supplement the holes that you have. You don't use free agency to bring in this huge free agent target that's going to use a huge piece of your cap. No, you supplement your roster with the free agency.
But how do you replace Grenard then? And or Rankins?
I think I think Grenard, we're just saying through the draft and all of this, right? I think that you have to draft defensive end, corner, maybe interior defensive line with that first round pick.
Okay, because I can see them spending. To me, I can't see them going on a 20-plus guy, but I could see them spending 10-plus on one or two guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the Texans were pretty good with their rotational pieces. Like defensive tackle, Davis and Heinisch were pretty good.
Yeah.
Your defensive ends, whenever you brought in Barnett from waivers, like pretty good. And is that scheme? Is that Caserio finding gems? I would say it's more scheme. So it's going to be fascinating, but you had $19 million, and I think we were being conservative. Now, we didn't account for the restructures. That's going to be Nick Caserio's job. We didn't account for the salary cap casualties. Maybe you can get it to $35 million. But even at $30 to $35 million, how are you spreading the wealth whenever you're still going to have positions to spend?
And don't you just thinking about this because of the way the league does this, don't you think it's better business to do what the NBA does and have free agency after the draft so that you go and get as many as you can to fill the holes that you have or upgrade, and then realize, okay, what I couldn't get in the draft, now I go crazy in free agency in working my magic to try and find veterans that can fill it. I hate free agency before the draft.
I do too. It's always been that way, though.
I agree with Joel. Like, if there's a pass rusher that you love at 23, like, what if you just spent $20 million on Grenard? You're going to pass on that guy.
You're not taking the pass rusher.
But if it's the best player on the board, like, I agree. I like draft before free agency.
I do too.
It's not how they do it.
It's not how they do
but
it.
It should be.
9243, the best ability is availability. Can't pay JG too much money if he isn't consistently healthy.
We've talked about that.
I disagree a little bit. I don't think the best ability is availability. I'm always available. I'm not in the NFL. I'm always available. It's not the best ability. It's part of the grade, as Charlie Palillo used to say.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
But it's not the best ability.
Pierce was available all year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How'd that work out?
It's not the best.
And he was your
ability.
leading rusher a year ago.
Like, it's a cute little rhyme and stuff, but it's not the best ability. The best ability is ability. Availability
I get
matters.
it. You don't want a guy that's injury prone.
Yes, it's part of the grade. The way Palillo said it was the best way. It's part of the grade. Jordan, Texans were a top 10 run defense this season. D-line was definitely a strong suit. He didn't like what you had to say there, Joe. 5961. What about the Texans-Ravens playoff game? Showed everyone that we have is enough to compete at the best level? ? Outside of Anderson and Grenard, everyone is expendable. I think he's talking specifically defense because I wouldn't put C.J. Stroud in that mix. Tyler and Conroe got to be out on Nelson.
But on that last one, why would Stingley be in that conversation?
He should be. Yeah, he should be.
Yeah, you're not moving on from him.
He probably forgot. Got to be out on Nelson. When Stingley came back, he was targeted more, Nelson was, and didn't rise to the challenge IMO. You can draft a rookie with a better ceiling and save some money. You can. Like, there's some interesting corners there at 23.
They're going to get picked on early. Just be aware of it.
But do you rather pick on a talented corner that's a little green or an under-talented corner who's older?
And's got a lot of attitude.
Yeah. Wasn't Grenard a ball-out contract rarity this year? Isn't he usually hurt, or am I thinking of someone else? Nope. You're thinking of the right John Grenard. You're thinking
pretty
of the right
much
John
every
Grenard.
other year. Odd or even, whichever one it is, be careful.
It's crazy to me how many people are on the Texans beat that are like, yeah, you should sign John Grenard at $20 million. Like, it's like, and I understand wanting to do it. Like, I can understand signing John Grenard $20 million. I totally understand it. But acting like it's a slam dunk is where I'm like, come on, guys. Like, it's one thing to say yes. It's one thing to say, yeah, it's a no-brainer, you idiot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, completely. Yeah,
Like,
you can have open dialogue and a discussion and consider your options. But yeah, it's not a no-brainer to bring him back for a lot of reasons that we've highlighted. What's his name from Minnesota that's free? The pass rusher?
Danelle Hunter.
Hunter.
I always struggle with his first name. It's like Danelle. It's not Daniel. And it's not
Danielle?
Danielle.
It's Danielle.
There you go.
It's
Danielle Hunter.
What is the projections? He's going to get 20?
Well, I mean, Spotrack's projections
Who would you?
suck.
Yeah, they do. Who
But
would
let
you
me look
rather
at
have,
that.
Hunter or Grenard?
Hunter.
I'm with you, but then what's the price difference?
See, I don't know. I don't think this Grenard thing could be
Because I think Hunter
off.
wants out of Minnesota.
You think that you think he's gonna be closer to 13 or 20?
I think it depends on what Chase Young is really screwing with this a little bit, because I thought Chase Young was still going to get a big deal, but like the way he's playing in San Francisco, I'm not sure. There's so many big name guys this offseason. How many $20 million players can there really be?
Well, Danielle Hunter's
in the
one
NFL?
because he's projected on Spotrack at $20 million.
He's $20 million. Chris Jones is
Which means
$20
he's
million.
probably getting
T.
more.
Higgins is $20 million. Mike Evans is $20 million. Like, how many teams?
Well,
How
I
many
think you have
$20
to look
million
at it.
players?
I think you have to look at it by position.
But there's only so many $20 million guys in one free agency class.
It's probably Danielle Hunter and probably Josh Allen
Yeah.
and maybe Leonard Williams.
That's a good-
Leonard Williams is really
And I
good,
think
yeah.
Chris Jones is still in there. Like, how many pass rushers are going to
Chris
over 20
Jones is gonna
million
get 20.
in one offseason?
They have Leonard Williams listed at 16.7, which again, this is probably conservative. We saw Grenard's is incredibly conservative. Brian Burns isn't a free agent. This is Brian Burns is a free agent.
From Carolina, he is.
How's he's
Yeah, they were talking
21-7.
about it when the Texans played him.
Yeah.
21-7. So there's 3 or 4 defensive ends that are defensive linemen that are probably going to get 20 million. There's probably 5.
It's like, so that's why it's almost like the running back market. Like, if all those guys are getting 20, like Grenard is just not that guy.
Yeah,
He's
but somebody's
not.
still going to pay him. Like, for the people that miss out on this top tier, somebody's going to get Grenard, I think 17 minimum.
Yeah, I guess you could see like the Panthers go like 20 million, 17 for Grenard. But like I don't know.
I don't think they let Burns leave. I think they probably either lock him up or at least franchise tag him. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Get your thoughts on this. Who are you overpaying? Who are you underpaying? Who is being overpaid? Who's being underpaid? Also, who are our way too early breakout candidates for 2024? And we want your flag football hot takes. Not a real game. Did you watch the flag
Some of
football?
it.
I didn't watch a single second of it. But we want your flag football hot takes. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know the big game's coming up this weekend, and if you're having people over to the house and you want to make sure that they leave happy no matter how the game goes, if it goes their way or not, get you some Daisy Dips. Daisy Dips are the best absolute dips in the business, and they are perfect for so many things you may be serving. Everybody serves chips. They're going to make your chips better. They got both ranch and French onion, and you don't have to make them in the kitchen. You just go to your local grocery store and go to the dairy aisle. Grab you a couple of tubs of Daisy Dips. They make the wings and the pizza better, the chips and the veggie dips better. It's going to make everything taste better, and no matter how the game goes, the company is going to be pleased with the way that they got treated and the food they got at your place. Go to your grocery store today. It's really simple, it's really painless, and it takes little time at all. Go get some Daisy Dips, and you'll be glad you did.
Most bees make honey. These killer bees make great sports insights, but they also make honey. Don't ask about the process. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Joel and Jeremy.
He's Blank on Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-3776. Do you have any flag football hot takes?
Well, I saw CJ make one hell of a throw to Jamar Chase.
Yeah, that was a good throw. I saw that on Twitter.
I really was happy that I caught the final 2.5, 3 minutes of the game, but then had a lot of questions going through the final 2 minutes of the game because it was like a 5-point game. There was a turnover. I got to see CJ quarterback. They went down the field all the way inside the red zone. However, there were 2 plays where they scored and no one grabbed the flag, and they stopped play and for some odd reason said the ball was down, and I don't know how that can be. And then CJ on the final play only looked to his right, and Chase ended up getting open on the left, and he tried to throw a ball to Keenan Allen that he got a hand on but couldn't catch. But at least it was entertaining at the end.
That doesn't sound entertaining.
Oh, it was. There was some excitement to it at the end, and it was like, there were guys who were really competing. You could tell. But, there were people. I saw people nitpicking it going, Peyton Manning didn't have his guys prepared. And that
I heard Ray Lewis had his mic cut off.
Yeah, I guess he said something. I didn't catch.
I think he
what
was talking
said.
about that Kansas City Chief linebacker, and you just can't say that if you don't say his first name, Willie.
Oh, really?
I think he called somebody.
Yeah, I didn't. I know
Or
he said
called
something.
a
I don't know.
He called a call. Willie, linebacker of the Kansas City Chiefs. 7557 hot take. America would enjoy watching flag football just as much as tackle football. Just watch highlights, but that ball CJ threw to Jamar in the corner was beautiful. Just looked like good football. Now that is a hot take. You're absolutely right. 7557, and there's no way to call it a bad take because it will never, happen. It'll never actually play out. I would not watch a flag football regular season. This is I like hits on quarterbacks. I like people that earhole players. I like good physical contact. I would not be one of the people that would enjoy flag football just as much as tackle football.
We'll find out a little bit. We'll see what the ratings look like in 2028, I think it is, when flag football's in the Olympics.
The flag, what do you mean? That's not going to have better ratings than the NFL.
No, but we'll see what the ratings look like. Are they
I'm sure this will have decent ratings.
Will flag football in the Olympics have better than Team USA men's basketball?
Yeah, that's not an apples to apples comparison though. You're not comparing flag football to basketball. You're comparing flag football to tackle football.
Yeah, but we'll see what if there's even any interest at all. Because I think there will not be.
The interest is because of who they are. The interest is because of the players. If you would have put us 3 playing flag football against the top 3 at the flagship and then the top 3 at the highway to hell, no one would watch that. Actually, people might watch that. It depends.
I feel pretty confident.
I don't know how I feel about our quarterback play.
Yeah, not good.
I think that's the
Blankers,
one.
do you still throw?
I can still throw. My arm's been, it clicks a little bit, but
so
I
is there
you
can only go 10 yards at a time?
No, I can throw it deeper.
I trust that you're a solid quarterback.
But you got the Baytown Batty.
But you got the Baytown Batty, and you have QB1 at the
that's
flagship.
right. You got
QB,
too,
we would struggle at QB.
Yeah.
If we had, flag football is usually what? Was it 7-on-7? I didn't watch.
Yep.
Who would our 7 be? If we were fielding a 7-man flag football
Paulie's
team,
a no-brainer because if you don't, he's gonna.
Who would the quarter? Would you be you or Granado? Because Granado played quarterback.
Granado played quarterback.
I think that'd be Joel.
I could be a scrambling quarterback, but I can't throw very well. I can throw okay.
Joel's our quarterback.
Yeah.
We have Paul,
all-state safety, and tapped 5A in Florida.
We have Connor looks a little athletic.
Yeah, he works out, I think.
We have Carlson and Mapes.
I'll be a slot receiver.
I'll
be a Julian Edelman type.
And then me or Beard for the last spot.
Okay.
Sorry, John Lansdale.
See, I think we're all right anywhere but quarterback.
Yeah,
I like our chances anywhere but quarterback.
Yeah, but QB1 is, no offense, love you, buddy, a little old.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is
I don't know how good
doesn't it depend
works.
on your receivers too? If Paulie can fly and he can still fly. If Paulie can get, who's guarding Paulie?
Yeah, who's guarding Paul?
I don't have to be pinpoint.
No one's guarding Paul.
Was Adam Wexler going to guard Paul Gallant?
We're probably looking at some jet sweeps, some quick passes over the middle where he can get out in space.
Yeah, but if I get any time at all, Paulie's going to separate. Who's guarding him?
I don't think anybody's guarding Paul.
No. So you just said,
Paul.
Paul, go long.
If we play this game in 3 months, I'll get in shape, and I'd be a solid addition.
Okay.
That'd be a solid addition.
Now, do we get DJ?
I think what we would.
Ooh.
Ooh,
great call.
We would have
We pay
game-changing
DJ.
speed.
Like,
Well, if you put
our
DJ and Paul
speed,
on both sides,
yeah.
we'd be fine.
I mean, like,
Game
if we're
over.
going to allow, like, part-timers to be part of this, because I'm sure the other station would want them.
No,
like,
I think you have to be full-time, to be fair. To be fair, I think it has to be full-time position. Because
But would we-
you could just hire a ringer just to play in the game. Like some of these oil and gas companies, by the way, they'll
do
have
that.
like a part-time
Oh,
like
they
softball
sure
ringer
will.
who like shows up for 1 hour a year and he's like in the company. Like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
they
we
do.
played when the Rockets played the Texans in this. The Texans literally they hired the leading scorer on Rice's women's basketball team, who was averaging like towards as an intern, so she could play basketball. And then they had some of the guys on their practice squad who were spatted up play against us in football.
Really?
Yeah,
you
they took
can't-
it way
yeah.
seriously. That's when I called
Yeah.
Clyde and I said, "Clyde, I need you." And Clyde just ran go routes.
Yeah, they you can't do that. It's got to be a full-time. It's got to be full-time. But I don't think anybody would have the speed to keep up with Paul.
No way.
At the other stations.
I think you're right.
Like the highway to hell. Let's just go through the lineup. Like you'd have an NFL defensive lineman, but he's not fast. You know?
I would love to see
the second
like,
half of P.
I mean, they could put Joe could be like our center,
Yeah.
and then they could try and bull rush him with PC.
Yeah, you're not supposed to make contact in
Well,
flag football.
I hate to say it, but I think there would definitely be contact.
You have their afternoon show. They would have height there, but no athleticism whatsoever. No athleticism. And then their afternoon show, like they would have the best quarterback in the city. I think if we're just going radio show host flag football,
Yeah.
I think they would have the best quarterback.
Okay.
I think they would have the best quarterback. But the second half of that show is not giving them anything. And then now their night show, but Bajani's an athlete.
Yeah, he is.
Bajani's
For
an
sure he is.
athlete.
Now Bajani's going to be the guy probably.
He would have their speed.
He'd be with Paul.
He'd be their speed guy.
He'd be
He would
trying
be
to
their
stop
best
Paul.
weapon.
Yep.
And then if you go flagship, they have QB1 in the morning. Do you give him the co-host?
Yeah, he's a pretty good athlete.
Yeah, he's a good athlete.
Yeah,
I
he
just
is.
didn't know if he counted enough because he doesn't talk on that show. They don't let him ask questions to the general manager. So I'm just curious if they count him. I
didn't know that,
I
but-
think he's really good. By the
He
way,
is.
this
He's
isn't
a nice
an
guy, too.
It's not. I think he's really good on
my
air.
guy.
I just don't know why he doesn't get to ask questions to the general manager. It makes no sense because he's the baseball guy in the room.
Yep.
Let him ask a question. He'll be better at questions than anybody else gives him. I don't know anything about Stan.
Yeah, I don't know
Is it
anything
like
about Stan.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him.
Northcutt or whatever his name is.
I don't think the afternoon show is going to get much athleticism there.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about Matt.
Probably, yeah, I love him to
Who
death,
would
but
be?
I don't think I'm worried about his athleticism or speed. And then their afternoon show, the 2As. I think that would be the worst.
If it was a
team.
basketball game, I think
I think we could just eliminate them and just have the big game, not a Super Bowl. 'Cause
Yeah.
you can't say that. I think you would have to go Highway to Hell versus us. I don't think that you could use the flagship.
fair.
I don't think they would. I don't think that they really stack up in this category. 9206, best part of Pro Bowl games was kick tic tac toe. That sounds fun. Did you watch that?
I did not.
I watched a little bit of it.
See-
AKA, I saw Justin Tucker make the final kick.
I didn't even. I had no idea that even took place. But Joe, to your point though about like the Team USA basketball or whatever against flag football, the other thing too is what's the competition? Like if there was
That's a
something
great
better
question.
to watch, then you would flip the channel. But if there's nothing better to watch, which is when Pebble Beach got rained out, so all I could watch was the freaking Pro Bowl.
I mean, Tyreek claims that like he's going to get a lot of these guys to play in the Olympics.
That would be fun.
I'm curious. Like CJ Stroud, Team US, America's quarterback, CJ
No,
Stroud.
I don't want to play in the. I don't want
him
It would be
getting hurt.
fun for every non-Texan. in the
Exactly.
league.
Let
I
everybody
don't want
else
a
go
Texan
and
in
then
He was
get
fine
hurt.
this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're hardly doing it. This is the Olympics. You're trying to get a gold medal. The intensity level is going to be ramped up.
I'm not
Was
really worried
Javier
about like
fine
the
out of the
Italian flag
WBC?
football
Was
team.
Luis Garcia fine out of the WBC? I don't want my Houston athletes playing in exhibition sports.
You're going to have some clown from like Russia trying to blow you up?
Yeah.
I ain't doing that.
Yeah, it's not. I don't. It'd be fun for everybody else. CJ says that Abigail's the most athletic on the station. That's a good point. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776.
And she still plays flag football.
We should do this for charity.
That's how she got hurt.
I'm full of great ideas. We should do this
I
for
would love to do
charity.
this.
Rockets drama. Is there Rockets drama with two young players? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy this next bit of brilliance with Joel and Jeremy. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
I used to play some flag football back in the day. Intramurals, brother.
Did you know about that? Like, so they called blocking the flag
Yeah, you can't block your flag.
on Baker.
You can't block the flag.
It was,
That's
and
how
it
you
was
get
like
tackled.
a third or a fourth down, and it was borderline. But then I thought, well, if you're going to call that, then you run the play again with a 5-yard penalty. No, it was at the point you blocked the flag, which they ruled was further than the first down.
That's
so they
weird.
gave him the first down.
Well, I guess it's just like a tackle then. It's like
I guess so.
I think it's a fair rule.
Okay.
I think it's a fair rule. It's like you get tackled at that spot.
But the one I didn't understand was late in the game on this final drive, CJ hits Chase, I believe. Chase does not get his flag taken, and Chase flips it behind him. CJ catches it and runs it in for a touchdown, and it was disallowed, and no one could explain why. I was like, what the hell just happened?
Maybe that's the Ray Lewis play that he called the play.
Maybe.
Can't say it on the air. He got his mic cut.
Willie.
Yeah, Willie, the linebacker for the Kansas City
He
Chiefs.
called the play Willie.
King of all Twitches, he said that he'd pay to watch this game. CJ said with the stream on YouTube or Twitch. Someone said A would find an Ed Hardy or Affliction jersey, and then you'd post a video in the morning if he lost. 713
With a good morning.
0584. Is John McClain still eligible to play in this hypothetical flag football game?
No.
Yeah, he's laid off, which is probably a bad thing for us because if he were eligible to play in that game. Okay. What position would Booker T play?
Injured reserve.
I saw that
Pretty
he was
much-
on the mend.
Yeah, he's
right?
out right now.
What'd he do?
He wouldn't say.
He had some kind of surgery.
He had a medical procedure. That's what he left it at. Yeah.
Otherwise, he could play wherever he wanted.
I question his athleticism.
I know.
a little
You've
bit.
said this before.
I mean, he's gone through a lot.
He's just old, and his
Yeah.
body's been through the ringer.
Like he's gone through more, like
You know what I did?
physically, that's good, than anyone in the city that is like on the radio station.
Yeah, his body's just
like
been
you got
through
backup quarterbacks, like they barely get hit.
it. Yeah,
Like
he's
Booker
been
is
through
a real 5-time champion.
it. Five-time. I mean, we wouldn't call it real, but five-time.
I mean, the bumps are real.
That as well, but
The
bumps are real.
Fair enough. The Rockets, do they have some drama here? I'm gonna ask you guys. I'm questioning it, but there's some people who are taking it as drama, so I want to bounce it off you guys. First, Cam Whitmore, which Cam Whitmore's never seen a shot that he doesn't like. He believes in the give and go offense. Give it to him, and everybody else can go to hell. Here was Ime Udoka with some harsh words on Cam Whitmore when asked about his terrific performance yesterday.
I saw some, especially in the first half, I saw some shots that you need to make the extra pass to teammates. He got to go in a little bit late, kind of when it was out of hand, but the message is do the right thing from the start, and, you're not at that deficit at halftime. So.
That was Ime Udoka after the game on The Shin with his post-game press conference. Drama there? Drama?
no, teachable moment.
I agree, 100%.
Complete teachable moment, and the fact that sometimes when the message isn't getting through the straight communication at practice or during games, coaches will use other techniques to get the message through. And I think that was a clear-cut one of those times where Udoka just basically said, learn from this, but you're not doing it the way we want you to do it still. And I think that I applaud him for that.
Yeah, this to me is coachable moment too. Cam Whitmore is still a rookie. These are going to be the rookie mistakes we often hear about. Now, that is a fair criticism of Cam Whitmore, is that he can be super aggressive with the ball in his hands. He doesn't pass a whole lot. It gets in his hands. He's usually shooting. Now, I think he has made a lot of improvement in that area. Like, go watch some Summer League games and then watch Cam Whitmore now. Like, I think it's a bit night and day. Still probably too much shoot first than pass first. But I do think that he's made improvements, and I agree with you 100%. No drama here. This is 100% teachable moments.
You're also not Steph Curry, so it's one thing to say you're a pretty good three-point shooter when you're right at the line, but when they get some momentum going multiple times and they kick it to you 8 or 10 feet off the line and you decide that's your range and let it fly, that's where you definitely could get a better shot.
Now, shooting 40% coming into yesterday's game from three, but he came into that game yesterday, and as soon as he touched it, it was going up. It was going up.
That's one of those where, based on his last couple of games where he's been instant offense, he came in with the mentality of, I'm touching it. As soon as I touch it, it's going up.
Yeah. And I mean, he scored 14, but is super inefficient. Yeah. 4 for 13 from the floor. He actually shot the 3 okay, 3 for 8. But he took some bad shots, and you're right, 100% coachable, 0% drama there. Although, if you disagree, 713-780-ESPN. Now, here's another one from Jalen Green. And Green didn't have a good game yesterday. In fact, it was one of the worst games he's had in about 2-3 weeks. 3 for 15 from the floor, 0 of 5 from 3, only scored 8 points. Now, he did hand out 7 assists, which was encouraging to me. Like, late first half, he couldn't get it going scoring the basketball, but he started driving to the rim and finding open teammates. Was like, okay, I like that part of Jalen Green. That's like, okay, add that to nights where you're playing well, and that's why you have this all-star potential. But was inefficient, didn't score well, shooting percentage very, very poor. And here was Jalen after the game talking about some areas of the offense that didn't go well. And I've seen a lot of people take this as criticizing the game plan, maybe the coaching. Here was Jalen Green afterwards.
No rhythm out there. There's no flow offense. It's all set, and it's a big team. It's hard to play against a set defense. I don't know. There's no rhythm.
What lessons, you always say you take lessons from a loss. What lessons do you take from a team that size and how difficult they are to guard?
I mean, with a team like that, we just got to get out and run. They got 2 bigs out there. We got athletes on our team. We got to push the pace, get up the court. I mean, we didn't. I mean, we had some traditional buckets, but it's like we got to push the pace all game. So, yeah, that's probably the biggest takeaway. Is just, we got bigs out there. Just push.
Drama there?
No. I think that from Jalen's perspective, I think the only system that Jalen's ever known since he started playing basketball has been run. And run some more and get out and run. And I think that's when he excels. And I think that part of the frustration, and you mentioned the stats of the game itself, and I think when he starts feeling frustrated, a lot of it is because of the fact, too, when he starts trying to put the reasons behind it why, he hasn't mastered how to play in a set offense yet. And then from a defensive transition standpoint, the frustration when he was missing shots or it wasn't going their way, they weren't getting back. So not only were they not running, but they weren't getting back on defense, and that's when Edwards and those guys really can take advantage of you, and that's why they did in the third quarter. I think that Jalen's just so used to playing in a very high up-tempo system that when he's not, he's kind of like a fish out of water.
See, I think that I agree with everything you said, but I also feel like the game plan was to run. And I feel like Jalen Green was kind of echoing what the coaching staff was saying and things that they didn't do that they wanted to do going into that game. Because whenever you have a Timberwolves defense, they're top in the league. They're the best defense in the league. What do you want to do whenever you go up against the best defense in the league? You want to beat the defense back up the floor. So honestly, like I've seen a lot of people say, well, this is criticism of the coaching staff, the game plan. Yes, and like you coupled that with the fact that Jalen Green is better whenever it's open offensively and you're running and you're trying to get out in transition. So you couple those things together, and it sounds like Jalen Green is not happy with the Rockets' offense. I think he's more parroting what the Rockets' game plan was and where they didn't have success. Because the Rockets' game plan yesterday against Minnesota, the best defense in the league, should be to run,
Absolutely.
to use their athleticism.
Every chance you get.
So I don't think it's Jalen Green being critical. I think this is Jalen Green being an extension of what the game plan was, and then people are going, making this reach that Jalen Green's unhappy. I don't believe it.
No, I don't either. And here's the other thing that we can correlate and combine the two comments into the overall big picture, which is when Cam's shooting shots that he shouldn't be shooting and he's shooting them quickly, you can't get into a rhythm. You can't get tempo. And everybody wants to point it at Jalen because he had a bad shooting night. But the 7 assists tell me he was still distributing the basketball. He was finding ways to get others involved. But when they got down, they went back. This team does this a lot. When they get down in a game, they throw everything out the window and they go back to isolation basketball. And that's the worst thing they can do because now you're not going to climb back in. They're looking for like a couple of hero moments where some deep threes suddenly turn the tide when they don't understand that if they just stick with the program and try to execute by staying within their offense and probably picking up the tempo, they can get back in the game a lot sooner or have a chance to do it a lot better.
Yeah, so I don't think there's anything there. It doesn't sound like you think there's anything there. Do any of you think there's anything there? 713-780-3776. By the way, should we reevaluate the Rudy Gobert trade? Like a lot of people don't like the Rudy Gobert trade. The Rudy Gobert trade still gets mocked. I think Joe mocks it from time to time. Should we reevaluate that trade and its worth? Minnesota tied for the best record in the Western Conference with Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. They have the number one defense in the NBA. A big reason and a big pillar for that number one defense in the NBA is what? Rudy Gobert. Should we reevaluate that, Trey? Should we reevaluate that maybe it's not nearly as bad for Minnesota as we thought when they made it?
I'd have to look at all the pieces.
Here it is right here. Now, there's a lot of pieces, so give me a second. Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverly, Leandro Balmaro, Walker Kessler, Jared Vanderbilt, 2023 first, 2025 first. Now, remember, it's coming from Minnesota. 2026 pick swap, 2027 first, 2029 first. Like, if Minnesota's drafting 27 every single year, what's the best player they get in this trade?
Yeah, because a lot of the guys have moved on. You know, Beasley's with the Bucks, right? And Vanderbilt's with the Lakers. So
yeah, he looks like he's out for the year.
I mean, Walker Kessler's a good player, but like, if Minnesota doesn't fall off, then this trade is fine.
Yeah, it's essentially how do you value the ones? Because that's what it comes down to. Because the other guys are basically or throw them away.
And even if the 2029 first round pick ends up being a top 5 pick, but you win a championship,
a title, just a title,
especially in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Hell, you might be able to get to a Western Conference Finals in Minnesota.
Like, that team's pretty dang good, man.
They are, and the thing is there's knocks on both bigs because they say Rudy's an a-hole and no one wants to play with him and he's an awful teammate and people in the league don't like him. But guess what? He's effective. He does what he does at a very high level. They say the same thing about Karl Anthony Towns. But together, because of the fact that they are the Twin Towers, they're so big, they get enough rebounds. Gobert's more defensive and Cat's more offensive. And then what pulls it all together is the fact that Edwards has actually evolved and turned into what they had hoped they were going to. Remember that at the start of that draft, no one knew who was the clear-cut, number one pick.
And they were questioning his desire to play, too, remember?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't like basketball.
That was Gerson
Rosas,
team's
good.
The ex-Rocket front office guy that made that pick.
Put them all together.
Yeah.
Like, that's
He
a
made that trade,
team,
too.
man.
Yep.
Like, Gobert in the middle there, number one defense in the league. You have scoring in Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns. That's a dangerous
Got
team.
some decent role players, too.
They do. Like, Conley's a good veteran on that team. I like Jaden McDaniels. Like, he can shoot the basketball a little bit.
Did you hear what Kenyon Martin Sr. said about because he was banging on Silas and how dysfunctional? And he thought that Mike Conley would have been kind of like a poor man's Fred VanVleet.
I think
that
so.
he could have come in and settled that locker room and really coached those kids. And I don't disagree with him.
Yeah, I don't think he's as good, but he's much cheaper.
Oh, for
much
sure.
cheaper. 713-780-3776. It's mock draft season. How do we make the Texans better? Also, what's great about today's mock draft? It's Lance Zierlein's mock draft. Everybody's ridiculing him. Everybody's making fun of him. And we're here for it. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I'm also here for Gentle Ben all the time. I've been telling you for what seems like years that Gentle Ben is the absolute best. It all starts with the finest ingredients, classic time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses a revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you'll ever taste. It's the Prosecco technology. You'll love what's not in Gentle Ben, including VOCs. What are VOCs? Volatile organic compounds. The Gentle Ben purification process takes these out, which of course can lead to coughing when you're drinking the other brands. Not with Gentle Ben, though. You get all the flavor, none of the burn, whether it's the vodka, gin, straight bourbon whiskey, cask strength bourbon. Next time you head to dinner, go to your favorite bar, ask for Gentle Ben. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store, whichever one you go to, whatever one's on the way home today. Pick up a bottle. If you're looking for plans, head to the Gentle Ben tasting room in Alvin as well. If you're going to a Rockets game soon, you can stop by Ben's Bar at the Toyota Center, pick up some Gentle Ben on your way to your seat, or just head to gentleben.com. Learn about their incredible story, the legacy that continues to this day, and also you can order their stuff straight from the website. That's right, gentleben.com. Add the vodka, add the gin, add the bourbon to your cart. They'll ship it straight to your doorstep. You can't beat that. Gentle Ben, all the flavor, none of the burn.
Time to get back to sports school with the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 713-780-ESPN. Day one, Donna. Not ready for this draft stuff. You got to get ready. NFL draft season right around the corner. Lance Zierlein put out his first mock today, and Lance is already getting he's already getting criticized. He's already getting tortured. He's already getting lots of things that we can't tell you on the radio for his mock draft. We'll make the Texans better. But here was Lance's mock. He had Caleb Williams going number 1 to Chicago. Congratulations. Do we still think Caleb Williams goes number 1 to Chicago?
There's some people that are heating up the hot stove.
We'll talk about that later. Number 2, Jaden Daniels, the LSU quarterback, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. No Drake May here. Number 3, the Patriots don't go QB, according to Lance. They're going with Marvin Harrison Jr., no QB. Rome Odunze, he goes number 4 to Arizona. That's pretty frightening, by the way.
Big for him.
Rome Odunze with you put him next to Kyler Murray. That's interesting. Drake May goes number 5 to the Falcons. He projects that the Falcons trade up to take Drake May at number 5. Talise Fuaga, we'll call him that, number 6 to the Giants. Joe Control-Alt-Delete goes number 7 to Tennessee. It's a popular pick. Terrion Arnold, number 8 to the Chargers. I got him to slide to the Texans today on my mock draft. Number 9, Malik Neighbors to Chicago. So they pair Caleb Williams with Malik Neighbors. That's pretty terrifying. And then J.C. Latham, the offensive tackle, goes to the Jets at number 10. Some of the other interesting selections, J.J. McCarthy goes number 12 to Denver.
That's high.
J.J. McCarthy, number 12 to Denver, according to Lance. Byron Murphy, the Texas kid, goes to Vegas at 13. Brock Bowers goes all the way to 15 for the Indianapolis Colts. I wouldn't like that.
That would be a massive steal for Indy.
I wouldn't like that. You give Anthony Richardson Brock Bowers?
If he's on the board at like 10, I want Nick
Trade
Caserio
up.
move up.
Yes.
Give
I was
up.
thinking the same thing.
Like
Especially at 14.
find something to move up and stop that from happening.
Brock Bowers at 15. I don't like the idea of that.
Do you not think there'll be several general managers going,
Yeah.
oh, okay, timeout?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Okay, those are the only things that are fun. Those are the only fun ones of this one. Now let's get to where he has the Texans picking. He has the Texans picking Chop Robinson, the defensive end from Penn State. Lance, he posted on Twitter this weekend that he would not sign John Gurnard at $20 million. So here is the John Gurnard replacement. Chop Robinson, edge from Penn State. How would you like that selection if that ultimately is what it's at number 23 on draft night?
Unless you're getting Grenard for 13 and a half. I'm totally good with a pass rusher because I think that they're going to obviously have to figure out a lot because of what we just did in the exercise earlier, too, about how they have to be not just necessarily frugal, but they have to be very smart in the way they spend their money. That if you can replace John Gurnard and the 18 to 20 that he might be getting in free agency with a guy out of the draft that has a high motor that could do similar things, then I'm fine with that because you know that D'Amico wants to improve his defensive line. He said as much. And if Gurnard walks out the door, how you replace him is challenge number 1. And if this replaces him in part, and I think you'd probably still have to maybe you bring a guy or two back from late in the season to try and also get a rotation going while he gets his feet wet. But I'm all for this.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Chop Robinson here. Now, if you resign Gurnard at a pretty big number, you can't draft an edge. So that would have to be the scenario that plays out here. I'm okay with that scenario. I think pairing Will Anderson with a young, exciting defensive end would be a lot of fun. I do think it's a step backwards initially, like going from John Gurnard, 12 and a half
bring
sacks,
Barnett
Chop
back?
Robinson. Yeah, it depends on the number as well, but I
Right.
wouldn't mind that.
Because I think
wouldn't mind that at all.
I think he actually kind of resurrected parts of his
Sure.
career here. I think he might give you a pretty fair deal, and I think that combination would be a hell of a lot cheaper than Gurnard.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I'm a fan of this. And then you bring back J.J. Watt, so he can be he can be a gimmicky third down rusher for you. That's my pipe dream of an offseason at defensive end. And he's signing on the veterans minimum, so you get cheap contract with Derek Barnett, you get veteran minimum J.J. Watt, and you draft a rookie Chop Robinson at number 23. I'm in for that. All right, the next 3 picks. Dallas goes Troy Fautanu, the Washington offensive lineman who we've talked about a lot, that can move inside. Maybe he stays outside. We'll see. Depends on who drafts him. Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle from Oklahoma. And then Enos Rakestraw Jr., the corner from Missouri. Who are you taking here if you have these four options?
I think with these four options and assuming that Grenard is gone, I think that I'm sticking with exactly what Lance has penciled in for them and getting a replacement for Grenard out of the draft, saving money, getting a guy with a huge upside that, like I said, has a high ticker and is, a very good edge rusher and was in college. I'll stick with Chop Robinson.
I'm sticking with Chop if you don't bring back Grenard.
Right.
I'm there with if you don't bring back Grenard, you sticking with Chop Robinson, Joe? Or are you going something else?
No, it's definitely Chop Robinson.
All right.
He's a good player.
All right, now let's discuss the if you bring back Grenard alternative, whether it's a franchise tag. Well, that might throw a wrench into the equation here. You bring back Grenard. Is it still the pick at 23?
Of the guys that we have to choose
Those
from,
four.
no, it
Robinson,
absolutely is
Fatuno,
not. Then I'm going to look
Rakestraw.
at a corner.
Okay, you're going Rakestraw
I'm going
over
to skip the
Fatuno?
offensive lineman because I think that they have enough for their offensive line to be better than average. But at corner, and again, this will throw another intangible into the mix. What's the deal with Stevie Nelson? Because if you sign Grenard and then walk from Stevie Nelson, then the no-brainer is you go to Rakestraw because of the fact that you're going to need another corner. And as we talked about, you might get picked on early while you get your feet wet and get some experience. But the kid's got talent, and he could be your long-term other bookend to Stingley. So I would go with the corner.
I have to go corner as well, mostly because I'm not on the Nelson bring back train. So I'm going Rakestraw, the corner from Missouri. Fatanu's not somebody I dislike though. And if the Texans make the decision of going going interior offensive lineman to pick number 23, I'm more than likely not going to be mad at it, unless you have drastic holes. Like if you don't bring back Grenard, you don't bring back Nelson, you're cutting Jimmy Ward. If you do all of those things. Like interior offensive line is a little bit more difficult at 23 because now you need defensive end. Now you need an additional corner. But if you bring back Grenard, you bring back Steven Nelson. Like I'm not going to hate interior offensive linemen, but because I don't think they're bringing back Nelson, I'm gonna in this scenario we're going Grenard. I would go corner too.
I'm definitely going corner because even if you brought back both guys, Nelson and King, this would likely at some point be an upgrade in the next year or two.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the short term and the long term. Like if you bring back Desmond King, you cut him already once. So you can just cut him again, honestly. So I also would go corner if Grenard is back. And if Nelson's back, I'm still comfortable with going with corner. Because I don't think Nelson's deal is going to be long-term. It must be 2 years.
I think he's going to want 3, and they'll probably, if they're going to talk to him, the max they'll go is 2.
Yeah, but someone can play slot. I mean, we've seen corners in the NFL move from corner to safety a bunch of different times. So there's even a path to where
think about how many corners they rotated through this year.
I don't think that Nelson's a safety.
What about King?
And I don't think you're moving Rakestraw. Desmond King's not under contract.
But let's say you bring back King and Nelson.
I think King's your nickel.
Yeah,
I don't think Nelson or Rakestraw are really nickel corners.
Yeah, and that's fair. But I still would take the corner there in that spot.
Could King? The biggest thing with King right now at this stage in his career is his coverage because he can still hit. He made some pretty big plays from a physicality and hit standpoint. I just wonder if he can cover well enough.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. It's time for our Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask us. What are you asking us today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. time for our Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask us. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Whatever you want to ask, send it in to the HRP listener line. Fred VanVleet, by the way, just real quick, left adductor strain. He's going to be out for a little while. Out for tomorrow's game, and no timeline on his return.
That's kind of similar to what Dylan Brooks had, and if you think about it from that perspective, Dylan Brooks missed a couple of weeks, I want to say.
Yeah, so that's a
now
loss
who facilitates the offense?
I'm in.
Green?
I'm in Thompson.
I think they're going to put it in Jalen's hands.
Probably, but I think Amin starts.
Oh, yeah.
I think Jalen facilitates.
Jalen's going to facilitate a
I
lot.
think they'll split, but a lot. I think that's fair. All right, well, ask us whatever you want. 713-780-3776. HRP listener line. Let's go out there now for Pena. Pena, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, all right. So all three of y'all are a head coach to any university y'all like. Go Cougs, right?
Go Cougs.
So you guys are looking for a running back in the transfer portal. Out of these 4 running backs, who are y'all going for? What's his name? Damn. Oh my God. Adrian Peterson.
Oh.
McCaffrey. Number 2, Ingram from Alabama, and Barry Sanders, all in their college prime. Thank you. Have a great day.
In their college prime.
Whoa, time out. So AP in his college prime?
That's what he said.
Barry Sanders, Adrian Peterson.
I'm probably not going Ingram. Probably not going McCaffrey.
I'm not going Ingram or McCaffrey. It's between Barry Sanders and Adrian Peterson.
Yeah. That's tough for me. Adrian Peterson was unbelievable.
Boy, he was. I mean, he was a workhorse. He could grind out yards. He could burst and get. I mean, Barry's unbelievable, but Barry's also very small.
Yeah, but it's good. It's smart that Pena said at their prime and not their overall numbers, because Sanders was behind Emmitt Smith for quite a few. No, was it? Yeah, it was Smith, right? Or was it? I'm blanking if it was Smith or Thurman Thomas.
You're talking about at Oklahoma State?
Yeah, Barry Sanders was behind one of those two running backs for like
Emmitt
his
Smith
first
went
couple
to
of years.
Florida.
Then it was Thurman Thomas.
It was Thurman Thomas.
Yeah, Thurman Thomas out of Houston, by the way. I think Willow Ridge.
That's
right, Thurman Thomas. I always get Thurman Thomas and Emmitt Smith confused whenever I think about their college ball. So yeah, he was behind Thurman Thomas for his first 2 years, and then he exploded in his third season and went for over 2,500 yards, something like that. And then Adrian Peterson was just a workhorse throughout, but never had a singular year like Barry Sanders did.
Boy, it's so tough, man.
I'll go Barry. Because we're talking at their college prime. I would go Barry.
Barry didn't win a Heisman, right?
I don't. He might have won a Heisman that final year.
Oh, he did. He's in the commercial.
Yeah.
So he won a Heisman. Did AP?
I don't know if AP did.
Yeah, I'm going to go Barry. I'm going to go Barry Sanders. Just the pure elusiveness and the way that the way, man. Yeah, I'll take take Barry Sanders over Adrian Peterson.
The Peterson's prime, Peterson's resume in college is better, but Barry Sanders at his peak was better than Peterson, in my opinion. 713-780-ESPN. Adrian Peterson's best year was his freshman year, by the way. He ran for almost 2,000 yards, 15 touchdowns. Next 2 years, 1,100 yards, 1,000 yards.
So he didn't win a Heisman.
He didn't show that he won a Heisman. Made an All-American. But I'm gonna go Barry Sanders on this one.
I am too.
Yeah, he won the '88 Heisman. Joe, what do you think?
I'm taking Christian McCaffrey.
What?
I know.
Over
I know.
Barry?
I am. Christian McCaffrey was such a monster in college. What he did in the receiving game too is so different than those other guys. So I'm taking McCaffrey.
That's because the other guys didn't really have receiving games whenever they played.
I know.
When were you born, Joe?
92.
That's the only person I can do this with. So Joe was born in 1992. Barry Sanders' Heisman was in 1988. I think it explains some things here.
Yeah,
By the way,
but his sophomore, in 2015, he had 2,600 all scrimmage yards between receiving and receiving.
Barry Sanders had 2,788 whenever offensive football was less.
I know, but then he also had 1,000 return yards.
It's kind of silly to use him in the kick game.
You know who AP lost the Heisman to?
Got tackled by Adley Rushman.
What year?
He lost it in 2003.
2000. It was a quarterback?
Yeah.
Jason White.
No.
What school?
USC.
USC?
Yeah.
Liner?
Yeah. So it says
former Texan great.
It says Peterson lost the Heisman to Liner. There was a legitimate split in the vote between the two. There was a legitimate split in the vote between Peterson and his quarterback, Jason White.
Yeah, Jason White. I think White might have won a Heisman.
I know. Yeah, he did. And they penalized Peterson too for being a true freshman.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
That was like when it was like freshmen are not allowed to win the Heisman.
Correct.
Even though it was very clear Adrian Peterson should have won the Heisman that year and could have left for the NFL draft if they allowed it.
So was the did White win the Heisman the year before or the year after?
He won it in 03.
White did?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, it says he won it in 03. So he lost it. But it's weird. It says he lost the Heisman to Matt Leinart, but there was a legit split in the vote between Peterson and the Sooners' 2003 Heisman Trophy winner Jason White. So this must have been 04.
Yeah, White won it in 03. So I guess he was going for back-to-back.
Yeah.
Back-to-back Heismans.
Yep.
That's crazy. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRMP listener line. Intern Noah is on the line. Noah, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, so I want y'all's opinion on this. So a week before the Super Bowl, they should have the first and second pick play for the first pick of the NFL draft instead of the Pro Bowl. What do y'all think about that?
So his proposal, thanks for the call, Noah. Appreciate you listening. So his proposal would be the Bears would play, who has two? Washington?
The Commies.
So Bears, Washington, prime time for the number one pick. It's better than the Pro Bowl.
Sounds like relegation.
I think the Players Association would have a huge issue with playing an extra game, but I'd be way more entertained with that game and what the stakes are than anything to do with.
You just made the list. That's what I think about it. That's what I think about it, Noah. No, this is a terrible take. It's an awful take. You should be embarrassed by that take. It's terrible. Why would the players want to do this? Why would the players on their current teams want to do this? I'm teasing Noah.
But here's the thing, okay? I don't want Justin Fields quarterbacking the Chicago Bears trying to ruin my opportunity.
That's a good call. That's a very good call,
Williams.
Joseph.
It would be fun, but there's some semantics that are in the way.
I mean, I've seen Justin Fields play football. I can't imagine what he would look like trying to play bad football.
Yeah. See, it's difficult because now you have Fields that's trying to compete for the number one pick. Like, there's a lot of semantics that aren't in play. Would it be more entertaining? Absolutely, it would be entertaining, Noah. But you made the list. That might come up again on Thursday. 713-780-3776. 6967. I think the Texans should go after Mike Evans and let Tank work from the slot. Maybe Mike would take a hometown discount. Tank in the slot could develop into CJ's safety valve more often. What say you?
No, because we've already been told by sources or people reporting on it, he's not giving out any discounts. He's looking for top dollar. If he's looking for top dollar, and with everything that we spent time highlighting in this show and other shows about what they have to take care of housekeeping-wise with finances, I just don't think it makes sense.
Yeah.
And you got two good receivers already, no matter who else you put around them.
It's just too much money. Like we went through the finances and what the payroll and the bank, like all that stuff's going to look like. We balanced the books. It doesn't add up. Like them spending $20 million minimum on a wide receiver just isn't going to.
Didn't Stutz start pushing last night or yesterday that he thought he would get upwards of 20, like closer to 30?
I don't think he's going to get close to 30.
I don't either.
I think it could be in the middle, though. I think it could be 25.
That's a lot for a guy his age.
And once you get to free agency, who knows?
Well, if you get competition, you can push that price up in a hurry.
Yeah, you really can. 0613, what is going to be y'all's go-to food for the Super Bowl?
At our house, the Tex-Mex is always a staple, but I might have to throw in some pizza.
Yeah. I'm probably going to go wings of some sort. I'll probably try to make some. I don't know. I'm traveling that morning.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to eat a little bit better. I'm trying to drink 100 ounces of water a day, which
Super Bowl.
Is difficult to do. I know. If I'm not,
it's like Christmas. You can
wings.
unload it and Thanksgiving. You can eat.
I do like a good little cheese dip.
Do you?
I like a cheese dip, but
like
I like
a queso or
more of a queso. That's the word I was looking for. Queso. But I like the hamburger meat in it.
I do too.
I like to have some meat in my queso.
Onions, tomatoes.
Yeah. So I would say wings, queso, some good dip, probably Daisy dips. I would say that those things are important to me on a good Super Bowl. Corey, what is y'all's favorite playoffs to watch in sports, college or pros included?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat the Final Four. I mean, the whole tournament. If you get to encompass that whole playoff, then I would say March Madness is like no other in terms of the excitement and how many people get involved in it, even if they're just casuals or less. I would have to say that March Madness is number one.
Yeah, it's March Madness for me. I am biased towards this. The U.S. Open, though, whenever they tied and Tiger Woods had to play the 18-hole playoff the next day
with the bad wheel,
that was cool. But I think they've shrunk that. I think it might be a 4-hole playoff now, which I don't love that. But give me March Madness.
Why would they change that now? Because I think certain tournaments
golf.
it's a 4-hole playoff, but same day. If you go to the next day,
I don't think they do the next day anymore. I think it's now they play it on the same day.
It was tough TV. A lot of people were pissed their soap operas were canceled.
A lot of people were mad they couldn't watch it because it was on a Monday.
That too.
Actually, that didn't matter. Let's be honest. People watch it on March Madness all the time. Yeah, I think they made it a 4-hole playoff. This says, 4 extra holes now. Well, this is the Open. I don't know. Text me on that. 713-780-3776. I'm doubting myself.
Kudos to Wyndham Clark, by the way.
Yeah, he won a 54-hole event. I thought that wasn't real golf.
Did you see how the fact that he was chasing 58?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a scorecard. I didn't watch any of it.
If you saw the one hole, he had a 28 on the front side. Okay, he gets to the 12th hole of par 3 and he hits it at the top of the bunker. He can't figure out what to do with his second shot. He debates every shot in the book. He goes lefty, backwards wedge, shanks it. It screams across the green, but catches a berm and gets stuck on the first cut. And he holds the putt for a bogey. He got out there with a bogey. I'm like, it's going to be his day. He shot 60.
Yeah, he was good. He won a 54-hole event. PGA guys were saying that wasn't real golf, but real golf now, huh?
Course record of all time at Pebble. That's pretty good real golf.
7665. What is your Astros opening day starting lineup for this year?
You did this on Twitter.
Yeah, I didn't do the lineup.
Oh, just who would play which position?
I did the roster projection.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what Espada does with the lineup. I wonder if he goes against the grain and does some things that Dusty wasn't willing to do.
I think Tuve's still going to bat leadoff.
I would love if he doesn't.
I know you would.
I would like Altuve in the 2-hole, the 3-hole. I think he's better suited for the 2-hole, 3-hole. You don't really have a natural leadoff man, though, although I'd be intrigued by Bregman because he's a high-contact, high-walk guy. It doesn't have speed, but it's not traditional anymore.
High desire to get a salary guy, too.
Yeah, and then I wouldn't hate the idea of Kyle Tucker hitting leadoff. Altuve's natural spot is not leadoff. He has too much power. He's very, very swing-oriented. He doesn't see a lot of pitches. I don't love Altuve in the leadoff spot. He'd be good anywhere. He'd be good anywhere. He's not a traditional leadoff man.
My problem with him in the 2-hole, though, is if he's going to first pitch swing, he hits a lot of double plays if Kyle Tucker's on first.
Okay.
That's a good point.
How about the 3-hole then?
I'm fine with that.
I like the 3-hole.
So
Tucker,
so you don't want Jordan in the 3, you want him in the 4?
Yeah, I like my best hitter in the cleanup spot.
Yeah,
there's not a single spot in the lineup that bats more often with 2 outs, nobody on than the 3rd spot. Yep. Why would I want my best hitter batting more often than any other spot in the lineup with 2 outs, nobody on?
Well, the only answer is you would hope he gets the extra at bat a lot of times.
Then bat him first or second.
Yeah.
Jordan Alvarez for leadoff.
I wouldn't hate it.
The Yankees did it with Judge for a while, right?
Whenever I was a little boy, I would have arguments with people that the Giants should bat Barry Bonds leadoff. Oh, you're crazy. You're an idiot. Why would you bat Barry Bonds leadoff? Because when Barry Bonds is up with people on base, they're walking him anyways. Buck Showalter's walking him with the bases loaded. So maximize his plate appearances. The only time they're pitching to him is when the bases are empty anyways. Sorry. Little Branham.
What were you, like 5 when you were telling the neighbors about that?
I was actually in high school. Okay. I was arguing with my baseball coach, David Sitten. He's a winner. 713-780-3776. 1244. Would y'all go get crawfish right now when it's over $14 a pound at most places?
Nope. That's so high.
Louisiana conditions are bad this year.
Don't care for it.
I think it's going to go up.
What do they say?
I saw someone
you
project
need a fiddle in the band? What's that song for Louisiana Man? You have to have a fiddle in the band for a Louisiana band. I think that's how it goes. Or is it Texas? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's Alabama.
Is it a Louisiana man or a Texas man?
If you're
going to play fiddle and...
You got to have a fiddle in the band. It's Alabama.
But what state?
The group.
But what state?
I know. I don't.
State? I can't remember
I think
what
Texas.
state. I think it is Texas.
Yeah.
But I think there's something about Louisiana in that song, too. I've stopped buying crawfish at places. I'm going to be a crawfish boil guy where I do my own crawfish boil once a year.
It's Texas.
That's why. Okay, I thought there was, but I'm pretty sure there's a Louisiana reference,
yes,
right?
Is. It says if you're gonna play in Texas,
you gotta have a fiddle in the band.
The lead guitar is hot, but not for a Louisiana man.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. I got it twisted around a little bit. Yeah, but I'm a crawfish boil guy. I do one boil a year. No one's invited. Just my closest friends, none of you, no Twitchers, nobody in the hive, no Blank, no Joe, just the people that are nearest and closest to me. Just kidding, y'all can come.
Houston also mentioned in the song.
You boil it?
Houston's, yeah.
It says,
That's
I
why you
remember
boil
down in
crawfish.
Houston.
I know. I mean, but that's a lot of work for you.
It's a lot of work for anybody. What do you mean it's a lot of work for me?
I'm gonna do the
got a
same
lot
thing.
going on.
We're gonna boil crawfish. This year.
We're a crawfish boil family from now on. We do it once a year from now on. Last year was first year. This year will be the second year. It's gonna be a Branham tradition.
I love crawfish too much. It's gonna have to be more than once.
Do
a
you
year.
really?
I love it.
Did you love it before you got down here?
Never had it. It's
Joe,
illegal in
you
Illinois.
can come to my boil. I'll go to your boil. We have
Yep.
2 a year.
Sounds great.
Blankers, you're gonna get in on this.
No.
Well, then you're not invited to ours.
That's fine.
713
I'll have cheese for you, Blank.
Yeah, ketchup on the crawfish.
Yeah, we'll have ketchup and cheese.
No.
There's less likely he's going to come now.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury drama. Is Caleb Williams going to force his way to Washington? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, another message for Daisy Dips. I mean, look, we're talking about all this food. We're talking about the big game. We're talking about how you can maximize your eating while you are watching the game this weekend. Get you some Daisy Dips, because for all the things you're going to prepare and all the things that you got to make and get ready, you don't have to do anything with Daisy Dips. Just go to your local grocery store. Go to the dairy compartment. Get yourself a couple of tubs of Daisy Dips. You can get the French onion. You can get the ranch. They make everything you serve better. You can put it on just about anything, from the wings and the pizza, the veggies, and, of course, all the different varieties of chips. It is going to make everything taste great, no matter how good or bad the game is, and people are going to give you credit for doing it. And, oh, by the way, they're resealable tubs. You can put them in the fridge, use them during the week after the big party. But the fact is, at the big party, you are going to be a success and a winner no matter who wins the big game. Check them out in your local grocery store. Go get you some Daisy Dips.
You're back where you belong, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with the Killer Bees, who won't sting you unless provoked. Here's Joel and Jeremy.
This texture 9193, bruh. I love whenever you get a text starts with bruh, you know it's gonna be entertaining after that. Bruh. I always thought it was, but not for Lucy and her man.
There are so many people that do that.
I appreciate the honesty, though. I mean, you're mysterious. We'll never know who you are, but I appreciate the honesty.
I had a buddy.
I'm the king of that.
I had a buddy forever and a day that thought the Clash "Rock the Casbah" song was actually "F the Task Force."
What?
Yeah, and would sing it at the top of his lungs, and we were like, "Wait, what? What are you saying?"
I'm the king of this, by the way. Like I'll be singing along with some songs, and my wife's like, "That's not what they say." I'm like, "What do you mean? That's definitely what they say."
and
And it's
Lisa-
like, "No, it's not."
Lisa, I can't tell you how many times Lisa will go, do you know the lyrics to that song? And I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, you wouldn't be so happy that song's on the radio if you were listening to the lyrics and what the mess. I go, I don't spend all the time in the world analyzing the lyrics. If it's got a beat and it jams, we'll play it.
I'm awful with lyrics. I'll be the first to admit. I have no idea what they're saying in the lyrics. Like, a lot of times I'll look it up later or whatever, or just like somebody will tell me. I'm like, I cannot believe I like that song. I can't believe those lyrics were in it. I sound like an old man now.
I call Taylor on this a lot. Taylor sits in the back seat, and she just loves to sing, but then we'll flip off of her current the satellite station for all the current hits. And then she'll start singing. I go, you don't have a single clue. You weren't born yet when these lyrics were, oh, yeah, I do, Dad. And then she's just trying to sing along with the melody. She has no clue what she's saying word-wise.
Yeah, she probably knows more than I do, though. Do you have any Grammy hot takes from yesterday? I didn't watch the
I enjoyed
Grammys.
it. It was
Did
really
you?
good.
I usually will watch them. I didn't watch them yesterday for whatever reason.
Yeah, there were a lot of hot takes. There was a lot going on. Jay-Z was bizarre to me.
Yeah?
Because he gets the Lifetime Achievement Award, the Dr. Dre Lifetime Achievement Award, and then he goes out and bashes the Grammys. And he goes off on this tangent about how, and he's not wrong in the fact that there are a lot of artists that are miscategorized, and then they're very upset when they don't win. And a lot stems from like the rap and the R&B categories and things like that. But then right off the top, because Taylor Swift was talking about winning she won 2, and I think she won 14 total now. She has 14 or 15. And he goes, I don't need to embarrass the young lady, but my wife has won 43 and has never won Album of the Year. And he's got a point. And then he finishes it by going, I'm sorry, but when I'm nervous, I tend to speak the truth.
Jeez.
Yeah, he went off. And then the big controversy was that I didn't even pay that much attention to, but everybody else did. You might, because it's one of your favorites. Taylor Swift, when she won Album of the Year.
She's not one of my favorites.
Well, I don't know. You like to play the game, though.
I do.
But she evidently, Celine Dion has this, I think it's called stiff person syndrome or something like that, but that's what caused her to retire.
Do you have that?
No. And she's been in seclusion. She comes out, she presents the award to Taylor Swift, and Taylor Swift is excited. She's giving out hugs and everything, and she just grabs the trophy from Celine like she's the lady on stage to hand the trophy to you, and just blows her off, and people lost their mind.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were so then they had to take a picture backstage, and no one believed them. There was actually, but it was a good show.
I need the award ceremonies to have people punching people again. That was high drama for me. Speaking of drama, Cliff Kingsbury bolted Vegas to go to D.C., said no one ever. How about this Cliff Kingsbury drama? And is Caleb Williams going to force his way to Washington?
So if you want to play connect the dots and or get the hype train all loaded up going down the tracks, Caleb Williams is from the D.C. area. Caleb Williams evidently loves Kingsbury when they were both at SC. And so now everybody's talking about the fact that and then there was the rumors that Caleb's dad, and none of this has been able to be proved, but that Caleb's dad was out there and tried to dispel, and everybody was saying he doesn't want to play for the Bears. They say that they've never said anything like that. But the rumor train is heating up that he wants to play for the Commanders.
I'm all in. I'm buying into this. I'm buying into this conspiracy. Like you said, he's from there. He was born there. He went to high school there. He's been there forever. He's a DC guy through and through. I think he's the reason. Why would Cliff Kingsbury pull out of the Vegas job last minute to go to the Commanders?
You hear why?
No, why?
He wanted a third year, and he said that the standard assistant coach contracts are a minimum 3 year or 3 years. The Raiders were only willing to give him 2.
Yeah,
and so he backed out.
Yeah, this sounds like Caleb Williams written all over it. I don't think he backed out for the extra year. I think he backed out for Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is going to be a Commander. True or false, Joe George?
False.
He's going to be a Bear.
I think he's going to be a Bear.
No, he's going to be a Commander. Commanders are going to trade up. They're going to go from
the Bears
1 to
have
2.
to accept the trade, or they can.
They're going to be happy with another quarterback. They're going to be happy with Drake. They're going to be happy with Jayden.
A second, a fifth, and maybe something else is enough to get him. I move up. I don't think so.
It just depends on how. I wouldn't rule it out.
From 2 though, that's.
It's an awful organization, the Bears. So if they decide for whatever reason that they like Drake May more, because I don't think it'll be Daniels. I don't think they're going to go back to the running quarterback well. Like, if they decide they like Drake May more, then yeah, you make the trade for sure. Or you take Harrison and stick with Fields, which that still feels unlikely to me.
I think he's going to be a Commander. I'm calling my shot now. He's going to be a Commander. I think you're being a little disrespectful to Jayden Daniels. He only threw for 3,800 yards last year.
And Justin Fields threw for 6 touchdown passes against Clemson in a playoff game.
That's one specific game.
he was really good at Ohio State.
He wasn't a Heisman Trophy winner.
He was not.
Wasn't a Heisman Trophy
But,
winner.
like,
I think you're being a little disrespectful to Jay Daniels, calling him a running quarterback. I know he's capable.
He's a very thin
but
quarterback.
He could throw a little bit.
I know that.
He could throw a little bit.
I just think that the Bears control everything, and if they want him, they got him. And I don't think that Washington's going to make him an offer that they can't refuse.
The Randy Mueller, our old friend, he tweeted this today, which this is something I disagree with completely. Caleb Williams and his preference as to where to play will have no effect on what the Bears do. I know some people's take is that the players' wishes will be granted. Not true in the real NFL world. I disagree when it comes to quarterbacks. And we've seen it. Eli Manning got his way
Elway.
out of the Chargers. Elway got his way. Was it Cleveland?
No, Cleveland was, it was Indy.
Was it Indy?
He
Okay,
didn't
I
wanna
couldn't
play
remember
Indy.
the team. He got himself out of Indy. I disagree with Randy Mueller here. I think that quarterbacks are capable of forcing a team's hand. I don't think any other position's capable. I do think it's possible at quarterback, and we've seen it twice. We've seen it twice in our lives. But
Yeah.
Eli's really not even that recent. Eli's the most recent.
I mean, but the only part that will not happen until he hires an agent. Caleb Williams is currently operating without one.
Who was his like advisor in college though?
That
Because
I don't know.
they all have them now, and they
Yeah.
usually turn into their agents.
I don't think it's going to happen. At least
they
in the force's hand. I'm not saying that it's impossible for the Bears to make the trade, but this idea that you're going to not want to go to Chicago but want to go to Washington, I guess your hometown team, but like
his buddy Cliff's there.
The talks that I heard too on his agent is that mom and dad and him taking a page out of Lamar's book, they're gonna, unless they absolutely have to. I heard they're not exactly hell bent on finding an agent for him.
I'll tell you, I won't be heartbroken. I love Caleb Williams. I want Caleb Williams to be the Bears quarterback, but like there are a lot of red flags to me, and it's the off the field stuff with him, with his dad. It just even the need to have to call Colin Cowherd and call him out on it. There's a reason why Colin believes that you don't want to go to Chicago, because it's who he kind of perceives himself to be. So like I would not be heartbroken if they passed on him.
I think a lot of the shine has worn off because of the last 3 months of his season this year. He just showed a different side of him across the board, like you were mentioning, Joe. From I just want to go home with my dog, cuddle up and watch Netflix, and the crying, whether it was real or fake, on the sideline with his mom, and the fact that his play fell off, and that he was, his body language was bad. I think that from a guy that was undeniably head and shoulders the number one pick that everybody thought was going to be the next sure thing quarterback, I think people are starting to have a lot of doubts.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a commander. I'm calling my shot now. I think the Kingsbury drama, hometown, I
Bears
feel
better
like
get a
there's
hell of
smoke
an
here.
offer.
I feel like there's smoke here.
Bears better get a hell of an offer if they're going to pass on him.
I don't think it's going to cost that much because you're moving from 1 to 2 and you're still getting a franchise quarterback.
Maybe.
See,
What was the second and a fifth, y'all said? That's a lot.
Yeah, 2 and a 5.
Like, because the second, I would imagine that's going to be the 34th pick of the draft.
Yeah, that's true.
That's pretty good offer, man. You move from one spot. If you're not that high on Caleb Williams anyway, and you're really high on Drake May, then you're getting a free second rounder and a free fifth
got
rounder for a guy that
Trubisky
you
written all over it.
might have been interested in taking anyways.
Yeah, that's got the same scenario as Trubisky all over again.
I think it's more
Yeah,
likely
kind of the other way though, right? Because you traded up for it.
You traded up in the last time, right? You would trade down, but both are Carolina quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
I think it's more likely they take Marvin Harrison Jr. instead of
And just keep
quarterback.
Fields?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be sexy. That would be interesting.
I think that's way more likely than them to take another quarterback.
Ooh, that's interesting too.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be May. I don't think it'll be Daniels.
Harrison should be top 2 pick anyways. 713-780-3776. Which Astro, this is in the this because Bobby Witt Jr. signed that huge extension today. Which Astro, we're not talking Tucker here, by the way. Which Astro with 2 years or less service time, because what Bobby Witt has, would you be willing to extend on a fair long-term market deal? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back, Houston. These guys missed you over the last break. It's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank on Branham. Bobby Witt signed a huge deal earlier today. By the way, 713-780-3776. People were sending us these epic lyric fails. So, we were doing this earlier with the if you're going to have a fiddle in the band.
You're going to play in Texas.
If you're going to play in Texas, you got to have a fiddle in the band. The lead guitar is hot, but not for Louisiana man. What are your epic lyric fails that you have had? 713-780-3776. Ripzilla on the Twitter says, epic lyric fail, quote, I'll never leave your pizza burning. You know where that's from?
No.
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him where that's from. What are the epic lyric fails? And if they're not obvious, you're probably going to have to let us know. Because this is
okay.
Tough.
It is the Rolling Stones' Best of Burden.
How do you know this?
I want to be
Googled it.
Beast of Burden. Yeah.
Beast of Burden. People think it says, I'll never leave your pizza burning. The actual lyrics are, I'll never be your beast of burden.
That's funny. Ocho says, you'll know the song Big Time by Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
I always thought they were saying Skin Tight.
Instead of Big Time?
I guess.
That used to be and maybe still is, the theme song music for one of Joe's good friends.
I'm on my own way. I'm making it skin
at his
tight.
previous employment.
I've got to make it show. Yeah, Skin Tight.
What should we do?
What are the epic lyric fellas that you have? 713-780-3776.
This one I fall into. I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles. Until just now, I thought it was I Get High, I Get High, I Get High. Apparently, it's I Can't Hide. I can't hide. I thought it was I Get High.
Is that after I Get By with a little help from my friends?
No, it's a different song, but yes.
Oh.
Similar.
I don't know music well enough to understand
So
these lyrics. I don't think.
The
These
two that
lyric fells
have always been like hacked up, but one is a Bee Gees song because it's the You Should Be Dancing. The lyric you can't tell because it's just a bunch of gibberish and very high pitched lyrics. But it's, what are you doing with your back on the wall? Yeah, you should be dancing. And no one understood that. And the other one was Blinded by the Light.
Yeah.
And everybody thinks it's wrapped up like a douchin'.
It does sound like that.
It does, but it's not.
This one's my favorite. Elton John, Tiny Dancer. A lot of people think that he says, hold me closer, Tony Danza.
Yes, I have heard that.
I've heard that one.
I've never heard anyone say that. They think it's hold me closer, Tony Danza.
That song probably came out before Tony Danza hit it, made it.
Had to be.
Probably.
I think he was born, but I don't think anybody knew who he was yet. Someone said Rock the Cash Bar.
That's the one that I
earlier.
said, yeah.
Buddy thought it was Forgive Me, Montague's Man instead of More Human Than Human. That one's from Rusty from Friendswood. Any AC/DC song? Is it Thundercat or something else? I don't know. Someone sent in the Beast of Burden one. Panama says Van Halen thought they were saying Cannonball.
Really?
Instead of Panama, I thought they were saying Cannonball. That's pretty good. Lady Gaga sings Bad Word Her Face on her song Poker Face. No one caught it, and they played it all over the airwaves? I don't know if that's right.
Well, the one that the Texans played forever and a day with that on their intros.
Oh, wait, they do say that.
The first year or so, they didn't block out and realize that in the middle of that, the beat, how it builds up to the when the Texans take the field, they say "oh" and then the S word.
Oh, really?
And they let it play.
Yeah, I was wrong on this. Philip is the guy who sent it in. Philip 68. She says that word 8 times. No, she says that word 12 times in that song. How did that
Poker
pass?
Face?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she says it 12 times in that song, and apparently they played it all over the airwaves. That's crazy. I never realized that. You Dropped the Bomb on Me. My cousin thought it was You Dropped the Bumblebee on Me.
It's a Gap band.
Bingo Jet had a light on Steve Miller Band, Big Old Jet Airline. I don't understand that one.
Big Old Jet Airliner is the name of the actual song.
But what if the lyric was Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza? Anything from Pearl Jam. Lady Gaga's True. Yeah, I just looked it up. That's my bad.
This one blows my mind, too. It says, some people think it's kicking your cat all over the place. instead of kicking your can all over the place from We Will Rock
We
You.
Will Rock You, yeah.
Kicking your
Kicking your cat?
I haven't heard that one. This one says Rocket Man didn't know his Rocket Man burning out his fuse up here all alone. There's something on that song that I didn't know either. Let me pull it up real quick. Rocket Man. I'd have to listen to it. All right. 713-780.
You packed your
ESPN.
bags pre-flight, 0 hours.
See, I used to think,
9 a.m.
no, I think it was at the beginning of the song.
That is.
No, where they talk about, well, maybe when the rocket's leaving.
Oh.
I used to think it was fuel and not fuse. Burning out his fuel up here alone instead of fuse. I don't remember. 713-780 ESPN. Bobby Witt signed a huge deal with Kansas City. He's going to be there for a long time. He's got player options, like 3 player options. There's a few team options at the back end of it as well. I'm a huge fan, obviously, huge fan of signing players when they're super, super young. Now, the Astros don't have anybody as talented as Bobby Witt, especially in this tier here, like the time span that we're discussing. But which Astro with 2 years or less service time would you be willing to extend on a fair long-term market deal? So whatever fair, like we don't have to throw the numbers out here, but whatever would be the market value of that specific player, who would you be comfortable giving a long-term extension to? Let's call it 7 to 10 years.
For, like, what money?
Fair market value. Like whatever is the market rate for any of these players. So, like, we're not going to
So
we're not going to get $50 million to JP France. Like, the market rate for that specific player.
So
like,
Tucker's-
Bobby Witt's AAV, I think, is pretty affordable
So
for a
Tucker's
player.
out. We're going Yiner,
Yeah,
Pena.
he's not. Yep. Yucker. You would have Yiner, Pena, and then Hunter Brown, I think you could discuss as
Okay.
well. Like, JP France is a rookie, but like, I'm not signing JP France to a 7 to 10 year deal.
So Yiner,
those are the
Pena,
3 candidates.
Hunter Brown.
Yeah, those are the 3 candidates.
I mean, for the upside potential, you say Yiner, but you run the risk of not seeing enough of them, like, as on a full-time basis to really feel good about it, to where Pena, you know who he's going to be. And I think that he's never going to live up to some people's expectations about Correa, but he's still an above-average shortstop. And it's between Yiner and Pena, and I just can't see. I don't find the value in Pena and the upside being much bigger than where he's at right now. I think it would be Yiner if I'm going to do any of them because of Yiner's potential to go big.
Yeah, see, I think that there's a few of them that are in the to me, I would lock up 2 of these 3. And I would do Pena.
But you said choose one.
No, I didn't say choose one.
Oh, I thought we were choosing one.
I said which Astro. I guess you could nitpick me that I did say choose one. I don't know. I would do 2 of the 3. Hunter Brown concerns me because he's a pitcher. Like, I don't like signing pitchers to long-term deals because they're pitchers. And, like, look at the last Astro pitcher that was signed to a long-term deal, Lance McCullers. And, like, when they signed it, it was like, cool, that's low AAV. That's a good contract. That's super team-friendly. And he hasn't pitched because he's been hurt. Christian Javier is a pitcher who they got locked up. And Christian Javier was not very good in the second half of last season. So I like signing players early, and I like doing it more with position players than with pitchers. And there's still some concern about Hunter Brown. Like, I have confidence in Hunter Brown, but what if Keith Law was right that Hunter Brown's command's never going to be good enough to be like a top flight starting pitcher? I think that's still somewhat in play. We all believe in his potential. We think he's going to get there. Like, we love what we've seen, except for the second half of last season. There's still some concerns with Hunter Brown. Jeremy Pena, to me, is a big league shortstop. Like, I know that people are down on his hitting ability, but Jeremy Pena is a very good defensive shortstop, and Jeremy Pena has been okay-ish offensively. He lost some power last year, but he upped his contact and he upped his strike zone, his plate discipline. So I'm okay if they gave Pena a 7-year deal. Now that's where the fair market value comes, because I'm not paying Jeremy Pena $25 million a year. But if you got him at $12 million for 7 years, $12 million a year, like, I'm doing that. I'm locking him up. He's part of my future plans at short. He's 26 years old. I would do it for a 7-year deal, so he becomes free after his 33 age season. Yiner Diaz, I think, is a future all-star at the position. His offensive numbers are already extremely good for a catcher in Major League Baseball. Now, maybe you can move him to first base someday. Like, if you sign him to this extension, I probably would start looking at him at first base after Jose Abreu's contract is done. Yiner Diaz is 25 years old. If I got Yiner Diaz at a fair market rate of $12 to $15 million per year, and that might be high because he's only spent 1 year in the pros, you might be able to get him closer to like $10 to $12 million a year. that's something I would be interested in doing instead of just letting them play out their, club control. We've seen it a lot with the Astros where George Springer plays out his club control. He's gone. We've seen it with Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa plays out his club control. He's gone. The Astros have locked up players before. They locked up Jose Altuve. They locked up Alex Bregman. And look at the Alex Bregman deal. When Alex Bregman's coming free is the perfect time for Alex Bregman to come free. When Carlos Correa came free, that was still like in his late 20s. That's not the time you want him to come free. I like locking up players to where they come free at 32, 33, 34, as opposed to 28, 29 in that range. So I would be interested in this for Yiner and Pena, not to Bobby Witt's AAV. And again, fair market value for these
Yordy
guys.
gave you a deal, too. Jordan's deal is amazing.
Forgot about Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, if you go with the Jordan deal, that's an amazing deal that is pro-team all over the place, and he just wanted to take the money up front and get it out of the way, and he gave you a sweetheart of a deal. And if Yiner's willing to do that, too, that helps you in a ton of ways when you're trying to lock up all these other players or other players that you still want to see be a part of this. That would be a big deal as well. I could see Yiner possibly considering it. I think Pena's probably going to play it out a little bit.
I don't know. Like Pena, I would see Yiner more than Pena.
Yiner would be more conducive to
more
taking
open to
the deal.
doing it.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, you often see a lot of, let's call it international players that sign these deals more than American players, although that's opposite with Bobby Witt. Bobby Witt did it today, American player. 713-780-3776. Someone said Brian Abreu, honorable mention. Brian Abreu might be here too long. I think he's played more than 2 full seasons with the Astros. 2.5. So maybe you could throw Brian Abreu into the mix here. I would be cool with Brian Abreu in the mix here, too.
Yeah,
now,
someone's going to pay him because he's damn good.
I wouldn't want it to be hater money. Like, I would want it to be closer to, like, Rafael Montero money. But I'd be cool with that. You sign Brian Abreu to a 7-year deal instead of letting him walk in 3 seasons, and you give him Rafael Montero money, you lock him up, he's part of your back end of the bullpen for the next 7 years. I'm okay with that.
Well, then even if you lose Presley, now you got your next 5 years pretty much locked up in the back of the bullpen between Hader and Abreu.
Yeah, so I would be cool with I'd be cool with Yiner. I'd be cool with Pena. I'd be cool with Brian Abreu. Hunter Brown, still some questions.
Yeah, I got to see more.
Still some questions there.
Do you guys feel like this is something like that Dana Brown will try to do with what they did in Atlanta? I mean, they locked up Strider, Acuna, Harris.
I think with Yiner they will.
I mean, like
I think with Yiner he will.
Would you do 8-year? Michael Harris got 8 years, $72 million.
Hold on, say that again.
Michael Harris got 8 years, $72 million. I know, different position, but
that seems so cheap.
Exactly. Acuna got 8 years, $124.
You can get them cheap when you sign them before they're close to arbitration. And that's like I saw a bunch of Kyle Tucker tweet. Well, look, Kansas City spends money. You should do this, Jim Crane. They're not alike.
No.
Bobby Witt has spent 2 full seasons in the bigs and hasn't had arbitration once, and that's when you start getting paid. That's when you start getting like significant money in Major League Baseball is when you hit arbitration. He still wasn't getting arbitration. Kyle Tucker's had arbitration twice, and he's 2 years removed from free agency. Like when you sign these dudes or after their rookie year or after their second year. If not, they're going to be Springer, they're going to be Correa. They become more difficult to sign the closer they get to free agency. And once they hit arbitration, it's very difficult to sign.
Right. And Acuna, he's got to look. I mean, he has got to be kicking himself and looking for a renegotiation because he just won MVP.
Yeah, you don't see renegotiations in baseball, though.
I know that's ridiculous, though. But I mean, at some point, he's going to be. I mean, he's got to be a disgruntled employee if he's winning MVPs, and that's the kind of money they got him for. What'd you say it was, Joe?
It was 8 years, 100, and then there's an option that makes it to 10 years, 124.
His option or their option?
That I didn't see.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you sign these players young, though. Like look at the contract that Jose Altuve had when he won MVP.
Yeah, you're right.
Like that's why you sign players.
That's what the Mariners did.
You have to trust your evaluation, you trust your eye, and you lock up these players young. Like that, they tried to do it with George Springer. Springer just wouldn't do it. They did it with Bregman. They did it with Jose Altuve. And they did it with Yordan Alvarez. And those are those contracts that really pay off. And if you don't get them to sign those contracts, you're not going to pay them whenever they're entering free agency anyways. They're not going to sign Tucker. They're not going to re-sign Bregman. So get those deals done early. And I would be talking to Pena. I'd be talking to Yiner. 713-780-3776. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, when we return, tough question I want to ask you guys. It involves Cam Whitmore and Amin Thompson. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know the big game's coming up this weekend. You also know there's going to be plenty of prop bets and all the different action that's going to be out there. The best place to actually put your money down is mybookie.ag because they are always focused on you when you're focused on betting on some sports, and they take care of you in a variety of different ways. And they have everything. They've got the big game odds coming up and all the prop bets. They've got NBA and college hoops every night, as well as golf and soccer and hockey and so much more. It's awesome. And at MyBookie, it's more than just a sports book. You get real-life Vegas dealers standing by to have live, in-the-flesh poker, blackjack, and roulette tables going, even when there's not any games and sports to bet on. And all you got to do is go to mybookie.ag. But right now, click on bonuses when you go either to sign up for an account or actually to reload your account and see all the great ways to turn your deposit into a bonus cash opportunity. Whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload your existing account, always remember our promo code BET975. That is the easiest way for you to literally double your deposit anywhere from $50 to $1,000. You could also refer a friend and get some bonus cash as well. But always remember the promo code BET975. Use it, and you will see the return on your investment instantly. You put 50 in your account, you use the promo code, now you got 100. 100 in your account, you got 200 to play with, and so on and so forth. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. Always do it. Use the promo code BET975. Start right now. Go to mybookie.ag. Get yourself set up. Either reload your account or start up and set up an account and use that promo code when you put money in. It'll double almost instantly, and you'll see more opportunities to actually cash out. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, and use the promo code BET975.
The Killer Bees. What about the Murderous Jays? We've got Joel, Jeremy, and Joe. That's 3 J's. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5. It's the Killer Bees and Murderous Jays.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 713-780-3776. A few more of these songs that people thought we're right, but we're wrong. You can keep texting them in, too, 713-780-3776. 5473, put the penny on the desk, Benny and the Jets.
Okay.
That one's wrong. Banana Pudding, he wants to lock up Chaz McCormick. 1686, kid I know thought the lyrics to the chorus of Last Night by Morgan, it's Whalen, right? Morgan Whalen, was Last Night she let me lick her toe instead of Last Night we let the liquor talk. I don't know which one's better for a little kid to know. Morgan Whalen was the guy who lost his throat, right?
Wallen, but yeah.
It is Wallen? I said Whalen?
It's Wallen.
Thinking of Waylon Jennings. Should be Waylon Jennings. Waylon Jennings was better than Morgan Wallen. A lot of people be mad about that. I know Morgan Wallen's got a following. Is he back yet?
Yeah, he's back.
Is he? Has he been back for a while?
Yeah.
He
was at Minute Maid not that long ago.
Wallen got a following.
He does. He's people love Morgan Wallen. I don't really like any of the new school stuff. 713-780-3776. HRMP listener line. Would you think about Chaz McCormick as one of these players that you lock up?
No. I would not at all. No, I just think, look, I think Chaz, he's been good. I think maybe he overachieved a little bit last year. I'm interested to see what he does this year. I'm glad he's on the Astros, and especially at his contract value right now, it's fantastic. I'm good with him. But I'm not trying to lock him up down long-term right now. I think you could, not that they're a dime a dozen, but I think you could find another Chaz McCormick if you had to.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you could find another. There was that top outfield list the other day. He was top 5?
That's why I said, let's see how it goes this year.
Sure. I think he might have overachieved a bit, but I don't know if Chaz McCormick's growing trees. He had a good offensive year. Why I wouldn't do it, though, he's under club control for the next 3 years. He's free at the age you have him under club control through the age of 31. So you already have him under club control to the age where I want players to be under club control. He comes free at 32. I don't need to lock up a Chaz McCormick for his 32, 33, 34, 35-year seasons.
Not me either.
So I'm good with where he's at. Chaz McCormick's a guy that I'm not locking up. I'm using him until, this sounds awful, I'm using him until his contract runs out, and I'm probably not re-signing him when he's 32 unless it's a very, very cheap deal and it's very, very short term.
It's a business, and I think that's one of the reasons why people and this, in professional sports can get the bad rap, but that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You've got him on a sweetheart of a deal through the majority of his prime, and then you play your cards out. And that's why when you talk about Kyle Tucker, it's the same way. If he's looking for 10 years and he's looking for massive amount of money, I think Kyle Tucker is going to play somewhere else, and I think they're going to move on from him, and he's probably going to walk away from whatever they offer.
Yeah. I don't think, baseball general managers have wisened up. It's difficult for a 32-year-old free agent to get stupid money nowadays. You used to see it 10 years ago. Guy's really good at the age of 32. He's a free agent. He's getting a 10-year deal through the age of 42. You don't see that very often anymore.
And normally you saw it from the big powerhouses, the Machines, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the things like that. But even there, they're getting wiser and they're getting more creative, as you saw with the Ohtani deal. That's the only way they want to entertain any of that big money long-term, if they can get away with it. But, yeah, they're not throwing away stupid money and watching the return on investment just be nothing for the final 3 to 4 years of a deal.
Yeah.
I like Chaz, but if Kyle Tucker was a free agent at 31, he would get a massive contract still for 6 or 7 years.
6 or 7, but not 10 like we used to see.
Yeah, but Chaz, he's nowhere near Kyle Tucker and those guys. He is, when he hits arbitration, that's probably what his max salary will always be.
Yeah. Well, his long swing scares me sometimes. But, yeah, I don't think he's ever. I think Joe's right though. From an arbitration standpoint, that'd probably be the most money he's going to get.
I think he'll make more money in free agency than arbitration. But,
sorry to be dogging you, Chaz, when you got married this weekend. Congrats.
Yeah, congratulations, Chaz McCormick, on your marriage. We're just not giving you any money. Yeah. Sorry. No, I think he'll get. I think he'll get a higher salary, but I don't think it's going to be long term. I think it'll be a 2-year deal, 3-year deal. Yeah, I think it'll be extremely short. All right, tough question. I want to ask you guys about the Rockets rookies. If Cam Whitmore went to another team, somebody else drafted him, you didn't draft him at 20, he's sliding, somebody drafts him at 18. Somebody drafts him at 17. They draft him just before your pick at number 20. Would you be upset that the Rockets drafted Amin Thompson over him?
No, I wouldn't. Look, I like what Cam Whitmore brings to the table, but I think that, the fact he was sliding, and Amin Thompson has shown me that his potential, we don't know how, there's no ceiling on Amin Thompson right now. We know that he's got to get a better shot, but in terms of just the athleticism, the length, the fact that, the ball handling, the way he sees the floor, I'm glad that both of them are on the Rockets, but at the same time, I would not have told them that they should have taken Cam Whitmore at 4 instead of Amin Thompson.
No, are you disappointed in it now? Hindsight 2020. Because I'm gonna push back at this because I think you're contradicting yourself. we've been doing the February. We've been doing the monthly.
I
who are
love
the
Cam, I
Rockets?
love Cam Whitmore.
Okay, but we've been doing the monthly. Who are the top Rockets that we're building around? Our aggregate score, our average score is Alpy 1, Cam 2, Jalen 3, Jabari 4, Amin Thompson 5. I think the both of you had Cam Whitmore higher than Amin Thompson.
I did for now.
Then how can you say that you're
Because
going to
I
have
think-
Cam Whitmore that you're building around more
I
than
just
Amin
told you why.
Thompson, but you wouldn't be upset if they passed on Cam for Amin? You said
Right, I just told you why.
February
Because
1st
I think
that
the
you have Cam
ceiling
higher
is
than Amin.
higher for the overall for their career can be for Amin Thompson.
Then why are you building around Cam and not Amin?
Because for right now, the fact that you have because I have both of them on my team. So I think that right now, Cam's a better player than Amin.
But it's not
But
okay.
over the
Like, I don't think that that's what we mean by what. Like, who are you building around? Like, who you're building around is like who's the nucleus, who's the future of this team.
You're writing the questions. I'm just answering them. I'm just saying right now.
I know,
that,
and I'm
that
pointing
I
out the
think-
answer.
I think that long term, the ceiling is higher on Amin Thompson, but I think short term right now, Cam is showing out more, and he's more polished right now.
Then why would you go short term over long term when you're building around a player?
I said I wouldn't be mad because I'm sticking with Amin.
Well, I'm going back to the question we were talking about earlier this month, and we've been doing it each and
Right,
every month
right.
since the start of the year. Who are the Rockets in order that you're building around?
Because you still run the risk with Amin that he's not going to pan out to the higher ceiling. But I think that for right now, that's why as long as they're both on your team, that would be my priority for right now because Cam's showing you more already. But I think that over the lifetime of their contract, of their careers, I think that there's the ability for Amin to actually be a better overall player.
Okay. All right. I feel like there's some contradiction here. Maybe I'm wrong. 713-780-3776.
Yeah, I'd be upset. Like watching them play the way it's gone so far with Cam, like I'm all in on Cam. I said that on Friday when we did it. Like he was number one for me, and because he's a walking bucket, and like I think his issues that he has in terms of like the need to just touch the ball and shoot it at times, like that can be fixed, and I think it will be. Like I think the Udoka stuff that he was talking about after the game is all fair and warranted, but looking at the way Amin Thompson is and the jump shot and where it's at right now, yeah, I'd be bummed. Because it's just like Amin Thompson, if he was playing like Cam Whitmore was, they'd probably be sitting Fred VanVleet even more.
Well, they are going to sit.
Well,
him.
he's
But
hurt
they're
now.
not. I mean,
like not
you
sit
can't
him,
pay
but
a guy
like
$44 million and sit him.
yeah, but like Amin would be playing even more than he is. Like Cam Whitmore is forcing himself into the rotation after being sent down to the G League. So yeah, I would be disappointed. Like and Cam Whitmore is probably the only player in this draft you can make an argument for. Like Osser, however you say his twin's name,
Anywhere from 5 to.
has been like good, but like most of these guys have not really panned out quickly. Cam Whitmore is showing the most flashes. I would definitely be
Now,
bummed
I
if
will
he was
say,
on another team.
You say, what Cam is doing is fixable. But right now we're still watching Jalen Green hoping that he's fixable too. Right?
Yeah, but that's 3 years in.
I think Jalen's more consistency than like because when Jalen plays well, Jalen's really good.
But I don't think that is, though. I think they're both similar in the fact that in the systems they've always played, it's as soon as I touch the ball, my thought process is I need to go get a bucket.
Jalen had 7 assists yesterday.
He did have 7 assists yesterday, but overall, unless he gets it, without this little hot streak he's been on, prior to that, like there was a real issue that we've talked about on this show that when he gets the ball, he puts blinders on and he goes to the cup or he gets his.
I think Cam Whitmore's more of a black hole than Jalen.
See, I think Cam's already fixable because when they sent him down to the G League to learn a lesson about doing the other things and playing defense and trying to some of the things he had to do to get back up, he was willing to do those things. He made those adjustments, and now he's playing more because of them. This is just another progression for him where I think he will actually get it and grasp it and be more open to it.
Yeah. I would probably go I still like Amin more long term. I like Cam Whitmore's closing the gap. Like the fact that Amin was 4 and Whitmore's 20, that's too big of a gap. Like a lot of people, I think most people would say they would have drafted Cam ahead of Amin.
It makes you wonder what happened on draft day with so many teams to let a guy that was supposed to be a lottery pick
Maybe
fall as
Laramie
far as he
Tunsil
did.
issue. I don't know. If you had a draft redo today, if you redrafted the 2023 NBA draft, I think Cam Whitmore goes ahead of Amin Thompson.
I think Cam Whitmore is the 4th pick in the draft. Like it goes Victor, Miller, Scoot, Cam. Like that's your top 4.
Does he pass Scoot?
I don't know. Scoot's fun.
Lately he had
I like watching him play.
He had 30 the other night, didn't he?
Miller's coming along. Miller was the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Year or Rookie of the Month.
Yeah.
Victor's putting up numbers. Victor's putting up incredible numbers. His shooting, he's putting up incredible numbers.
That's another guy that's the ceiling is unlimited because of the fact that whatever he looks like right now, in a couple of years, he's going to be totally different when he fills out.
Yeah, I still lean a min over Cam, but I feel like it's 4 and 5. I feel like I personally lean a min. I think it would be a min Thompson, Cam Whitmore 5, but I think more people would have Cam 4, a min 5.
Yeah, I don't watch his brother enough because I thought that his brother was supposed to be the better shooter of the two, but that Amen had more overall well-rounded game in terms of all aspects of the game and ball handling and passing. But I think that Cam is definitely in your top 5. But I think the big picture still says general managers look at Amen Thompson and says he's my 4th pick.
Yeah, I could see that. Now, if he's your 4th pick, though, I think you're building around him more than Cam. But just a difference of opinion there.
Skill sets also matter too, right? I mean, it depends on what he brings to the table. If he can't be, if he never completely gets a consistency to his jump shot, then that changes things.
For sure. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. But before we go to break, we got to give you a little bit of something. 48th Annual Houston Fishing Show is coming to the George R. Brown Convention Center from February 14th through Sunday, February 18th. It's everything for the fishermen. All the new rods, reels, and lures. There will also be continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater fishing. If you love to fish or just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 48th Annual Fishing Show. Check out HoustonFishing.com. That's HoustonFishing.com. Caller number 5 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets. Caller number 5 to 713-780-ESPN. The questions that could define the Super Bowl. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5. Killer bees are also known as Africanized bees. And we all know there's nothing Africanized about these two guys. It's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
3%. 8807. We'll get to the Super Bowl questions in a moment. Is Jalen on a little hot streak, or are we seeing the coaching start to break through? Remember, this is Jalen's first real basketball coach in his life. That's a point that I've been saying a lot. First time he's been coached in his entire life. Do you think it's coaching? Do you think it's a hot streak? Do you think it's a heater?
I think it's both. I think that it took him a little longer to grasp all the concepts that Udoka was trying to preach than some of the other guys. But I would give credit to the coaching staff and Jalen because Jalen has been more open to it. And in the process, everybody's reaping the benefit. Now we're going to see how that affect when Fred out. Now you're really going to see if he can take it to the next level, which is going to be if Udoka wants him to facilitate.
Yeah.
Will he be willing to pass more?
Yeah. I mean, I think he's become a better passer, even though his assists are down. Like, we also have to keep in mind that they don't have as many possessions per game as they used to have. Like, that's one thing we don't – well, his points per game are down. His assists per game are down. Well, they're running less possessions.
I'm not even looking at that. I just think that overall for him, we see a lot less of what we saw was something every night. We saw the body language, the complaining on calls, the not playing defense, the not rotate, all the different things that you can nitpick and or just right in front of you. We're seeing a whole hell of a lot less of that, which means the coaching is definitely helping.
I haven't really seen much of that at all recently, which,
I saw the body language last night, which was a little disappointing, but you're also getting your ass handed to you.
Yeah. Ocho says, Joe, you're right about the draft. I've said all along this was a weak draft. The fact that Jarris Walker and Marcus Sasser were first-round picks tells you everything you need to know about the quality of this draft. Ocho, you're a hater. That's a flat-out troll, Ocho, and that comes from a troll. It takes a troll to know a troll. I see what you're doing there, Ocho. See what you're doing there.
I mean, is he wrong?
Marcus has been really good.
And I like Walker, too. Like
Jarris is a potential pick. He was super raw.
Yeah, like, the thing about these drafts, too, is, like, they're just not good. Like, that's the only thing about the NBA draft.
That's why trading late first doesn't matter.
Like, none of these guys are good. And, like, most of them are not going to be. If Jet Howard's going in the top 12, you have a problem.
Yeah, like, the big thing to me that I always say is the fact that when you had some of the great players come out, the draft was based on ability. And it's so much on potential now that it's not a coin flip, but it's a whole hell of a lot closer than it ever was when you used to get the top 5. All of them would become starters. 3 or 4 of them would probably become all-stars. Because now it's a crapshoot.
Yeah, because like none of these guys are developed. Like it's not a Rockets problem that like they have guards that are shoot first, pass later. That's AAU basketball. They don't play college basketball. They play in the G League Ignite and Overtime Elite. Like they don't play real basketball.
I think that's what the Heat have. Like I think that's why the Heat are maximizing their draft picks. Like they're kind of taking these proven college guys, and also if you think about the length of the contract, is that the way to go? Because whenever you draft these undeveloped rookies, they give, a 4-year deal with some player options, player options on the end of the 4-year deal, and you're having to make a decision before that 4th year. So if you're drafting an undeveloped guy that's going to take longer than 3 years to develop, well, he's going to play on another team by the time he's developed.
Right. You're going to be the team picking up the price tag and the receipts to get him developed, and when it's time for him to kind of pay it back for you, someone's going to pay him more than you are, and they're going to walk from you.
Yeah, and that's
you have
why
to get a player who's like
kid from UCLA has been huge for the Heat. Jaime Jaquez has been big for the Heat.
Like that's why I view the NBA draft now. Like if you want to compare it to the NFL, like the first round of the NFL draft to me is sometimes the top 5 in the NBA draft.
Yeah.
Like those are your first round blue chip elite prospects. Like the second round, those are like 7th round NFL picks and undrafted guys. Like they're mostly useless players to your roster.
Even those 5 though, like you went from an international player who's like a unicorn talent. Brandon Miller was the only college kid, serious questions, and he only spent 1 year at college. Scoot Henderson, G League. Amin Thompson, Overtime Elite. His twin brother, Overtime Elite. It's like, which of those 5 players are developed? Like, Miller's the closest. Miller's the closest, but might have the lowest.
And there were character issues there, too, which means it scares people off.
And that's tough whenever you only have a 4-year rookie deal.
Yeah.
So that's like one thing that the Heat are doing well, I think, is they're drafting these guys who, during their contract, they might not have the upside.
Right.
They might not have, they're not going to have the upside of Victor Wembanyama, the Thompson twins, a Jarris Walker. But in those 4 years that they have them under contract, they're going to be better in those 4 years than a lot of the players in the draft.
And the other thing why everybody complains, Joe, kind of what you were touching on too, people complain all the time, well, why is the foreign kid going 1? Why are all the foreign kids climbing the draft boards? Because overseas, half the day is school, half is fundamentals, and they learn the game, and they learn shooting touch, and they learn the things that are going to make them money in the NBA because they're going to be ready to play quicker. When you talk about the kids that come through G League and come through Overtime Elite and all these programs with AAU, all they know is ISO ball, get the ball and get out of the way, and then they get to the NBA, and their fundamentals need help, and their understanding of both ends of the floor need help, and it becomes a massive project instead of a plug-and-play guy.
Yeah, it's like if I could fix the NBA, we talked about fixing college sports the other day. If I could fix the NBA, I would go back to that you could come out of the draft, out of high school, but if you aren't selected in the first round or you don't sign a contract, it's like baseball. And you have to play a certain amount of years.
Football's the same way.
Yeah, like it's
3
like,
years removed. Actually, it's actually an age limit.
So wait a
but it's
minute.
usually 3 years removed.
If you don't go in the first round, you still have to do what?
No, like if you choose not to sign with your team. So let's say the Rockets take Amen Thompson out of high school.
Yep.
And he says, you know what? I don't want to play for the Rockets. I'm going to go play college basketball. You need to go play real college basketball, and you should be locked in for at least 2 years. Like, get some development in these guys.
Now, baseball, you could go to a JUCO and get drafted after your freshman
Yes,
year.
you can. And you could do the same thing, but, like, I think the baseball rules are perfect.
Football is kind of the same way, except you don't have the option of being drafted out of high school.
Yeah.
You have to be 3 years removed from high school to be drafted in the NFL. And that's been challenged. Was Maurice Clarett, who was the USC receiver? Was it Mike Williams?
I think that's right.
I think that's right as well.
They I like that rule too. Like, I think you should be able to come out of high school and then have the option or just even like if you want to take that element part of it out of it, I'm okay with that. Like, you make the declaration, you're there or you're not. And then if you do make the decision to not come out of high school, I'm a fan of 3 years. I can live with 2. Baseball's 3 years.
They have
unless
to
you
have the
JUCO.
option so that you don't have a guy's whole career get shot because he thought or got bad advice, thought he was going to be a first-round pick, and when he wasn't a first-round pick, just has no choice in college, can't find a pro team or a European team that's going to spend the time on him and the money, and then the career is just over.
Do they still have that where if you don't hire an agent, you get drafted, you can go back?
No,
I
you,
think
you
that-
can
I think that's
declare,
gone. Rid of
but
that.
within like 2 weeks of the draft
You
or
can
like 3
back
weeks of the
out.
draft, you can back out. But once if you go in and enter the draft,
There's a different timeline, though. If not having it used to be if you got drafted and didn't hire an agent, you could go back to your team. Like, I like that. I wish they would kind of bring that back. Or maybe even have an agent and still be allowed to do that.
see, I think that the way to get around it too, so you don't have these kids flailing in the wind looking for someone that's going to give them an opportunity if they don't go in the first round is you got to go to that. That would be if you went to college for a year. If you go to college for a year and you declare and you don't get drafted, then you can go back to college because then there's a landing spot for them to kind of get that season.
I wonder how the calendar works here, too.
They'd have to
because
change the NBA draft totally.
I think the schedule matters here.
Yeah, that'd be a
because
schedule issue.
The NBA draft is
In
late.
June?
It's
in June. It's the third week in June.
College rosters are set by then.
Yeah, like they'd have to move up the timeline.
Yeah, the
But don't you
timeline
think-
would have to change.
But the problem with that is the NBA season goes too long. Like it's complicated, but like having these kids stay in college longer would benefit the NBA so much.
Sure.
It would benefit college sports
Would
too.
benefit the kid too
See,
in a
there's
lot of ways, except for the money.
There's a lot of players at like blue blood programs that will toy with the idea of entering the draft, and the blue blood program will think that they're going into the draft, and they'll recruit a player to fill that
To place
spot,
it, yeah.
and then they don't have a home once they pull out of the draft. So
yeah, like who was the Twins from Kentucky? They were
The Harrison twins.
They were a big problem with this. Calipari thought the Harrison twins were both going to go to the draft, even though he knew they weren't ready. They went back to Kentucky, and he was like, well, I don't even want these guys. He had to start them and play them, but it was a huge problem.
Well, I mean, he could not give them a scholarship.
Yeah, I
if he wanted.
guess.
Like, there's been other programs that the same thing happens, and they don't have a scholarship waiting for them.
Yeah, but Kentucky's, they're built on
At least
first-round
with
picks.
the transfer portal, they could say they're going back, and if there's no place for them, they could still go and get college seasoning at a different program.
And I don't think they had the transfer portal.
They
back
did
when,
not.
when he's talking about 0002. Hold up, are y'all finna burn inside the station? Sounds like a fire alarm. They're doing tests. At least that's what Joe told us. We have our lives in Joe George's hands.
We got an email about it.
We didn't.
We didn't.
I didn't know
We
that.
didn't know
I heard the
anything
fire
about it.
alarm. It was like, should I go back to the studio or should I run downstairs?
Are you sure you didn't get the email about it?
I lost
I am,
hearing
yeah.
in one ear because it got me coming back into the studio at a very, very loud, whatever noise that first was before the siren.
Let's see. Joseph email I got today.
No, it's not from me. It's
From who?
it's from Esme or Laura.
I don't see an email today.
I don't know. I got it.
I don't
probably
believe I
just-
did either.
Yeah, I think they probably just sent it to department heads.
And
And
then
then the department head
is
is supposed to relay the information to the department.
I just assumed everyone got it.
Our HOD's not sending us
Feel
the
free
email.
to check the distribution list.
I think our lives are at risk here, and I'm doing radio. Honey Glazed Brown, applause to the Killer Bees for ignoring the fire alarms and confusing their show.
Yeah, we're fighting it out while Joe doesn't give us emails.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that, hey, reminder, if you're still alive and the fire doesn't
I
get
mean,
you,
it's not
Thursday
my-
you got a remote.
The email says to undisclosed recipients. Which
As head of department,
Yeah, who
you
sent it to
relay
you?
the information
Esme.
to department.
So do you not just quickly, 30 seconds, hey, Esme, does that mean that the broadcasters didn't get it themselves?
When Esme emails people, I assume it goes to the entire staff.
That's an assumption. You know what happens when you assume?
Exactly
Makes
right.
an ass out of you and me.
Not you, not us.
Not us
you,
this time.
definitely. Not us. Maybe his department.
Yeah.
I'm wondering out what other emails we've missed out on. Did we have a potluck for Thanksgiving this year?
Yes.
We did? We did?
Yes.
Unreal. I love potlucks.
You were out of time.
I know. 713-780-ESPN. Time for our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713. Great call. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. He's blank on Branham. Time for our car wrecks of the day. What are we nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees braving our lives to entertain you over sports. Unless we got an email. Did we get an email? Did you get an email?
Did not.
I just checked my inbox. I didn't get an email.
I did. I checked mine as well. I did get an email from Joe.
I bet you both got them.
What do you mean, bet? I don't have an email. I just searched Esme's name in my Yahoo.
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly?
Joel, I know you've been here long enough. You have a company email.
No, I don't.
You don't have a Gal Media email account?
Because there was an issue with it, and there were certain things attached to it
Well,
that they didn't want to do. So they said, "Are you cool with using your own email?" And I said, "Sure."
They didn't want to give you a name?
No, that we only got a certain amount of them, and other there was
I think
there was a
nefarious
financial
here.
attachment to it as well. Like they had to pay for after a certain amount of email. And they're like, "Are you cool with just using your own?" I go, "Yeah, fine."
This is nefarious. I feel something's wrong here.
I'm just being honest. I was fine with using
I'm gonna
my own.
have Esme email me the distribution list so I can make sure that you guys are on it next
Might have
time.
been probably a smarter thing to have that done before the fire drill, or in case it
I've
wasn't
been here
a fire
for a
drill.
year. If you're telling me that you've been here for 8 years or whatever it is, Joel, and you've never got a company email, I can't help
No,
you.
I have a
I
company-
get them when the right people that care about me send them to me.
Here we go. I have a Gal Media email. I have a Gal Media email.
No, that email doesn't work anymore.
Yes, it does.
Did you set up your new one?
Yeah.
The Gmail?
Absolutely. I
Ooh,
got an
got
email
you.
today
Got
from
me.
Laura Beavers
got
at
you on that
5:01
one.
p.m.
Got me.
Laura Beavers sent me an email at 5:01 p.m. today. You know what it says? Invitation to our company meeting on February 15th starting at 4 o'clock. The email I had before that's from February 1st from Lester, who's sending the FIFA World Cup 2026 schedule announcement.
It's not my fault.
Company email. Oh,
How is it not your
yeah.
fault?
I don't send the emails.
Yeah, I know.
Right, but you got to
That's
know
the
but-
issue.
because as
I
the
don't
assistant
know
PD,
who's on the list.
Well, now you do.
I
Now
know
you
you're
do.
not on the list. I know. I'll
And
make
Neil
sure to
Blankers
fix it.
is not on the list.
I'll make sure to fix it.
No, I get Esme
Top
emails.
of my priority list.
I get
Esme
Esme all the time.
emails.
She forwards them from David. She
She-
does.
yeah.
Yeah, she
She's got two
communicates
different
with us.
She's got two different undisclosed recipients. I bet you this one was head of department.
It doesn't say that.
Well, now she's looking. He's
Wouldn't
passing
it be?
the
But
buck to
as
Esme.
management, it's your responsibility to check for those that might not be able to check because we're not
If
aware
I had-
there
if
was
I-
an email.
If I had to check to make sure that everyone at this station read their emails, I would have no
You don't have to
life.
check and
Forward
see
it
if
to
we
your
read them.
undisclosed recipients. It's better to be safe than sorry.
I just assumed you got it.
You're not responsible for making
I
us
know.
read them. Just make sure we get them. So it's our choice to read them.
He's saying a lot of things that we're aware of that don't fix the solution.
I said I'll fix it.
All right, what else is getting nominated for Car Wreck of the Day? Clearly, Joe George is being nominated for Car Wreck of the Day.
Alex, you're welcome. You don't have to do it today. We did it for you because otherwise it's a daily occurrence.
You know what? I don't want to move on from this conversation. You know what I want? I want a sorry. I just want an apology.
No.
An apology makes everything better.
No apology.
He doesn't want to apologize for failing to send us a company email that we think we're in danger.
I
Imminent
apologize to
danger.
nobody.
Can you not find your fault in this?
I have no fault in this.
This is wrong.
Yes,
That's wrong.
you do have fault in this.
You guys
You
just
are the
said-
daily contact for all of us that are on
I
air.
have nothing to do with this.
So
That's
if you are
incorrect.
No.
if you are our daily contact and you are a department head
There's another
or
one.
management
I'm not.
within
Real
the
fire or
station,
fake fire?
I'm not.
Wouldn't know. Didn't get
I
an
have
email.
like 5 bosses.
that's not your problem. We all report through you on a daily
No,
basis.
you don't.
You're our boss. You're our manager. You're over
You're
us.
our day-to-day manager of us being
Joe.
in communication with the company.
Joe, when we have a remote, who tells us we're on remote?
Me.
Whenever we have a fire drill, who's supposed to tell us we have a fire drill?
Esme.
There you go. He's passing the buck. He's not taking responsibility for his
Why?
own
That's not how you
failures.
climb the corporate ladder.
I'm a little bit worried about where I work now because our leader has this type of leadership skill and management skill. This is our fearless leader. Doesn't pass along critical information to his inferiors.
Maybe you should send an email.
I'm not going to send an email. Strongly worded email.
Or your HR and P
I'm just going to go with a 6-minute rant about how Joe George has failed us as a
and
manager.
then but you won't accept blame for
Because
it.
it's not my
I know.
fault.
That's a problem.
Has nothing to do with me.
Whose
Well,
fault is it?
I don't know who
We
makes
will
the distribution
agree
list.
to disagree that you're at fault, and we're right.
Like Esme would like to say, I don't have everybody's email. So Esme says, I'll send it to those that do so that they can pass it on to everybody.
You literally, but her email doesn't say that.
Honey Glaze Branham, a good producer, always looks out for the talent. That's a fact. And then an assistant program director should be looking out for the best interest of their talent, too.
Because he's responsible for the day-to-day.
I told you guys, it's not an emergency. We're fine.
5010. I emailed in the car wreck of the day, but Joe didn't send it to you, so you missed out. Car wreck of the day, Bill O'Brien for sure. Did he take the Boston College job?
It's not
Is that
official yet.
We got a text that said he did, and I was looking for it. I couldn't verify it.
Well, you have anything for car wreck of the day?
Pat Mahomes' dad.
Yeah, not great.
He
Little
already
Dewey.
looked like he was living it up quite a bit in those suites with the cigars and everything.
You know, this is karma, though. It's karma.
Is this his third one?
Yeah, I believe so. 3 to 10 years.
Third DUI?
You believe so? 3 to 10 years. This is karma, though, for saying he didn't want to hang out with Taylor Swift in the suite. Who would not want to hang out with a sweet young lady like Taylor Swift? The fact that he said bad things about Taylor Swift, this is what happens when you say bad things about Taylor Swift.
Well, you probably won't
you
be
end
able
up in
to
prison.
now, so.
You end up in prison. Well, you still can. You just have to be through letters and one call a day.
Oh, no, wait a minute. They got Jackson out.
Yeah, I think it was a one-time
not quickly.
thing. Yeah.
They got Jackson out of a whole lot of hot water where he
Kansas
could
City
have.
Chiefs should probably invest in like Uber for their family members.
That's right. Andy Reid's son.
The last time they went to a Super Bowl?
Yeah, it was Andy Reid's son.
Too soon. So Mattress Mac belong in this list or the reaction to Mattress Mac?
I think the reaction.
I put him on there.
It's more the reaction to Mattress Mac.
I think
for
the
me.
video is so stupid.
What was he drinking? Drank?
Yeah.
He was missing a critical element.
Yeah, the one that kills people.
Yeah, exactly.
He was missing a critical element of his drink. His drink wasn't quite drank. It was more just like the DK.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't hate it. I mean,
I just thought
it's
it was
cheesy.
weird.
It's corny. Whatever.
He had another attempt at this like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. It's weird.
He just puts it on social media, too? Is it
Yeah.
just-
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, people are talking about Mattress Mac. I think it worked.
That's what he does.
I think it worked. All right, it's going to do it for us.
Wait,
I have to.
what won? Joe?
Yeah,
Did a
Joe.
landslide?
What do we have to say? It's a slam dunk. Joe won. HOD, not sending out emails of company importance. I had to do an hour of radio with Joe George. I was critical last week of whenever he had Connor and Beard on. And the suits upstairs heard this, and they said, you're going to have to work an hour with Beard on Monday night.
With Joe on Monday night.
Yeah, probably got another hour coming.
Beard. He called you Beard.
I wish I was working with Beard. He sends me emails.
Wow,
All right, that
you guys
does it.
have fun.
And thanks to Joe for doing the hard work. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Well, I'll talk to you for another hour. The Bullpen with Joe George and Branham coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome into the bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am Joe George. You can find me on Twitter at Joe George Radio. Last week on the Killer Bees, something came up. There was an observation about my show from Jeremy Branham, and I took so much offense to the fact that he told me I never had him on as a guest. I told him, because apparently I'm management, and it's supposed to tell everyone everything. I said, Jeremy, you must work an extra hour today and hang out with me.
I thought it came from the suits upstairs. This came from you?
Well, I don't know. Am I a suit upstairs or not? In the last segment of Killer Bees, you tried to accuse me of being a suit upstairs, it sounded like. Fire alarms are back, just so you know.
Thanks. Thanks for the warning. I like how your introduction said untethered by lesser talent.
I didn't write that, for the record.
Yeah, untethered by lesser talent, which I know the innuendo there. I get it. I understand. I was born at night. It wasn't last night. But now you're working with me. So I guess I was lesser talent before, and now I'm equal talent. Like, am I a subordinate? Am I not? I'm confused. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't write that. So all complaints will go to one of my superiors for that one. I apologize if that offended you, but I know it doesn't really. I assume that means like you never listen to my show.
It takes me a long time to get to the truck.
Oh, that's a fair point.
It takes me a long time. I have to get to the
short
water.
breaks.
It's a long drive, so sometimes there's business that needs to be taken care of.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
Which it should be a shorter drive tonight. But I'll get home much later.
I will tell you. It is a much better drive leaving at 7 than it is at 6.
Really?
Sometimes it's very nice to leave at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
I get home sometimes at the exact same time.
So one good thing of doing the show.
Yeah, one good thing. All right. So we were talking earlier on the Bees about contract extensions, young core stuff today with the Rockets, with the Astros. So I have this question for you today and propose to the audience as well. Which core group of players under 26 wins the most titles? Pena, Jordan, and Yiner, Stroud, Nico, and Tank, or Jalen, Alpi, and Cam or Amen, whichever one you want.
It's a good segment. I see that you saved it to 6.
We can use it tomorrow.
Are we already giving Jordan and Pena one?
No, because that's why I included Yiner.
Okay, so Yiner changes the math on it a little bit because all three, the trio of them have to be on the team. This is good. I like the Astros window. You know, I don't think that they're going anywhere. I've seen a lot. Well, this is the last chapter of the golden era of Astro. Is it? Like, I don't think that it is. Even if you get rid of in 2 years, if you take Fromber and Tucker out of the equation, even if you say Bregman walks, I'd like Altuve's deal to get done soon. I don't love the fact that they're 9 days away from pitchers and catchers reporting, and we haven't heard any news on Altuve.
I mean, the last thing we got was Dana Brown at the Fan Fest thing saying they haven't had any discussions.
Yeah, maybe they'll talk once they get to West Palm Beach. I wonder if they're at all entertaining the idea of letting Altuve walk. I don't love the sound of that.
I mean, like, you do think like back to the last time he signed a contract, it was at spring training, and they did the whole like dog and pony show. They put out the chairs for all of his teammates on the field. He had the press conference there on the field at spring training. So like it wouldn't be out of the norm of the Astros organization to like have a big time moment in which everyone is there for Altuve.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's something they probably discuss when everybody gets there in West Palm Beach, and they probably feel like they don't feel pressure of getting a deal done because both sides seemingly want it to be done. I don't think the Astros window is closing anytime soon. So the Astros have to give some pretty good consideration here. You know, I like Hunter Brown. I know he still has things that he needs to fix. Javier's under contract, blah, 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 blah. I still like the foundation of what the Astros have. The Texans' foundation is kind of these guys like Stroud, Nico, Tank. You know, you didn't include Anderson here.
Yeah, I want offense.
Just strictly offensive players. I like what the Texans are doing too, but I don't feel like they're as close to a championship as the Astros are. And the Rockets, I think, have a championship nucleus. I really do. I like what they're building. It's why I don't want to trade any of the young stuff. I like Amin a lot. I think he's going to develop into a really good point guard. Jalen, you know, let's see how he handles coaching for the first time in his life. Cam Whitmore seems to be a steal. I like Jabari. I like Alpi. But they seem the furthest away. They feel like they had the most work to do to get to that championship caliber. And the standings would back that up. They haven't been above 500 in a while. Texans won the division, got to the playoffs. The Astros have been a fixture in the ALCS. So I would go with the Astros core, with Pena, Jordan, Yiner as the core group of players under 26 to win the most titles in Houston sports.
Yeah, so for me, I'm going to lean Astros as well, mostly because I think it's almost unfair to expect the football team to win multiple championships. Like how many teams win more than one Super Bowl? It's not a lot. Like there's more Peyton Mannings and Drew Breeses out there. I know Peyton won 2, but with different organizations. Like, there's more Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, Brett Favre, those guys who they win one Super Bowl, and then they never really win another one. Like, I think one Super Bowl, maybe it's just because of where the Texans franchise has been at for their entire existence. Seems like you're still asking for so much.
I think I
from
disagree.
CJ Stroud, but really,
Yeah, this was we kind of had this conversation the other day with what's more amazing of a feat, what the Astros have done with the 7 straight ALCSs versus what the Chiefs have done with the 6 straight AFC championships. And I think it's easier to get the dynasty in football. Like, if you go this millennium, there hasn't been a back-to-back World Series champion. Like, am I remembering that right? The only one has been like the Yankees in the early 2000s, and there hasn't been a back-to-back champion since. Whereas if you look in the NFL, there's been tons of back-to-back titles. I think it's easier to build the dynasty in football because you have quarterback, you have coach, and then that dynasty sustains itself for a long period of time. We see with the Chiefs right now. Like, the Chiefs could win back-to-back titles with a win on Sunday. Don't call it the Super Bowl. The Patriots have won tons of back-to-back titles. So because of that, because I think it's easier to go back-to-back in the NFL, I would disagree with what you said.
the only thing I would factor in, though, is that you have a Mahomes in your way. Like, of all the things you have, like, you are the Astros. Like, you are that team that keeps going back and figuring it out. Like, and you know that there really has been no one in the American League that has come close. Now, I think there's a real threat for the first time. Like, I think the biggest threat to the Astros dynasty is officially arrived with the Baltimore Orioles. Like, I think with what they did, the fact that they were purchased by a new ownership group and then immediately traded for Corbin Burns, it's like, okay. So now you have this organization that has all this young talent, and you have Mike Elias from the Astros that now seems to have the ability to spend money for the first time. So, like, I think that's your first real threat. But even though the Chiefs might take a step back, like, it's still Patrick Mahomes. He's going to play there for the next, 7-8 years.
Yeah.
I think that makes it the most challenging for the Texans. Where, like, I think CJ Stroud will win a Super Bowl here in Houston. I don't know if he wins more than one. I still think the Astros have at least one more World Series, if not 2. For sure in their chamber.
Yeah, you kind of used my Mahomes dynasty against me there.
I did.
That was
Good
well
counter
done.
argument.
It was a good rebuttal.
Is
I
there
like what
any
you did
argument
there.
for the Rockets? Because for me, it's too early to say yes to that. Because as much as I love Cam Whitmore and I want to love Amen Thompson, like, I don't think Jalen Green, it's hard to even think he's going to be on the roster into next season. He could be, but, like, he very easily could be traded for Donovan Mitchell.
Look, I think that the Rockets have a championship nucleus. Their potential is championship nucleus. They're just very far away from it, and a lot of things can go wrong before they accomplish that potential. Like, the Jalen Green contract situation is kind of interesting because you'd have to make a decision kind of relatively soon. He's starting to play really good basketball last night, notwithstanding. He didn't play very good yesterday against the best defense in the NBA. But I think with what they have, now the contracts are a wrinkle and then who you're going to pay is a wrinkle. But if you look at the youth that they have, I think that they have the best combination of youth in the NBA with the starting 5. You can go starting 5. And I would like to see this, especially if Fred VanVleet misses a good amount of time, because we started talking about what does Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore on the floor at the same time look like. I want to see more of that. Throwing Amen Thompson on the floor with them. Amen, Jalen, Cam Whitmore, Jabari, Alpi Shingun. If those 5 guys hit their potential, and again, potential is very overrated, and most guys don't hit their potential, but if they do, that's a pretty dangerous starting 5.
For sure. And, like, the biggest difference with the Rockets, too, is half the guys you named can't drink Gentle Ben legally. So it's like they're so young. That, and the thing about the Rockets, too, is if 2 of these guys hit to, like, star level, they're going to be one of the best teams in the NBA. That's what I like about what the Rockets have as a core, is that between Cam, Amen, Alpi, and Jalen, all you need is 1 or 2 of those guys to develop into a superstar, and you can just fill out the rest of the roster around him.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so different where, like, Stroud could be the best quarterback in the NFL or number 2 behind Mahomes, and it doesn't mean they'll ever get to a Super Bowl.
I wonder if the Rockets build's more like Pistons build, though, as it, like whenever they were winning it with Larry Brown, than they are superstar build with like Shaq and Kobe, where you need like these 2 stars and you build it around those 2 stars with role players and you win it, or if you just have a really strong starting 5. Because like the Pistons team that won the title, who was their star, right? Like they had a combination of 5 really good players with Chauncey, with Rip, with Prince, with
Ben
the
Wallace.
Wallace brothers down low. So like those were good players. Rasheed Wallace, an all-star, Rip, an all-star, all of them all-star, but none of them were like top 5 players in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, how many
maybe
are
not
in Hall
top
of
10
Fame?
players in the NBA, right?
Yeah, I mean, how many are even Hall of Famers?
The basketball Hall of Fame is so soft; it wouldn't surprise me if they're all Hall of Famers.
That's a good point.
I think Ben Wallace is in the Hall of Fame.
I think Ben Wallace is.
Like
And
kind of a recent recipient.
And I think Rip is.
Really? Yeah,
And
basketball
Chauncey might be as well.
If you know a basketball player's name, they're probably in the Hall of Fame.
My biggest beef with the Hall of Fame is that they put in active coaches, but not active players. And LeBron James said that on Twitter the other day, like a month ago, and it made me sick because I had to agree with LeBron James on something.
That is kind of odd.
If Coach K is in the Hall of Fame, why is LeBron not?
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Like, I don't really get the argument to that.
Yeah, I think it's a good argument by LeBron.
It's just, and he's not often right.
I'm surprised he read up on that. It's interesting there.
Well, it's probably only one page.
But I think that the Rockets would be similar to that. Like, maybe they, of that bunch, of that starting five, maybe one player's not top 10, but Alpe's an all-star. Jalen's an all-star. Cam Whitmore is somebody who's a top 10 scorer. Amin Thompson still can't shoot, but he's averaging a triple-double type of thing.
Yeah.
Jabari's a really good role player that's going to average 15 and 10 and shoot 40% from three. Like, I think they can be a combination of a really good starting five and contending that way in years down the road. Like, the Rockets are the hottest take here because they're the furthest away, but I can see the vision. I can see it materializing to actually become fathomable someday.
8755, 1 Super Bowl equals 2 World Series. Is that a fair take?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think they're all 1 for 1.
No, I think they're 1 for 1. This guy said that the Patriots only won back-to-back one time in their entire dynasty. Well, that's still more times than it's happened in Major League Baseball since the Yankees in the early 2000s.
That's a lot. It does not happen very often. One thing I forgot to tell you within this conversation
Fire drill?
about championships besides the fire drill. You guys were talking about what was the best championship or best playoffs to watch earlier.
Oh, yeah.
NHL. I know it's not for everyone. I know
Yeah.
it's not, but it's the most intense there is in playoffs.
Does the Mason-Dixon line, does that run vertically across America?
That's a great
Because
question.
South, if it does run vertically across the, or I could, would be
think
very horizontally.
horizontally?
Yeah, I meant to say horizontally. I'm an idiot. If it does run horizontally across America, anybody south of the Mason-Dixon line would disagree with you.
I know. I'm in the minority with that one.
Yeah.
I understand, especially where I'm at now. I definitely get it, but I think
hot
it's the
dog,
best.
not hamburger. Right?
Yeah.
That horizontal
Cheeseburger
lateral.
sandwich.
There you go.
All right, it's the bullpen here. Jeremy Branham hanging out for an hour by force. But coming up next, if Ime Udoka wants to speed up the process, does that signal to you he's too impatient or he likes most of the roster and just wants to make it better? It's the bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's The Bullpen, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe George, Jeremy Brand, being so kind to stick around for an extra hour today with me here on The Bullpen until 7 o'clock. So, Ime Udoka, we've seen these stories from The Athletic and other places that he wants to, quote, speed up the process. And I'm trying to figure out what, to me, that says about Ime Udoka, the coach, what he believes of this roster. And I kind of felt like fell to two possible conclusions. He's either a super impatient person and honestly maybe wasn't the best hire for this job if he wants to trade young assets away. Or, I guess on the more positive side of it, would be that there are pieces on this roster that he thinks he can win with right now. And by trading away some of the other ones, he feels like this roster can actually take a massive step. And I'm not sure which one it is. Like, I'm not sure if he's just super impatient and wants to win, or if he wants to win because he actually believes in what's there.
Are you forcing me to believe the reports?
Do you not think they're true?
I need action. I need action before I believe. I think most reports that we read are fake.
Okay.
I think a lot of time, like, we don't know what are the reasons that these reports came out. Like this, like Houston wouldn't say this. Houston wouldn't be like, oh yeah, we're dangling Jalen Green around. Why would they say that?
Yeah.
Like it's not a great look if you're Jalen Green looking at the Rockets organization. Like, they're sitting there coaching you up every day saying that you're our future. They picked you at number 2. Like, and then all of a sudden, oh, they're trading me? So the Rockets wouldn't put that out there. So why is it coming out there from other places? Well, maybe it's trying to build a trade value for Bridges or whatever the case may be. I think that a lot of reports we see these days are people carrying weight for others, and it's strategic, and people are playing to the media.
Fair.
So I am very cynical when it comes to reports almost always. And maybe I'm just cynical by nature, but I question everything. So I need action. Like, I need action before I start believing things. Like, if the Rockets traded Jalen Green tomorrow, now there's action. Totally believe that Ime Udoka is impatient. Wants to get to phase 2, blah, 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 blah. The only action we've seen so far from a trade standpoint is they traded for a future backup center that cannot play this year. So that's a contradiction in my mind to everything we've heard about Ime Udoka needing to win now and is not patient. You could counterpoint that and say, well, it's a way to create, salary on the book next year. That way, if there's a big offseason trade, you have the salary waiting there basically in escrow to make this blockbuster. Okay, well, that's something that probably happens in the offseason, not the trade deadline, and we're being told that Ime Udoka wants something to happen at the trade deadline. Other actions that we've seen is that, like, Jalen Green's playing a lot of minutes. Like, it doesn't seem like they're unhappy with Jalen Green. They're playing the young players a lot of minutes. So I have the reports and the actions aren't adding up to me yet. Doesn't mean that it couldn't change.
No, I think it's fair. Because to me, like, the Steven Adams trade immediately did kind of debunk, like you said, like the reports that Ime wanted to speed this thing up a little bit. Because if you're going to do that, you would use, the contract of Victor Oladipo as part of an attachment as an asset to another deal, like to find a way to get Bridges or something like that. Like, I do find the reports about Bridges interesting because it does seem so singularly focused on this one player. Like, all the Rockets rumors seem to be about Bridges. Like, it was a big man, which ended up being Adams, or Bridges. And besides him, like, we're not really hearing the Rockets connected.
I saw one with the Zach LaVine.
Oh,
today.
I just saw that. Like, the Bulls called about Zach LaVine and for Jalen Green.
Yeah, which is also the Bulls calling the Rockets saying, hey, would you be interested in trading Jalen Green for Zach LaVine? Like that's – they didn't. And I know that there's injuries. Maybe they could have worked on that eventually, but the action is they didn't. Like, the call to action was they didn't do that. The same thing with the Nets. Like, if the Rockets were to blow the Nets away with an offer, it would have been made. It would have been done. So that's why I hesitate there. Now, as far as, like, Ime's point of view, I think Ime took this job – knowing that there was going to, and this is completely guessing on my part, but whenever you took over this roster, you have a roster that's extremely young, a roster that had the number 4 pick of the draft. Did they already have the draft lottery by the time he maybe took the job? I don't know. But they had 2 firsts, right? They had a high chance of being in the top 5, and then they had an additional first that was going to be a top 20-ish pick. So Ime knew he was taking a job where they were young. Yeah, he wants to come in and start winning and doing all of those things, but I don't think you take the Rockets job And then in the first year at the trade deadline, you all of a sudden go into win now mode, especially where they are in the standings. Like, hey, cool. Like, they're fighting for a play-in spot, which is great. I hope that they get it. But they're 11th in the Western Conference. They're getting hammered on the road every night. They don't have a roster that's capable of competing with the Wolves in Oklahoma City and any of the names that have been rumored to be, like, interest from the Rockets. That's not going to put you on their level. The only chance you get to their level is you build the young players into that. So the writing on the wall screams the exact opposite to me.
It does, and then I also think the story is just if it's true at all about moving to the next step of phase 2 and what the Rockets are going to be. I just think it's 6 months early. Like I could see Jalen Green or Jabari or one of these guys getting moved this offseason. Like I could see the Rockets making that big leap right now. But like, or in the offseason, right now it doesn't make any sense. Like Donovan Mitchell, like isn't I think his contract's coming up here in the near future. So like you're going to trade for a guy that you're then also going to have to potentially sign. Like that doesn't really make sense to me. Plus, it always is a what if game. Like what if Joel Embiid is unhappy for whatever reason in Philadelphia and wants out? What if this Milwaukee experiment seems to be getting worse and worse and worse? And what if Giannis, even though he just signed, wants out? What if Zion's available? Those guys are not available right now at the deadline. Like I'm all good with trading Jalen Green this summer if you feel like it's the best direction for the franchise. But this is the absolute worst time to ever consider doing something like that.
Yeah, I would
Makes
agree.
No sense.
Like I'm probably the Jalen Green hugger of our show. I'm probably come to his defense more than any one of the three of us. I forgot the sweat and the Killer Bees for a second. It's the bullpen. I am the biggest Jalen Green hugger of this show. Between you and me, the bullpen is what you're listening to. But if I could get a superstar caliber player, and we could argue superstar, like we could talk specifics, whatever. But if I could get a superstar type of player for Jalen Green, okay, like it'd be hard for me to be too mad at that. If it's for Mikal Bridges or Zach LaVine, like that's something that would make me mad. I would not be interested in that at all. And I agree with you that those trades are more likely to be made in the offseason than at the trade deadline. If for some reason superstar A is available ahead of Thursday's trade deadline and Jalen Green sent packing for the superstar A, okay, it makes some sense. But it also feels like the Rockets are posturing to do that in the offseason. Why did you flip Oladipo's contract for Steven Adams if you eliminate the basketball elements of it whatsoever? Like, well, Oladipo comes off the books this offseason. Steven Adams does not come off the books, so you have Steven Adams' salary that you can use as a trade match, right? Because you have to be within 120, 125% depending on what luxury tax scale you're on. So it does seem like they're kind of, what does a bear do before they hibernate? Like, do they eat a lot or whatever?
I think so.
Do they put stuff in their cave? I don't know what a bear does.
I'm not sure.
But it seems like the Rockets are loading up. It seems like they're loading up to do something big, whether it's the contract of Steven Adams, whether it's this years of collecting young pieces, whoever you want to insert into that mix. It's the collection of these draft picks. I would argue that the Rockets have the best arsenal to acquire a star than anyone in the league.
Probably besides OKC.
They have tradable cap that expires. Yeah, OKC, good point. They have tradable cap that expires because if any team's trading these stars, they want these contracts to expire. They will have that. They have draft picks galore. And I mean, they did lose some of theirs in the OKC trade. And then they have young players that would entice these teams that are trading superstar players away. So I agree. If the timeline is, like, if you are trading Jalen Green, the timeline makes way more sense in the offseason than at the deadline.
This is a smoke signal to me. Like, this seems like, hey, like a message to the rest of the NBA. We're going to be open for business.
Why do you have to do that though? Like I think that's a myth too.
I don't feel like that's how the NBA operates.
No, you just send a text to every GM, hey, in the offseason, we're open for business. Like why do you play it through the media? You don't need to do that. That's why I think the media stuff is nonsense most of the time.
I think the NBA, I would almost always agree with you except for the NBA because I still think they know that, like, at the end of the day, this is what gets them the most attention is offseason and trade rumors. Like, honestly, like there's so much about the Rockets.
But why do the GMs care about that?
I think it's more like just like the league and the agents.
I think people leak it to Woj and Shams, and they here you go. This is a text that I got from Rafael Stone.
Yeah,
and then boom, they're trading. They're thinking about trading Jalen Green.
Okay, my only thing about Jalen Green I have to ask you is that I've talked about this before. I feel like there's a line with Jalen Green in terms of like his value. Where at some point, I get the idea of not wanting to trade him. Like at some point, if he does not improve significantly, he's going to turn that corner and fall to the other side of the line of where he's now a depreciating asset, where like he's not getting better. His contract is coming up. When do you feel like that there has to be a decision made about Jalen Green? Because personally, I feel like it's this offseason.
Yeah.
I think this offseason, you either have to trade Jalen Green or you have to believe that he is a long-term future part of this organization.
No one has a better grasp of a player's work ethic than a coach.
Yeah.
Like, we have no idea. Like, maybe Jalen Green's putting in hours at the practice facility each and every day. If Jalen Green gets traded in this offseason, Ime Udoka doesn't like his work ethic. As simple as that. Because you're not trading somebody with his talent before next year's trade deadline if you think he works very hard. Because I've been a huge proponent of you need to keep him for a year and an off season with Ime Udoka. First time I think he's been coaching his entire life. AAU ball, he played a year in the G League. He played for Steven Silas. This is the first year that Jalen Green has ever been coached. So I want Jalen Green to have the year, and then I want him to have the off season with Ime, with the Rockets training staff, just having the mentality of knowing what it takes and what he wants Ime to do. So I want him to have the offseason. The earliest that I would trade Jalen is next trade deadline. Now, I'll throw in the caveat that if Ime Udoka doesn't like Jalen Green's work ethic and doesn't think he's ever going to materialize into the player that we think he's potentially capable of doing, and the only one that knows that's the coaching staff.
Yep.
Ime knows the work ethic more than anybody. And I would say if Jalen Green gets traded this offseason, that it's a huge indicator. Because I don't think Ime would trade that type of talent if he thought he worked hard. But if he doesn't work hard, he realizes he's never going to realize his potential.
He's going to move on.
He's going to move on this offseason.
Yeah.
That would be a huge determining factor.
Yeah, I think this offseason is going to be absolutely fascinating for what the Houston Rockets do as an organization. Like, they're going to have to make a lot of big decisions about what they're going to be in the future. He is Jeremy Branham. I am Joe George. You're listening to The Bullpen. I was listening to a podcast on the way to the station today. Jeremy's not prepared for this possibly, but that's okay. I like organic things. We're going to steal this from the podcast. We are going to build our ultimate backyard football team. No timeline, no restrictions. That's next year on The Bullpen on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is The Bullpen, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here are the producers of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, Jeremy, Spencer just called you a producer.
What did you say? I didn't
He
listen.
said you're listening to the producers of ESPN 97.5.
That's an insult.
He got demoted.
I'm talent.
He got
I'm
demoted.
not a producer. I'm talent.
He got demoted.
Well, this is what happens when you work after hours.
That's true.
Yeah,
After
with
hours for you.
what was the word that they said in the rejoin? Without being tethered down by inferior talent.
Lesser talent?
Lesser talent?
I think so. I think it's lesser talent.
Yeah, now you're stuck with me. I'm still mad at that. I didn't realize it was you. I was so mad at the suits. I'm like, usually I'm starving at 6. A weekend I've been traveling. I haven't seen my sons.
That's not
haven't
fair.
seen my wife.
Don't put that
and
on
I have
me.
to work for an extra hour. I was so mad at the suits, and now I realize it was you. Unbelievable.
I'm giving you Thursday off.
You're not giving me Thursday off. I earned Thursday off. I'm taking a PTO day thanks to you, actually.
That Thursday's definitely not my fault. Joe was listening to podcasts instead of forwarding emails. That's what Alex said. Facts.
That is true.
That's factually correct. I also don't send and read emails in my car. There's a no email time.
Yeah, me either.
I might text and drive, but I don't email and drive.
Yeah, me either.
All right. So I was listening to this podcast, and they do a draft on Mondays. It's the Barstool Chicago guys. I listen every week. They do a draft every Monday, some different topic. This week they had Cole Kmet and Taylor Lewan were the guests on this podcast.
Okay.
And they were building their ultimate backyard football team. So like NFL Street, Blitz, like all those games.
This is like because Kelsey's thinking about or trying to get the franchise back or whatever.
Yeah, because Jason Kelsey wants to. Well, is he said those or was it the backyard games? I think it was the backyard games he wants.
Yeah, like backyard football, backyard baseball.
With Pablo Sanchez, best baseball player of all time. You don't get that reference, do you?
I know that he was, I do because I think J.J. Watt was wearing a Paulo Sanchez shirt with Pat McAfee a couple weeks ago.
You're right.
So I wouldn't have known prior to that, but I'm familiar with the game. I just didn't know the character names.
All right, so like NFL Street style, you got any quarterback from any era.
Okay.
Who's your choice? There
There was an offensive lineman.
Yeah, we don't have to do that.
So I did this. No, I picked one. But I didn't realize there was an offensive lineman on Blitz.
They had someone snap it. No, that's more like NFL Street.
Oh, okay.
So NFL Street was like slugfest. There was MLS or some soccer street game as well.
That sounds fun.
It was like 5-on-5.
So quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end, offensive line. I picked basically who were my favorite players.
Okay.
Because it's a video game, so I'm gonna pick guys that I like playing with.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So my quarterback was Michael Vick. I loved playing with Mike Vick, whether it was NCAA, whenever he was at Virginia Tech, whenever he was, obviously with the Falcons. I probably stopped playing video games around his Eagles time. Now that I think about it, but I'll go Michael Vick.
He was also my selection.
Oh, I didn't even realize that you put that.
No, I just wrote it down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Michael Vick to me was my favorite quarterback to ever play with.
Well, he's the best video game quarterback ever.
Yeah,
Like,
especially like running the ball.
Yeah, I mean, he basically broke Madden.
I
when
wonder
it
what
came
Lamar
out.
Jackson's like to play with these days.
It's fine. It's not the same.
No?
No, I to me like it's. I think Fields is more similar because I still play Madden. I think Fields is closer to what Vic was. Like Lamar is good, but just to me, it's not the same for some reason.
Really?
I feel like they make him not as fast as he is.
It makes it fair.
We're like Vic was literally the fastest guy in the game besides Devin Hester.
Yeah, I loved. Oh man, I have to think about my running. I might have to redo my running back one. But yeah, I loved playing with Michael Vick.
Okay, so my running
go
back's easy then. I'm going back. I know I didn't really watch him play because I wasn't alive. I can't do this and not take Walter Payton.
Oh,
like if I'm like I'm going all the way back. Like I know
I don't think there was video games when Walter Payton was playing.
There probably was.
Yeah,
or at least what's that one? Tecmo Bowl?
Yeah, but that was like in the 80s.
Walter Payton won a Super Bowl in '85.
Did he?
Yeah.
Was Walter Payton on the original Tecmo Bowl? I wonder.
I feel like he had to be.
He might have been.
Like he had to be on the original Tecmo Bowl.
I'm curious now. So my favorite running back, I actually put Barry Sanders at first, but since like we took it a video game route, Bo Jackson.
Oh,
Bo Jackson on Tecmo Bowl was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Love playing with Bo. Now Barry was really good too. But man, it's a tough one between Bo and Barry. I'm gonna go Barry since he was better all time.
See, and like what I like about the Madden now is like they let you. There's this one mode called like Ultimate Team, and they give you cards of all players. So like you can play with like Michael Vick as like an elite player in this game with other guys. So you can still play with like Walter Payton. And
So Walter Payton was on the 88 Tecmo Bowl, which was a year after he retired.
Okay.
I don't know why he was on it, but it says his skill in the game was overshadowed by the untackleable Bo Jackson.
I mean, that's fair. It's Bo Jackson. It's like the biggest cheat code in video game history, not just like football video game
He was
history.
ridiculous on Tecmo Bowl.
I've only played like once or twice.
I grew up on it.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, because I was born in 92.
I was more Super Tecmo Bowl than Tecmo Bowl, but I don't know why I had Tecmo Bowl if it was an 88, but I had it.
Yeah, no, I played Super Tecmo Bowl a lot. All right, if you can have any wide receiver, any era, where are you going for a backyard football game?
I got to go Jerry Rice.
Really?
Yeah, I got to go Jerry Rice.
You don't think he's too slow?
No. Jerry Rice is the GOAT. Jerry Rice figures out a way to get open. Not too slow.
I think he's too slow for this.
You're calling Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver of all time, too slow to be my wide receiver on the ultimate backyard football team. Is it not enough to be the greatest wide receiver of all time and to be on Branham's ultimate backyard football team?
I understand, but like you could have Tyreek Hill. You got
I could
Jefferson,
have Tyreek Hill, or I could have Jerry Rice.
You could have Randy Moss. You could have T.O.
Your age is very, very prevalent when we're going with our teams here.
Megatron. So yes,
you went Walter Payton because he's from Chicago.
Of course, but I'm taking Megatron.
Megatron, obviously, really, really good.
He's probably. I don't know what. Do you feel worse for Barry or Megatron?
What do you mean? For like Detroit stinking?
They both quit.
I probably lean Barry
because it feels like from what I've seen, like I didn't watch him really live at all that I remember.
Yeah,
but like it did seem like his offensive line was much more inferior than at least at times Megatron's quarterbacks were.
Well, the reason that I'm going to go Barry is because he played running back, so he was abused more and like had to take a beating more than Megatron did. And then he was also ahead of Megatron, so he didn't get paid as much. So he took more of a beating. He took more abuse, and then he was paid less. So I feel way worse for Barry than I do Megatron.
Yeah, that's fair. Tight end.
I have to go Gronk. Gronk is like my favorite tight end from an entertaining point of view.
I thought tight end was the hardest one to choose because even though like there's so many elite quarterbacks, wide receiver, running back, I feel like the tight end pool is so much smaller. Like it's like you have Gronk, Kelsey. I would say like Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates.
Yeah, those are the ones that stick out to me. You could go
Shannon
like first Kellen Winslow. You can go Shannon.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp. Like the elite tight end pool is not very high.
You could go Sam Laporta. Texans could have had him, but it's probably too soon on him. No, I gotta go Gronk. He was just the most entertaining to me. Like he's gonna say a joke, he's gonna spike the ball, Gronk spike.
I just can't believe
he's gonna chuckle afterward.
I hate your list.
So I gotta go Gronk. Why do you hate my list?
Because my team's gonna show up for a backyard football game, and Taylor Swift is gonna be in attendance, and yours is not.
Oh, you're going Kelsey?
I'm going Kelsey.
What's wrong with having Taylor Swift in attendance?
That's what I'm saying.
She's only the biggest pop star in the world.
That's what I'm saying. Like you keep saying that, but then you didn't take Taylor Swift. I get Taylor Swift by approximation now.
Yeah, I can't go Kelsey.
Roger Goodell today credited Taylor Swift with growing NFL ratings. Apparently,
did the ratings go up?
Apparently, they did.
That's good.
He also is a coward, Roger Goodell.
Why?
He has a weekly or yearly press conference.
Yeah,
it used to be on Fridays. Then they moved it to Wednesdays, so less and less reporters could be there. Now they moved it to Mondays, and it's invite only.
Oh, it's invite only?
They made it invite only because there's the one reporter, I can't remember his name, who's suing the NFL.
You know, I don't think I hate this. I think I like invite only.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I don't want the invite only to be the people that are only going to give you like softballs.
Yeah.
But I think that they should have the 10, 15 most popular reporters there, or the most credible reporters there.
That's fair.
Because, like, who do you want asking questions to Roger Goodell? The 10 to 15 most prominent NFL reporters, or like some jabroni you've never heard of?
I also think that there was a unneeded questions when they had it super open. Like last year, there was people like this guy kept asking, like 2 or 3 reporters from Buffalo, kept asking about their new stadium.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, give me the top 10, 15, maybe even 20 top national guys. I don't need reporters from Buffalo asking Goodell what his favorite Wingstop is.
All right, did we just disrespect Vernon Davis or Jimmy Graham?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we took Gronk and Kelsey, 2 of the greatest tight ends who've ever played the game. Did somebody say that was disrespectful?
No, they said Vernon Davis, and then someone said Jimmy Graham. I did love Jimmy Graham though.
I mean, we might as well just put Dalton Schultz on this list if that's who we're including.
King of Twitch says he wants Stutzy asking questions. Do you feel like Stutzy would ask the hard questions?
Stutzy asked some long-winded questions.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't like long-winded questions. I'm a short-winded guy. Like
That's why
a
Dan
lot
Patrick's the
of
best.
people will ask. Yeah, that's where I've modeled my questions after was Dan Patrick actually. People want to show off their knowledge, and that's why they ask long questions.
Yeah.
Like, hey, guy you're interviewing, this is all the things I know. Now I'm going to ask this question on the back end of it. Like, you're being kind of conceited when you do that. Like, hey, look at me. Knowledge is power. I know a lot of stuff. The best questions are short questions to the point. They don't give the person answering the questions time to think. And it's a challenging question. And it's open-ended. You can't be like, hey, yes or no. Blue's your favorite color. Like, you got to give them some runway.
My favorite with Dan Patrick is when he gets a guest answers a question, and you'll see it a lot this week during all the Radio Row stuff, and it's a too short of an answer. He just goes, why?
Yeah.
It's so great. All right, offensive line.
Bruce Matthews for me.
Okay.
Yeah, Houston Oiler, probably the first offensive lineman that I knew their name.
Fair.
You know? So if I know your name as an offensive lineman, whenever I was a young buck, I got to go Bruce Matthews. Greatest offensive lineman in Houston Oiler history.
In Houston sports history?
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm just going to double dip.
You can't pick mine?
No, Jason Kelsey.
Oh,
I'm gonna
the Kelsey brothers.
I'm gonna go double Kelsey here. We're gonna have a good time on my team.
Your team is gonna be your team's gonna win the Twitter war. I'll tell you that. With the Kelsey brothers, and then having Taylor Swift on your side, you're gonna win the Twitter war.
We win the popularity contest.
But I'm winning the game.
The problem is we took the same quarterback.
Yeah, but everything else around the quarterback, I like mine better.
All right, he's Jeremy Branham. He's hanging out for an extra hour with me today. We got one more segment left to go. I am Joe George. It is the Bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What do you do after a full day's work of producing and corralling all of the individual conflicting personalities at ESPN 97.5? Well, if you're Jumpin' Joe George, you do another hour of sports talk. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's The Bullpen.
Final segment of The Bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you to Jeremy for hanging out. I appreciate it.
The Jumpin' Joe George?
Yeah. You've never heard that one before?
Yeah.
He used it a lot when I would do with it's not jumping high.
What's your vertical?
I don't know.
We measured. I used to play middle school basketball, and that's when about ended for me. We measured the vertical, but I forgot. It wasn't very high.
It's not. It was never good. When I was in shape, it wasn't good.
I was very limited athletically. I was a very below average athlete.
Yeah. What's the farthest you played?
I played varsity baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I was 400 career hitter.
How many at-bats?
2 for 5. 2 hit. One of those hits was off Jay Bruce though. So
that's a good stat.
And the other was a go-ahead RBI in the top of the 7th.
The only former professional football player I played against, I think I got killed by CJ Fedorowicz one time.
I can report that is not true.
What?
Well, he killed you.
It felt like it.
You were trying to tackle him or what?
Yeah, he was on kickoff.
He was on kickoff.
I was on kickoff.
It was he was. So you were returning the ball. Or he was.
No.
He was just collision.
I was just blocking.
You were just blocking,
and he ran through me. He dunked on us when we were in 8th grade. He was such a tall person, even when we were younger.
It's funny, like the athletes that like we grew up with that were like amazing in high school. And then like who they are as professionals, like CJ Fedora, like journeyman tight end. You know what I mean?
Like if he didn't have the concussions, like he's just a guy.
Yeah.
Like
at that level, just a guy.
And like it's like you watch him like when you're young and you watch him run. And you're like, oh, this guy's like a super freak athlete, and then you put him on a football field, and he's like, he's slow.
I used to think like our varsity quarterback was going to go pro, and then it's like he didn't even play college football.
Yeah,
it's like
you just don't know anything. If you missed the news earlier, the NFL officially announced which team will be heading to Brazil. The Philadelphia Eagles will open the 2024 season in Brazil on a Friday.
Really?
So it sounds like we're going to have Thursday night football, Friday night football, and then Sunday and Monday.
I wonder if they'll ever just do that permanently.
Do you feel like that's too much of an issue with high school?
I mean, they don't care about Thursday. Why would they care about high schools?
I'm like what is the, like how, I don't know, that this might be a stupid question.
Yeah.
How much do the ratings for a Texans Friday night game get hurt if they play that game? Like everyone in the state, like for the most part, cares about high school football.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably over exaggerating the Texans' reach
because it's just the Texans.
Yeah,
right?
like just the Texans is probably more of a Houston reach.
Okay.
Greater Houston area. I mean, you get some turnouts. Like you're gonna miss. Like I mean, it would probably bring it down a bit,
but not like enough to where I more think about.
I don't think it would be.
Like attendance for a home game, I feel like that you would be almost intentionally losing money.
I don't think it would get messed with at all. Like
very,
very small, marginal to the point where it wouldn't matter.
I mean, I think I wouldn't be surprised if they do this.
I know Texas high school football coaches don't like Texas universities to play on Friday though.
Yeah.
Not that they have a choice, but they're not fans of it.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if the NFL goes, we want Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah, maybe be nice to college and not pick Saturdays.
Yeah.
I've always thought they should stagger the games out more. Like, there's no sense to me of why you're playing 7 games at noon.
Mm-hmm.
Like, stagger it out. Like, it used to be the problem with the NCAA tournament. Like, the NCAA tournament used to start games, like, at the exact same time. And it's like you're getting 2 buzzer beaters at the exact same time, and then they wisened up, and they started staggering it, like, every 30 minutes. Like, I feel like the NFL should do that at some point.
We've talked about that,
Yeah,
where it's like you have, like, an 11 central kick, and then an 11:30, and then a 12, and then 12:30. You should do like every 30 minutes, every 45 minutes. Like it'd be so much better.
I think so.
Because like you have so much going on. Because as much as I love Red Zone, sometimes like sometimes it can be too chaotic.
Yeah.
Like if Scott can't keep up with all the action that's going on, and it's all kind of important, there's too much chaos.
Like when they go to 4 boxes and like they all snap the ball at the same time, it's like, oh, what's happening? I think that it would probably hurt the Red Zone channel, but I think it would probably help Sunday Ticket.
But you know what? It pisses me off is when they do the 3 o'clock window, and there's like 3 games.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's like
you could stagger these better.
Yeah, they could do way more of a better balance between noon and 3 o'clock, and I'd even be fine.
See,
with that.
I watch every national standalone game. I watch every standalone NFL game, and if I don't watch it live, I watch it on DVR. Yeah. Every standalone game, I do that. But because Sunday you have them all clustered at noon, I can't do that. I don't like that. I would watch the 2 worst teams in the NFL if it was a standalone game.
Yeah, I would too. Because like for me, Sundays is pretty much it's Texans on one TV. and then Red Zone or Bears on like my laptop.
But even then, like the Texans are to the point now where you're like, at least me.
No, I'm locked in.
I'm
not
locked
watching
into the
Red Zone.
Texans. So like and the Texans played at noon all year. So
Yeah.
I'm missing 12 teams in the NFL.
Yeah, a lot of times this year I would watch the Bears game at 3:00.
Yeah.
And then whatever was on at 3, like if it didn't like super pique my interest, I would just like I would go into my Twitter, mute everything about the Bears, all the words, fields.
You
all
just
that
wouldn't
stuff.
stay off Twitter?
Huh? No.
It's crazy to me that you would go in and mute all the words.
I know, but
but
I like-
you just wouldn't put the phone away.
I just feel like I want to put some of my Texans takes out there as the games happen. I know people
That's
don't really
wild.
care. I know.
There's times whenever I'll disappear. And like I'm pretty active on social media
Yeah.
and I'm pretty active like in the group chats or whatever. There are times where I'll disappear for hours at a time and like my buddies know exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, he's watching on DVR or something
Yeah,
like that.
that makes sense.
Like I will put my phone, I'll turn it off sometimes.
How did it end up working that for the playoff game? Did
Oh,
it
I
get spoiled
just,
for you?
No, I think I just watched it. I think I just watched it up until kick.
Okay.
And then the game had already been kind of determined.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was at the Browns game.
No, I think it was it was the Browns game.
So it's gonna
it was the
blow
Browns
out.
game.
Yeah.
So I watched it until like halfway until early third. It wasn't
Yeah.
blown out yet. It wasn't a blowout yet.
So the Texans' opportunities next year to go overseas will be Minnesota and Jacksonville because the Bears game is here. They don't play Carolina and they don't play the Eagles. So would you like to see the Texans play Minnesota, overseas, or Jacksonville?
Do you know where they would play the Minnesota game?
Tottenham.
Oh, the Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah, both of them are in London.
And that's an away game.
Yeah, both are. Yeah,
Both are okay.
Minnesota's an away game.
I think I'd rather them play Minnesota away because I feel like they're losing more home field advantage there.
Yeah,
Like Jacksonville going to Wembley, I'm sure they're losing something, but like they've done it before. They've played over there, and I don't know if they have a home field advantage,
Yeah.
but Minnesota has like a pretty good home field advantage. Skull, people are yelling at you. Like I'd much rather play that away game overseas if I had to pick between the two.
yeah, I think so too. Like, and plus, like, I would like to see the Texans do it next year, play an overseas game. It's also not the end of the world. I like the 8 a.m. kickoffs.
Yeah, it's
I'm not-
something.
I'm
I
not
like standalone
opposed.
games.
I kind of would be fine if in like weeks 1 through like 14 or 1 through 13 if they had one every week. I don't need a team in London or whatever overseas full time, but like
That would be hard to do.
You think so?
Like who would want to go play over there? Like half
I
of your
know.
games, you're flying across the
Dude.
pond. You're doing that at least 8 times a year.
When they've talked about it, like the idea of adding a team to London, it never made sense to me.
I don't know how you do it.
You'd
Like,
have to. I think you have to add a whole division,
I think so too.
and you'd have to play all 4 of those teams like in a row, and then come home back to America.
They should move a team to Mexico City.
I think that makes sense. Need a better field.
Yeah, figured out.
That's been a problem before. All right, he is Jeremy Branham. You can find him on Twitter at Jeremy Branham. Thank you for staying.
Yeah, I would say it was fun, but
I know. He'll be back tomorrow for an hour of work. I'll be back tomorrow for 3. Talk to you then at 3 o'clock on the Killer Bees.